Irvin, otherwise known as Rav, and I would like to thank the Banish Zone for giving me this opportunity here to go ahead and cast this event as we kick off at Black Friday with a couple hours of Riftbound. And now, starting out, we're going to have a couple rounds here at Swiss. We have a sold out event here, and right off the event for our first game of the day is going to be Yaso versus Kaisa. Both of them starting off with the Dreaming Tree, and we're going to go ahead and get this started here shortly. I did happen to miss who won the dice roll, so we'll see here very shortly on who sets up their runes. But I would like to welcome everyone again to this event. I hope you enjoy a couple hours of Riftbound. Hope your stomachs are full from Thanksgiving if you celebrated it. Sit back, relax, and have a good event here, and we'll all have a good time. Sadly, we have no co-cast today. My co-cast ended up having some mechanical difficulties, so couldn't join us today. So you'll be stuck with me for the next couple of hours. But looks like we do have Kaisa going first here on the right. A couple of Fury runes setting up with the usual, pretty much the usual 2-drop here, setting up with a Death Kneel. So as soon as it takes up battlefield, if it ends up dying, Kaisa gets to go ahead and draw one. And you also start with the pretty much the staple purple play, the strong traveling merchant right off the rip. Now, these are pretty much standard openings at this point. Kaisa is going to be your temple player. He's going to want to set up some of these battlefields here with, pretty much these small units dropping either a Kaisa on 4, going to stop either a Darius on 5 with a secondary spell. You have retreats available because you do have the Dreaming Tree. So if you're going to take a battlefield like we are here, get a first Conquer point trigger, go up to 1. There is the ability later on, if your opponent tries to come in with a Traveling Merchant, you just go ahead and retreat it, get that trigger to draw an extra card, and save your unit for another battlefield going forward. And we're going to go ahead and see the Lecturing Yordle come on down, drawing a card. Lecturing Yordle, probably one of the stronger cards in blue has right now. I mean, it does have tank ability, it does on-play draw, especially really good for the tank ability. And it looks like the Traveling Merchant instead is going to go for the opposite Dreaming Tree. They're going to get the point, probably thinking around that retreat the opponent might have in hand. First thing first, though, we do have to resolve this Traveling Merchant discard draw, as it does happen on the move phase. So once the move happens, the showdown then triggers, and we get to go ahead and see what type of actions wants to be used over here by the Kaisa player. But it looks like we're probably going to see a pass, Conquer happen, tie it all up at 1-1. Sort of normal plays early on as you see things on, but we do have an early Sona. Okay, so Sona is an interesting card. Sona is a card that lets you go ahead at the end of your turn, untap 4 runes. It's sort of like an Annie, but in green. So the way this works, you also get to go ahead, tap fully out. You only have 4 runes, so you get to use the stack deck early on with no real response from the Kaisa player unless you want to play reaction speed. But there's no counter spells, so it all depends if you want to use this retreat that's in hand just to get that draw trigger. But Sona will go ahead and untap, leaving up a whole bunch of different counter spells, get to use any form of ability that they have, like On Guard. A couple different things available to them at any point in sort of base of reaction here. So we do get to see, we do have a little think tank. We do have the stack deck on the stack, ironically, or the chain in terms of Riftbound. And this is the opportunity, like I said, to see if Edgard wants to go ahead and use that retreat in response. And looks like we're going to go ahead and pass and get to go and look at top. But we do see a Sona, a fight or flight. I didn't see the third card we picked, but yeah, shipping the Sona is pretty good here. You only want 1 Sona anytime, so it's an easy ship to the bottom. And then, that stack deck did end up going to hand. I'm not sure if I missed that. I'm not sure why the stack deck. Oh, there we go. We do have a discard happening. Yeah, it looks like it was accidentally picked up here. Did end up going back into the discard pile. But yeah, so Sona gets to go ahead and raid those 4 runes, and you get a full stack over here from Gage. Pretty much ready to answer anything that could come out, anything that you can sit there and see. You can see a Falling Star come out. You could see a Void Tube come out, trying to clear up that Sona later on to get it off the field. Kaisa has a lot of different options available to her. She is going to pretty much be one of your main tempo decks right now in Riftbound. So do keep that in mind. You're going to see a lot of tempo-based plays, either killing units off the battlefield. They pretty much try and stay out low, but also fill out the battlefield a little bit more. But we are going to go ahead and engage in a showdown here over by the Lecturing Yordle. And we're just going to go ahead and take the trade. So it looks like Edgard ended up passing actions. Gage said, yeah, that's fine. And ended up getting the trade as a whole. Maybe trying to bait something out here to maybe try and save a unit. But the Traveling Merchant will go ahead and trade with the Lecturing Yordle. Now, we do have a Kaisa in hand, so there could be a situation here where they might have wanted to set up to go ahead and attempt to trade with the Sona with Kaisa, but you don't really want to. You are able to. It looks like we do also have a Stupefy, so you can give the -1 to Sona and then trigger that trade off right off and not have to worry about it and try and get the Kaisa trade. But there's always the possibility that in Gage's case, you have an On Guard. You have, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, a Deflection. I do apologize if I mess up a couple of names. I used to play Legendary Tarot card game, so my names are still sort of congealed between the two at times. We are going to go ahead and have the Riftbound student come on down here, and going to go ahead with a Noxious Hopeful, pretty much setting up that board chain going to the next turn. Sure, you're going to go give up the hold to the Sona, get another turn where they can untap 4 runes. But at this point, you're just sort of trying to set up as best as you can to pretty much guarantee a better trade off in the future. So we are at the 6 rune case. There is a chance Yaso could come in at any point, or Yaso is going to go ahead and come on down. But we're going to keep an eye, and we do have the mask coming on down here. So we're going to move the Sona out, and we're going to go ahead and get ready to pretty much prepare here and get the Sona ready, and going to try and trade into this second Dreaming Tree to go ahead and trigger the Death Heal. Instead, we're going to go ahead and see that retreat come down, first triggering the effect in terms of targeting the Sentry to go ahead and draw a card off of the Dreaming Tree ability, and then looks like we had no response resolved, so we get to channel that rune, and it does go back into our hand. And we do see a second mask coming down here. So we do have both masks on the field ready to go. Sona took that other battlefield to gain up to 3 points. And trying to set up the tempo, pretty much trying to set up that board state where you're going to have to trade into me more and more if you want to get the value out of it. I get to go ahead and keep my 4 runes, so I could have a couple different responses to anything you're doing here. In terms of Edgar's hand, I did see the Kaisa. I think I saw the Cleave. We do have a Stupefy and a Void Seeker. So there is a possibility you could see something come down like a Void Seeker to try and bait out any type of counter spells or any buff units to help you determine your math a little bit better. Especially want to go ahead and set up something with the Cleave, or even not just a Cleave, you go to Stupefy if you need to as well. But looks like we're going to go ahead and attempt to come in here with the Cleave, giving Raven Student up to +1 for the first spell being cast, and then going to cleave it for another Assault 3. So it's going to come in here for a total of 6 versus 4. Now we have a couple different options here. So it looks like we are going to actually respond to the cleave, and we are going to go ahead and use a discipline to give that Sona looks like +3, and then we're going to go ahead and attempt to draw a card here, maybe looking for something like a Stupefy. Not Stupefy, to go ahead and counter the cleave here, possibly on a stack, because it has not resolved. It is in response to it. This cleave has not resolved yet on the chain. Thinking about different reactions, I don't think there's anything in terms of response to aggro has outside of maybe Superfly, but they are going to go ahead and use the draw because Cleve did attach a Ravenbloom student in response while part of having priority as attacker, so you do get to go ahead and get that draw effect. Now Superfly is going to come on down here, going to attempt to -1 on the Sona to go ahead and make it down into, if I'm not mistaken, a 6. Which would be almost straight, but the Superfly now adding another spell gets the Ravenbloom another +1. They make it up to a 7. So in this case, Ravenbloom student will go ahead and win the showdown to go ahead and take over this Dreaming Tree, trying to set it up, especially with the also being no other units down on the field, putting them in a pretty good position in terms of Kaisa here, because this is where you want to be. And we are going to go ahead and see the Fly coming down to go ahead and get the counter onto the Stupefy here, try and prevent that, prevent the draw 1, prevent the -1. And we are going to go ahead and see that go ahead and happen here. And yep, the trade does happen, which will then on that trade. Sorry, Sona does end up winning. The damage is now healed. So do note that because the combat showdown has ended, Sona now healed, no damage on him. So you have to be a little bit careful. And we are doing a Thousand Tail Watcher math here. It looks like trying to set up a little bit early. Taking the first thing first though, we are going to go ahead and set up for our next point to get a conquer. I think we are 1 short. Yeah, we are a couple short on 1,000 watchers, so it won't happen. Darius is in hand, but sadly Darius will not come in ready because you already casted 2 spells this turn. So even if Darius is the 3rd spell, Darius does not get the on-tap ready ability, and we're just going to go ahead and instead set up Kaisa, set up the Watchful Sentry, and then we're going to try and deal this Sona next turn. So let's go ahead back to Cage, ready a couple runes here. And what do we end up having hand? We do have an On Guard, we do have a Fight or Flight in hand. I did miss 2 other ones, but it looks like we're doing the math here. We might see a Yaso coming down, start getting ready to set up. And I think we do have a Ride the Winds as well, so we can go ahead and get a couple different abilities to set up as well. But we are going to go ahead with the Watcher here, and then we're going to go ahead and use get ready. So what are we doing? We're going to go ahead and ready the Sona, move into the battlefield, and then we're going to go ahead and take the tree, kill the Noxus Hopeful in this case. And then we are going to go ahead and untap ready here with a full stack engage. It's like pretty much nothing happened. And let's see what we can do at this point. Like I said, we do have 1,000 watch. You're going to -3 everything. You'd have to be prepared though. There could be another discipline. There could be another on guard. So you have to be a little careful on what you're doing. And instead, we're going to go ahead and play the Thousand Tail Watcher. Thousand Watcher does come on in here, give everything -3 on your opponent's side of the field. And are we going to accelerate it? No. So the Thousand Watcher is not going to come in accelerated here. Maybe thinking, oh, because I have enough units to get the trades here, I don't have to accelerate. We're going to take the damage. Oh, but instead we're actually going to go ahead and Falling Star. So Falling Star is going to go ahead and come down using the Kai's ability to pay for one of those recycle rune costs and try to clear the board this way, trying to force out either an On Guard or something of the sort here. Maybe another Defy. We do see a Rider Wind, but Rider Wind won't do anything due to Falling Star being able to target units anywhere. You don't have to worry about being in battlefields. And you have to think too, you have to do certain actions in response here because you have to do it in either response to the spell or Falling Star does create reactive triggers. So you can respond to each different trigger of Falling Star. But it looks like we're going to have the On Guard coming down, bumping up to a 3 though on the Sona. So Sona will still die here. And that is exactly what's going to happen. They're going to go ahead and clear out the board. Now Gage is going to be a little bit on the back foot because we have no units in play, no units in hand. The only thing left is Yaso here. So we're going to go ahead and move that Kai'Sa up into the Dreaming Tree, try and get the Conquer trigger and get the Kai'Sa ability to go ahead and conquer one, draw one. But looks like Gage is going to go ahead and think here on what we want to do at this point. Like I said, we do have a Ride the Winds. We have a Fight or Flight. You could try and push that Kai'Sa back if you don't want to get the draw trigger. Kai'Sa is also down to 2 cards in hand. So it wouldn't be the worst play in the world, especially where you have the 5-3 lead. And keeping Kai'Sa off abilities to refill their hand might be worth it. But we are thinking we're going to head to instead play the ability, go ahead and let it resolve. Conquer is going to happen for Kai'Sa, and the draw is going to happen. They're going to move the Sentry up into the other Dreaming Tree to tie it back up at 5 points apiece. Probably thinking about saving this Fight or Flight here to go ahead and push back the 1,000 Watcher when it moves up later on, especially if you're going to try and move in this Yaso to maybe just try and clear up the board state a little bit if you're able to. But let's go ahead and do some rune math here. We have 3, we have 6, leaving 3 open, and that is going to be Yaso coming on down. Yaso will come on down here with 6 power, and Yaso has the nice ability of when they attack, they have to go ahead and deal damage to enemy unit at the battlefield they are fighting against. So you do have to keep that in mind. We do have the Ride the Wind available to us if we want to go ahead and move it ahead of time. Instead, we're going to go ahead and use the Yaso ability first, paying the 2, and we're going to go ahead and with the triggers here, I think we get up an extra 2, and instead, in form of reaction to the Yaso ability, because in the ability that does go on the chain, we can then retreat with reaction level speed, retreat, save that Kai'Sa, get the point over the Yaso, and we're going to see a hidden card coming down, probably that Fight or Flight that we saw in hand a little bit earlier. And now let's go ahead and untap. So this is where the case comes in. This is where we save the Fight or Flight for. You get a Thousand Watch and go ahead and move it into this Dreaming Tree ability here. Fight or Flight it back. Not able to. Yaso won't trade. Yaso's going to stay alive. There's not really much that Kai'Sa can do in his abilities to deal with his Yaso outside of something like a Falling Star. So you have to, or maybe a Cathian Rain to deal with it, but you have to use a lot of your stacks into it. So there's a couple different options that can come here. Doing the math, looks like we have the full rune stack over on Edgard's side. And we do have, looks like a Sentry in hand, 2 Sentries in hand, the Darius in hand, and then we have the Kai'Sa in hand as well. And looks like another Noxus Hopeful. So not a lot of your spells that Kai'Sa sort of relies on. I think here what we might probably end up seeing, we're going to see probably the Sentry coming down, getting that first spell in the stack, and then see the Darius come down for a +7 here. Then you can go ahead and move up that Yaso battlefield with a +7. You're going to have the Yaso Darius untapped and ready because it's the second spell of the turn. Attempt to showdown here into Yaso. You might get blown up by a Disciple, which is a real option you can come in hand that could come into play. So there is an option too. You can just get the Darius ready and then swing in with both the Thousand Watcher and the Darius to try and force a trader and just try and play around Disciple. You're playing around Fight or Flight in this situation. You're not playing around something like an On Guard. So you have to be careful. And you are going to go ahead and first see the Kai'Sa come down. That is going to be Kai'Sa. Then there's going to have Darius come down. They're both to be ready. You have the Accelerate coming on. Pretty much both going to come on the field here. And we're going to go, like we said before, with the full swing. So this deals with the Fight or Flight option. It's going to go ahead and deal with a case where they do have a buff ability happening to this Kai'Sa, to the Yaso. So it is playing around this really nicely here because there's only one available. And looks like we are going to go ahead and have the Fight or Flight come on down. We're going to move one of these units back. Yaso is a little bit buff because it does have the mask. So when it defends alone, it does get the extra +1. So Yaso is at 8. You could probably Fight or Flight, probably the Darius back or the Thousand Watcher back at this point. So you have to be careful of that. And I can't tell. We might have a judge call happening here. Looks like they're debating about something with reacting to an ability here. So we're going to head and get that resolved here in a second and see what happens with that. I think they're talking about the Yaso ability here and moving back the Yaso. Yep, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They are moving back their own Yaso to save it. Going forward, save Yaso, try and get the other battlefield to conquer. But we do have 7 now in terms of Edgard. So you have to be careful here. Any case ability, we do have, we have the other Kai'Sa in hand. on Edgar's side that can come down on the next turn as well. So you have to be careful when you're empty. Also trying to take that battlefield as it is close. It is 7-6 at this point in form of Kaisa. And the sentry is going to go ahead and move on back here so it doesn't die later on. Set up the Nexus hopeful for later turn. And we're going to pretty much set up to try and win on the next turn with either a hold or going to set up to win with a double conquerability if possible. Because the only way that there's going to be a couple ways that Gage could probably deal with this board state. You got to need fight or flight. You're going to need some on guards. You're going to have to start trying to clear up this board as much as possible, which you can do. On guard can go ahead and give you a buff on your Yaso. You can clear up one of these Thousand Watchers. Your opponent's tapped out, so Darius does not come out. And we have a third mask coming out. All three masks are at the ready at this point. We're going to go ahead and take this secondary battlefield. Now, we do have the Ride the Wind. So Ride the Wind could come back over to try and attempt that secondary conquer. We are going to go ahead and see the Ride the Wind coming on out here. We're going to attempt to move the Yaso over to the second Dreaming Tree, causing the trigger from one of the Dreaming Trees to go ahead and draw. And we end up drawing the second on guard. So in response, we do have, it looks like 3 abilities going on the stack here. We're going to go ahead and probably clear out the Thousand Watcher at 7 because you don't have to worry about the Darius getting buffed or the Kites getting buffed. So it's going to go ahead, coming down, the on guard number 1 going to come on down here, giving the buffing more, going to clear the battlefield, call up that point number 8, and it looks like that's going to be game number 1 for Gage. Really well played for Gage here, using that Yaso its full abilities and taking game number 1 over the dreadful, or I guess not dreadful, from the Kaisa player as a whole. And let's see, make sure we do get our champions back perfect. Make sure everyone is prepping because there is a possibility where you can start your game without having a champion available. So you do have to be careful about shuffling your champions back in. But that is well played from Gage's side, taking game number 1. Now looking at the sideboard that we have available, looks like we do have, let's see, thermogenic beam, a smoke screen coming in, double smoke screen, another void, I think 2 void seekers in the side. Progress save come in, but yeah, despite be the smoke screens coming in, you're going to go ahead and see the void seeker coming in as well. We're going to go through the sideboard here, see what we want to remove on the form of Edgar's side. I'm not too sure, but as you look at Gage's, I can't see too much. We do have the Mystic Reversal. We did have 1 card put down. I didn't sadly see what that 1 card was. You're probably going to want to take out in turn to Edgar. You might take out something like the Hextech Raise. I mean, depending how much you're playing around the Yaso. If Yaso is being a big unit, there's not much you could do about the Hextech Raise going to deal 3 damage to Yaso. You have to have multiple to get the full value out of it. So Hextech Raise might be something that we are cutting to fill in something like those Void Seekers you have to be careful of. If you want to go ahead and add in your smoke screens, there might be a couple different options as well. So we're going to see what we end up sideboarding out. Probably thinking right now on a good side, Engage is pulling out a couple of cards here. What did we pull out? I sadly did not get to see what we pulled out or what we're trying to add back in. Looks like that is a Rebuke coming in, maybe 2 Rebukes coming in. I don't know what removed. I'm not too familiar with what this Yasuo list has. Everyone's building a little bit differently right now. So we'll end up seeing later on. There is a possibility, like I said, I think, you know, you're normally the voice speakers. You could technically cut the Reigns. Reigns is also really good though, clearing up the board state as a whole. Let's see. There is the case, like I said, the rays. I think the rays were already cut. Oh, looks like we're going to go ahead and cut out a cleave. Interesting. So cleave is going to be cut here. Try not to get those swing big turns into it. Darius looks like going to be staying. Retreat's going to stay more than likely. No, retreat's going to go away. I guess retreat is available to go away too. Retreat can be cut because of the fact that you don't have the Dreaming Tree anymore. Your opponent no longer has a Dreaming Tree. So you're not getting that extra trigger from the retreat to draw a card because of the Dreaming Tree. So there is an ability can be cut if you're not running away too much, especially if there's only 1 ability on your opponent, 1 unit on your opponent's side of the field. So there's a possibility that can happen. What do we have coming out here? Looks like we have, I think, Targon's Peak, and I'm not too sure what I don't think that's Vile Mausoleum. I have to look more into what that second one is. 100%. But we're going to go ahead and look up second. But those are starting battlefields. Looks like Yaso did end up almost forgetting to get their champion back out, and they did end up getting it just in time. So good thing on that. We don't have to worry about the Yaso going without a champion short off the start here. So good job on that one. So everyone's going to go ahead and get shuffled up here. I think Edgar's going to go ahead and go on the play going first. We'll see, because sadly we don't have the audio for that one. So we'll see what happens and who goes first in this matchup. But as we go on here and get shuffled up, get everyone ready to go, I'm going to go ahead and get our cards ready. So it is not Target Peak, it is Star Strike Peak. I am sorry about that. So that first one here closest to us is when you hold here, you may channel 1 rune Exhausted. And then our secondary, I'm still trying to figure out that one. I don't think that's Vile Mausoleum, unless that's a foil and the lighting makes it a little bit weird. I don't think it's Candlelit Sanctum. So I am not 100% sure what that one is. So I've actually, you know what that could be? That back alley bar. That could be back alley bar. Back alley bar is when a unit moves from here, give it +1 might this turn. So setting up something with Yaso. And then looking at the hands, we do have, looks like, I think a Stupefy in hand from Edgard. I didn't see the bottom card we put down. And it looks like we're going to have Yaso going to keep a full grip here right off the rip. And yes, Kaisa is going to go ahead and go first. So Kaisa going to go first here. Start off with the Raven Bloom student. Good turn one play. Gets to ramp early, get to be able to hold some battlefields and able to ramp it up in response later on. And we're going to go ahead and see the palm come on out, get to channel your 2 runes exhausted, and draw a card. And passing the turn back on over, we're going to get that Raven Moon student ready. So what do we have? We have a Rain in hand. I did see the Stupefy in hand, and we're going to go ahead and go to the peak and play the Kaisa out from hand, getting it ready. And then because of Raven student, probably going to go ahead and hold, unless we have something to move it out. We do get to channel 1 rune exhausted on the next turn. So a pretty good spot to go ahead and hold early on to get our secondary point. As we do math here, we do have a mask coming on down. Oh, we did end up deciding in those reversals. Interesting. So something like a time warp can really come into play here, and an hourglass coming down as well, really setting up for our future turns here. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and gust that unit. We're tapped out. We can't cast any spells to buff it up some, so there's nothing we can do in response to that gust. So his backhand don't get the hold for the extra point, but we do have the Kais here, which will be able to come in for a conquer point, tempting probably to hold at the same battlefield, going up to 2, get the draw trigger off the conquer, and see what else we have set up in our hand. It looks like we have Noxus Hopeful in our hand. We do have the Stupefy in hand. I think we have a Pouty Poro. So Raven is going to come back down. I imagine the Noxus Helpful is going to come back down. Yep, because you get to go ahead and cast it for 2 less. There's a Legion ability going to come down and hold down for 8. Really trying to solidify that hold spot to get that 1 extra channel rune going to the next turn. So we're going to go ahead and pass back on over here to Gage. Gage going to set up. Looks like we're counting our runes. We might see the Yaso coming. I don't think so yet, unless we have something way to keep it up. But looks like we do have 6 tapped, so we might see it come down. Yep. Yaso is going to go ahead and come on down. We do have 2 runes to activate Yaso ability if we want to go ahead and take that secondary battlefield. So we are going to go ahead and, attempt to trigger the showdown here. We have 7. We're going to kill the Kaisa and kill both here. So we're going to go ahead and attempt to get the hold ourselves, which isn't the worst play. We do have the Hourglass to save this Yaso later on. So it's not going to be the worst thing in the world that happens, especially because the fact we get to go ahead and save the Yaso if anything trades into it. We are tapped out. We do have the Rain in hand. So there is a possibility that we can go ahead and try and rain this Yaso out. Because of the fact the way it works is that the Yaso, all the damage, I think, if I'm not mistaken, happens, they're all individual triggers. But I don't think we have enough to trade, because actually, we might have enough to trade. So Rain happens, goes to all abilities. Each ability is a reflexive trigger for targeting. Each will deal down the 6 onto Yaso. Yaso, I think, would die, saved by Hourglass, and then the rest of the damage happens. I could be how that works. Someone in chat might have to recorrect me. I'm not 100% sure on that. But if someone's to correct me, that let me know, because that could be a possibility play line here if I'm remembering, because Rain does have 6 abilities of 2 damage. So I think there's a way you can kill Yasuo here. Let's see if Edgar does see the line, if that's exactly how that works. But again, please someone correct me if I'm wrong. But we are going to go ahead and do some math. We have, it looks like 2 to 1. We have double Stupefy in hand. We can take that secondary battlefield if we want. What else do we have in hand here? We have a Darius in hand to try and attempt to trade as well. And then we have, I can't see what the 3rd card from the right is. I don't think it's a retreat. We are going to go ahead and do the Stupefy, give -1 to Yaso, draw the card here, and then we might be seeing this Darius come on down and attempt to trade into it just to pop that zone as Hourglass. I think that would leave us open here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with 2 extra runes. So we'd be able to hold up a Stupefy. If we have another 1 drop in hand, which I think we do, we can easily re-ready Darius if we want to. So we will be able to go ahead and play Darius here ready, because it is a 2nd spell for the turn. And then we're going to come on in, I imagine, to try and fight this Yaso, try and clear it up, at least to pop the Hourglass, because Yaso is going to go up to 6 because the mask gear is on the board, and when they're all defending or attacking alone, they get an extra +1 might. So it looks like we are trying to think if we wanted to trigger that Hourglass early, if we're going to go to another play, trying to think of different lines or abilities that could be in the hand of Gage. But it looks like we are going to just, that Rainbow Soon is going to be a +3. They are probably playing around something to go around it, but all right, we are going to go ahead and go with the Pouty Poro here. We're going to go ahead and go up to 6. That is at 7, so we're going to deal 5 damage here. Yeah, just kill the Poro. And he also is going to go ahead and come back in exhausted because it counts as a recall. It doesn't technically leave the field. So it is a recall ability. And then we are going to go ahead and just Falling Star. Yeah, pay 2, deal 6 damage, cleared off the board. So the actual card we had was a Falling Star. So it will go ahead and die at this point. I have to double check Mask. I think you're talking about whether it has an extra 1 might or not, because it doesn't become a secondary. So the way that Hourglass works, it doesn't leave the field. So it is a recall. And if I'm not mistaken, Mask might give it +1 for the turn, not till end of combat if I'm remembering this card correctly and how it reads. Mask of Foresight. When friendly attacks and defense zone, give it +1 this turn. So it is an extra +1 this turn. This also is up to 7, actually. So in this case, yeah, if actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Shouldn't Yaso actually still be a 6? Yaso might still be a 6. Messaging or seeing. I might be misseeing here. So we're going to go ahead and get this resolved. Also, is going to go ahead and come back in. Let's see if we can go ahead and get our judge available at this time. I have to reread what Stupefy says, because technically the unit doesn't die, if I'm not mistaken, from it just recalls. So if Stupefy reads give -1 this turn, which it does, it goes on to a 6. I have to reread what Hourglass is. I could be mistaken, but hopefully we'll try and get that remedy if we're able to, but might not be. We have a couple turns past this point, so it is going to be is what it is at this point. As we go ahead and ready our Kaisa player's turn. But we'll get that fixed going forward afterwards and try and clear that up moving forward. Because it does recall instead of die. So it is just a recall unit. But here's what it is. Let's move on. Raven Moon is going to come on. We saw Raven Moon here. We can attempt to try and trigger back the also if we did draw another Falling Star, but we do have the ability up on terms of runes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runes up in the term of the Kaisa player. We do have a Mystic Reversal as well that could be used here. We have a cane in hand, so we're going to go ahead and attempt the Rain. This Rain can end up being Mystic Reversal here. So we're going to go ahead and looks like we are going to 1, 2, and tap our Kaisa to pay for the third. So we did have an Hourglass here, paying 6, does kill that, and then we're going to discipline it to give it an extra +3 and draw a card for this turn. It would look like having both Hourglasses ends up saving us, also trying to keep it up as we go. And it looks like all the responses available here for Gage in this case. But let's go ahead and looks like we passed the turn possibly. Let's see. It looks like Edgar still trying to think. We do have the Superfly available at the moment. We do have a couple of damage counters onto the Yasuo in this case because of the recall. But we did keep it alive with the Dispel, but Dispel is a +3, so I don't think it's going to go ahead and clear up. And we're going to go ahead and attempt to go up to our, looks like point number 4 for Kaisa. And we ended up passing the turn back over to Yaso. Yaso's going to get ready up our runes and see what we have in hand to try and deal. Imagine this Raven Soon going to get dealt with, but we do have a retreat in response to go ahead and keep the Raven Soon alive in response to the trigger. And that's exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to see the retreat come through, and we're going to have that conquer happen in the Yasuo's side, go up to 4-3. And Yasuo's trying to take a really demanding position at this point. 3 cards in hand, a lot of runes ready. We're going to go ahead and ready the Yasuo ability and move him back to base, try to save him alive, keep him alive in case any other abilities come back. Sort of maybe showing you that there's not really a lot of responses in terms of Gage's hand to probably keep Yasuo alive if something comes back through and kills it. We did end up drawing one of those Rays, but Rays can't do anything here because Ray does target a battlefield. So you have to be careful because, and now going through, looks like the graveyard, trying to see what happens. We do have 2 Hourglass in there. Might be a third, maybe thinking somewhere holding a hand, maybe a Defy, maybe a Dispo and On Guard. Trying the abilities that could happen. And might be one of the debate if we want to pull the trigger on the Falling Star, just try and kill the Yasuo again and think something about it. But we do have to see what happens, and we are going to go ahead and have the Sentry come on down. Raven will soon come back down, and we're just going to go ahead and pass the turn. Maybe fearful of something else that can come out of the hand. But let's go ahead and pass the turn back over, ready up everything. We did end up drawing a Traveling Merchant. We do have the Reversal still in hand. Looks like we're starting to count again. I don't think we have it. Do we have a second Yasuo in hand? Did I miss the second Yasuo? I don't think so. I think it's such a Traveling Merchant. We have, Kane. We do have the Kane in hand. So Kane could come on down into a battlefield if needed and try and prep for the 3 Kane move to get the immune. But we're going to go ahead and take the battlefield here, get the Conquer trigger. Looks like we're doing the math. I think Kane's going to go ahead and come on down here onto the same battlefield except ganking later on. Nope. We're going to play Kane into the back line here and recycling our rune for it. and we're going to go ahead and pass the turn. We're leaving 4 open at this point. Now let's see, what does Edgar have in terms of responses? So we're looking at the hand. We said we still know we have the Falling Star, so we also can go ahead and deal possibly with Kane or Yaso, because unless your opponent can go ahead and get 2 moves, the Kane will not become immortal. So we have that option available to us. You could end up maybe you could stupefy the Yaso, put it down to 5, but we can't use we can use a blast to -3 it, but it does get another +1 back because of actually gets +2 back because of both masks. So if you deal -1, it'll go down to 5. But instead, we're just going to go ahead and falling star it. And we are going to go ahead and see the Mystic Reversal come on out. This is the nice, spicy little green tech that we have available to us. And what this is that gain control of a spell, you may make new choices for it. So they get to gain control of the spell. And then they're going to be able to cast a Falling Star onto both units, clearing up Kaisa's board here and resetting up Gage in a position to go ahead and close this game out with Kaisa having no unit left on their side of the field. What a heads up play from Gage, keeping that 4 open every single turn going forward. And now we have to see what else we can do. I mean, Yaso is tapped out. We do have a Watcher in hand, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to play the Watcher here. We are going to go ahead and accelerate, give it -3. Technically only -1 with both the mass trigger, but Watcher is going to go ahead and take the battlefield to go up to 5 points on Kaisa's side. Kane's going to go ahead and ready up here. Watcher's gonna have to do some work, especially the fact that this is a pretty good position. In fact, for Yaso at this point, we do have a fight or flight drone as well, so you can sit there with the fight or flight, put something off the battlefield, or you can get the multiple triggers off for the Kane with the ganking with a fight or flight. So we're gonna go ahead and move Kane, get an extra +1. 1,000 merchant going to come on down. So then we're going to go ahead and use ganking with the triggers, going to move that over. And Kane's going to go ahead and come on in and clear up the Watcher because of the extra +1 ability. Being able to clear the board, Liasso is just looking strong positioned here to go ahead and try and close out this game as much as possible, Gage. And we're going to go ahead and palm to go ahead and channel our runes. What a turn of setup over here for Gage. Gage is ready. I said if they move twice this turn, I don't take damage, so no damage was on the Kane. We have 3 runes up, so we can go ahead and maybe move something back. We could fight or flight Arcane back as an action, though, not a reaction. So if anything does come down and kill this Kane, it will be able to because the card is not hidden. And we're going to see a super fight coming down on the Kane to go ahead and draw 1. Get the ability, so -1. Drew another Ravenbloom student, sadly. Not looking like the strongest position that we have right now. But let's see, what else we have? We had the Ravenbloom student. We end up having I said right in hand. I can't see what that second card is. So I'm not too sure, but we are thinking about, I think, possibly Rainbow Student coming down, see what we can able to come up. And looks like they scooped it. No response at that point. Scooping up, and we do have Gage end up taking round number 1. So congratulations, Gage, for your round. Yaso looking in a very strong position at that point, setting up, being able to deal with Kaisa very easily. Looks like Rebuke was coming from the sideboard from the Yaso player. But what a strong showing for Yaso going forward. So congrats on that one, Gage. Congrats on your round 1 victory. And as we get ready for round number 2 here in a few minutes. But with that being said, I'd like to give a quick little shout out to our sponsors of the stream here. First one is being Very Good Embroidery. Very Good Embroidery, custom playmats, apparel, esports jerseys, and more. Contact them to level up and upgrade your gear. And then we do have a secondary sponsor with us today. We do have FCBC, Shuffle Easy FCBC. They have a great selection of sleeves and binders and competitive sleeves at a competitive price. You're going to see them come up in the stream a couple of times. Scan the QR codes for each one. We have Very Good Embroidery here on the left for us today. FCBC will be on the right. QR codes are going to pop up there in the stream a couple of times. So you can go ahead and set those up, scan those QR codes, and visit our sponsors. Thank you very much to them for setting up the stream and allowing us to do this today and allowing us to bring you Riftbound here on Black Friday. But what a very entertaining round number 1. So I'd like to give a quick little shout out for that. But yeah, I would like to thank everyone making this stream possible. Thank you to all of our players for a sellout crowd. Thank you for everyone who's joining us. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break here. Like I said, we have a lot of time left in the round number 1. So we're going to take a quick little break and we'll be back with you shortly. And we'll catch you all soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Banish Zone Black Friday 1K. For those joining us for the first time, my name is Rarvin, otherwise known as Rav, and I would like to welcome you all here for round number 2 of this event. And looks like in our first, or I should say, our round 2 pairing, we have the boy of the arcane, the star of the show arcane, arguably, the boy Victor. And on the other side, we have Set, Mr. Macho Man, the pit boss himself. Now, looking at the list that we have available to us, I should say list, just what we could see. So this set is a little bit different. This set is running the yellow kingpin set, not the orange set. So the way the yellow one works is that it does have tank, but also gets a +1 might for each buff ally you have on the field, counting himself. So this one's a little bit different than the orange one. They do play a little bit different, a couple different cards in their core. So you're going to see a couple of things coming out. But it looks like our players is getting ready. They're shuffling up here, getting ready to be on our way. And we are going to go ahead and get this started. We do have the Dreaming Tree coming out first from the set player. And then on the other side, we have the usual Victor landmark, probably one of the two that's pretty much designed around Victor at this point. Is I'm pretty sure this is the Altar to Unity, if I'm honest. No, it's not Altar to Unity. This is the other one. This is the Grand Plaza, the one if you hold here and you have 7+ units here, you win the game. In fact, pretty much Victor's gonna want to span the board with pretty much recruits the entire time, hold that battlefield, and win. So looking at Set's hand here, we do have a couple different cards. We're going to go ahead with one of our usual 2 jobs at this point. We're going to go with the Challenger and pass the turn back on over the Victor. So it's going to start off a little slow. Set wants to get big units on board at any given time. Victor wants to sort of ramp up into their bigger units, but also just flood the board with tokens to try and create those trades and not lose much value on the flip side. But we're going to go ahead and see 2 runes tap here. Victor, going to go ahead and act that availability right again, because like we said before, we want to go ahead and get to 7 units to hold that other battlefield, pretty much cause that victory as a whole. But we're going to go ahead and go to number 1, get the point, get on the board nice and early, start that going, and pass back it over the set. So we're going to go back to set here at this point. Going to go to channel. Looks like we have 4 order runes, only 1 body rune. So have to be a little bit careful what we have. We do have the Fiora in hand. Looks like a Cold the Week to the hand. Looks like a Glory to hand, or a Troll Chant in hand. And I think that is also the Ferocity in hand. So not a lot in terms of units. I mean, we could play the Fiora, but you could run the situation here where you're just not drawing anything else off top of it. And you really want to play Fiora out when you're able to buff Fiora to get pretty much turn every other version of a card line to give it ganking and everything else the whole 9 yards. So you have to be a little bit careful when you want to play that out. And we're going to go ahead and get the Triferian Glory Seeker to the challenge. And Shen's going to be flashed in here. So Shen's going to be able to be flashed onto the battlefield at this point. And the way Shen works is Shen has reaction speed, gets a shield +2 when they're the defender, and then they also have tank. So Set's going to go ahead and tab out here, and we're going to see the Primal Rage coming on out to give this Glory Seeker a +7. So it's going to deal with both units on the board here, because Shen's only up to a 5 might, and then the recruit is only 1. So we're going to get the trade. A big reaction will come out, though, in terms of both players. Well, Set is going to go ahead and take that battlefield, get the +1 onto it, and then pass the turn back over. So not a bad place to hold, especially when your opponent only has a recruit on the field. You're going to be able to hold that battlefield for a little bit of time until Victor's going to be able to set up for a longer term. But we're going to go ahead and pass back over to Austin, otherwise known as the Victor player. And let's see what we have in hand. It looks like we have, 2 Walk the Planks, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm seeing that right. And the recruit's going to go ahead and take the other battlefield at this point, pass back over, see what else we have in hand, make a recruit. So this is where usually Victor wants to go ahead and use this sort of line to come out. We're going to go ahead and call the week. We have recruit, use call week, sack the recruit you just made, sack the Glory Seeker for make your opponent sacrifice their strong card as you're going to sack one of your cards in terms of the recruit going forward. We're actually going to go ahead and did we draw off that? I don't think that draws. I'm pretty sure you're only allowed to, it's not a choose ability. So you just kill the unit and you don't draw off of it. But like I said, I couldn't have seen it because I was too busy looking at other things. So if that does not work, then good, we're good to go. But it looks like we look at the hand, we do end up having the first mate. First mate will be able to get a unit ready. So you can go ahead and probably play something like this Fiora. No, first mate actually costs 3. So we could play it's not really the most ideal situation at this point. We could probably play one of our set pit bosses, just to prep and get ready, use the 4 and the get ready. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and use the 4, pass turnover, get the set ready on board, and pass back on over to the Victor player at this point. We're just going to go ahead and untap. We have the Soaring Scout, which does have Death Kneel, and when they die, they get to channel 1 rune to get the recruit. So a couple different options available to them. So we're going to go ahead and set up. What else do we have in hand? We're going to first go ahead and take the battlefield, take the point, go on up to number 3, take the other one, go up to number 4. And let's see, what do we have? What do we have? We have another Cold Week. We have a Stupefy and a couple other cards. Actually, we have the Watchful Sentry that can come on down, get the double Death Kneel trigger. Yep, we're going to go ahead and separate those out. So you go ahead and get the draw. Either your opponent has to choose now. Either I get to draw one or I get to channel one rune. Which one do you want to give me more of? So we get to go ahead. And then we're going to see another Call of the Week coming out to force the set to be sacrificed. And then I'm going to go ahead and kill the Sentry. And the Sentry's going to go ahead and draw a card. Yeah, it looks like we are drawing 2. If I'm not mistaken, you're not supposed to draw 2 off of that. But I will clarify with our judges afterwards to make sure I'm not missing it. As I might have already passed that situation, already passed the turn, but I'm going to clarify with our judges on that going forward so we get that cleaned up. But we need to go ahead and pass the turn. We did have a Kiana drawn. Kiana could come on down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we could see a Kiana come down or a Fiora come down with a first mate coming out as well. So let's see what the play here is. I mean, Fiora can come down, does get the deflect, can go ahead and do a couple different things with it, but we're going to go ahead and see the Kiana coming down. Maybe to get the Conquer and then get the draw ability off the Conquer if you want to go ahead and first mate her. Sometimes not the strongest play, but we're going to go ahead because we need to set up the board at this point. We're going to go ahead and Dreaming Tree, get the first mate down, try and clear up this recruit, and then we get to go ahead and try to draw. So something that could happen, but I think what's going to happen, we're going to stupefy the recruit to get the draw 2 cards, get this target, can't go less than 1 might. You get to draw off the stupefy, draw 1 off a target with the Dreaming Tree. Should have drawn 2 because it's first time each turn here you target it with a spell. I think we already drew 1. So it looks like we are missing a card ability from the Victor player, but it does make up if that Call of the Week was not meant to trigger that proper way. So we are going to go on up to 5, get the drawback in Victor turn. We do have the recruit. What else do we have here? I think that's the stratagem I just saw in hand. So it's going to count. We could play the Victor. Victor doesn't get played too much. Also have enough units to sacrifice with him. Most of the Victor's just there as a secondary unit. Well, we do have the second Call of the We had the third Call of the Week. Oh man, I mean it's not as strong now at this point because we do have 2 units on the side of Xander, so this might get to sacrifice the first mate and not have to worry about the Call of the Week. But the fact that we just hit 3 already is just in a wild position right now. So we are going to go ahead and think about what else we want to do. We are going to go ahead and deploy a unit over to the other battlefield, try and get a couple different recruits generated as well. Try and fill up that battlefield, get that position where we get to go ahead and hold 7 on this. But it looks like that Faithful Manufacturer will come on down into the same battlefield. Now we have 3 over on the Templar. So Keanu's going to go ahead and ready up here, get the whole point. We're going to go on up to 4 versus 3. And let's see what we have. Oh, sorry, 5 versus 3. So we're going to go ahead and draw a card. Ooh, Cynthia is not really what we're looking for. We saw the Troll Chant, and we do have a blade, Hidden Blade. But the Hidden Blade will make your opponent draw 2, which I'm not sure how much we want to do that in this position. It can also be used on your own unit if you want to, say, get the trigger with the Dreaming Tree. So we have, if you already have a set pit boss coming down, we have no showstopper though. So no showstopper does sort of hurt us a little bit because we're not able to then move a unit to try and contest this on the battlefield. So we have to move something back and then move something up later on to go ahead and get that trade that we want to happen. We want to try and prevent the victor from getting up to that 7 units onto that battlefield. But let's go ahead and do some math here. Like I said, you could just go ahead and deploy maybe set if you want to battlefield, but again, not too much. You can do a Cynthia in set, give set Cynthia that +1 buff, because the way Cynthia works, that if the leader comes in the field, you can put a +1 buff counter on me. And you can also set up something like that Troll Chant later on. With Troll Chant, you can have the alternative off to spend a buff to keep one of the Kiana alive later on if you need to. But you're pretty much going to be playing on behind the 8 ball a little bit. You're going to want to set up for your future turns here. So it looks like exactly what we're debating. Probably playing the Cynthia, just trying to set up a big unit so we can try and clear up that other battlefield, because it is triggered off of a hold. So you won't have to worry about your opponent getting it next turn to get that instant win victory. And yeah, exactly what we're going to have. We're going to have Cynthia comes down. One of them will trigger, getting a buff counter on one of them, which will be the first card that was played. And then we're going to sit there and hold this battlefield. Looks like with it's now 6, 7 on the field. 4 units left if we want to go ahead and play the set just to make a big field. And it looks like set is going to go ahead and come on down. The pit boss will come down back into the base though. and we're going to put another buff counter onto the secondary Cynthia, as both of them now buffed up, ready to go. We have what we need to pay for the troll chant if we need to, and pass the turn back on over to Austin. So Austin's going to go on up to 6, get the channel or 2 runes for the turn. Nice spread looks in the runes, and we're going to go ahead and draw another scout. So it looks like the call of the week looking a little bit less damaging at this point. I mean, especially the fact that now you have filling up the board exactly what they want to do. That call of the week isn't really getting as much value unless you want to use it just so you could trigger one of your own death kneel abilities off either a sentry. In this case, the only thing we have is the scout to channel 1 extra rune, but you're not really spending too much back out at this point, as we're going to go ahead and see the scout come back into the other battlefield to just try and stack up to 7. And we're going to see the blue victor coming in down here. Both victors are now sitting on this field, ready to cause a menace. So rereading what the blue victor does, but we do have it so when you play a card on your opponent's turn, you get the recruit token on your base. So it does maybe open up a line that your opponent might have some spells to use with it. I'm going to go ahead and try and move the recruit back over there. And the way this works as well, so we have to be careful because there is the ability where we have the victor that does let recruits get made if you go ahead and non-recruit unit dies. But we are going to go ahead and use the ability to hide. I think there was a hidden blade and get the other unit recruit there. So we are set up. I think we have 1 short, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 units there. So we are trying to set up here to pretty much get this victory. So we have to be careful what's happening. We have to try and clear up this board a little bit. But like I said, we do have the hidden blade underneath. So it might be a situation we might have to just send a unit there to be sacrificed and then just try to maybe bait it out or just clear out a bunch of these recruit tokens. So you don't hit that 7 victory win con. Ooh, and there is the showstopper coming off the top. So showstopper is available here if we need it. There is the Fiora in hand to go ahead and give it deflected, ganking, and shield. So the question is, how do we want to set this up? Like I said, at this point, you're in a sort of a difficult position here because if you think that is a hidden blade underneath, you have to be careful of what you're sending into this battlefield. Just not trade. You may have to do something where you're sending up either a couple units, try and get the trade, get the hidden blade coming out, then send in the Fiora afterwards, or just try and send in the first mate, get a couple different trades just to put them off slowly and just try and play the whole game. But you're behind the 8 ball in the whole game. Austin's already at 6 points, and you have Xander over here sitting at 4. So we have to be very careful on how we set this up because you're behind in the point trade value. You're not going to be able to fully just play the whole game, which sometimes set likes to do with just setting up big units that's hard to remove. But we do have a hidden blade ourselves here, so we can try and send a hidden blade, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to send the first mate here. Start the showdown. Try and clear up some of these recruit tokens. See if you can bait out the hidden card. Try and set this up exactly as we talked about. So if not, we get to trade a couple of these recruits. Clear the recruits. You don't have to worry about the death kneel. Your opponent's not anywhere close to getting that hold ability trigger, and then perfect. No response. Okay. It's probably now you're getting the information thinking it could be a hidden blade. What else is Victor hiding there? Maybe a rune, but it's more likely a hidden blade at this point because they didn't want to use it on your first mate. So probably maybe something like Sat or something bigger to come into play here. And the other downside is that you have your own hidden blade. You can let your opponent draw 2 cards, but you don't get to trigger the ability where you don't get to move it. And we are going to go ahead and see the Fiora come down. We're going to go ahead and instantly Showstopper. Showstopper's going to come down and give it a buff on the Fiora. And Fiora's going to go ahead and attempt to move in this battlefield here with 5. Now, no, it does have ganking and it does have deflect. So if we want to go ahead and hidden blade it, we will have to use pay an extra rune just to be able to target the Fiora. So let's see what happens here. So we're going to see the hidden blade coming down. We're going to have to pay 1 rune now. If we're targeting it, we do get to draw or get the recruit off of the victor, because victor does get to go ahead and play 1. And we're just instead going to, so that will be with that. Looks like, oh, interesting. So we are going to go ahead and start with Grove of the Will, and then looks like we have the other rune, other one that will go ahead and let you possible. We do have Obelisk of Power, where at the start of each player's first beginning phase, each player channels one rune. So everyone gets to start with one extra rune as they go along here. But we are good to go. Yep, letting your opponent know, yeah, you get to channel one rune beginning. So do you get that? You get the extra 3. You get to go and go up to 4 in terms of the victor player. But we get to go ahead and set up here. Ooh, we have to think. I mean, we have 3 runes available, but do we have nothing? We have a pit boss. So this is where we have issues with the pit rookie. Pit rookie is a powerful card, but it really stinks when it's your only card in hand because you want to use it. You want to use its on play ability to buff something else on your field. So it stinks at times when it's your only card. But we're going to put an arena bar down. Pass the turn back over to Victor. It looks like Victor does end up having the Siphon Power. We have a Call of the Week, and we do have some runes available. Yep, we're going to go ahead and float. Nope, we're not going to float. We're just going to play Victor flat out here. Not going to go ahead and float anything to set up maybe some future turns here. But we're going to go ahead and put down 5. So 5 will be available. Get the draw card with a Troll Chant. Not another unit, which we're still hoping for. I mean, as a case, we can go ahead and play set here, but you're playing right into a Call of the Week, so you have to be a little bit careful. You can do something if you actually. So there's a line you can do. You can play this set down if you want. You do have the buff counter on him with Arena Bar, but instead we're going to play the Fiora down. Fiora's going to go ahead and get the +1 buff counter, and then with the Arena Bar, so the mighty ability of Fiora is going to go ahead and be online. And if there is a Cold of the Week that comes in, you can use a set ability to go ahead and spend that buff and to ready your not re-ready, but to save your Fiora from dying, pretty much. So keep that in mind as I cook them out. Like I said, this is why Cold of the Week sometimes gets cut, especially in game 2, because it does weaken it a little bit. We are going to go ahead and see Victor's ability be used here to go ahead and get 1 recruit. We're going to channel a rune, put it back down there to get in the value here to go ahead and use the seal. So Victor is probably one of the few champions in the game right now that does utilize these seal cards. It does let you go ahead and pay the cost. So what's going to happen here is that Cold Week is going to come down. They're going to go ahead and spend the buff, use its ability to then channel, recycle 1 rune back, and then save the Fiora. So going forward, it pretty much will be ready to go at the start of next turn. Now, if there's a second Cold of the Week, that could go ahead and punish things, but then you go down, you'll pretty much be down to no body runes. So I don't know how much Victor wants to do that. You can go ahead and either hide something if you want, but again, you're just going to go down on the rune value where this is going to go let the ramp set player go ahead and ramp up going forward. So you have to keep that a little bit careful. And it looks like I was misquoted possibly earlier. I think Austin won game number 1, so I do apologize for that. But with that being said, as we set up, like I said, thank you again to our sponsors for the event with these amazing sleeves from FC, looks like from Barry and Bartery. So thank you guys again for sponsoring this stream and this 1K as we let our players go ahead and think about what actions they want to take here. Because it looks like we do have the pit rookie, we do have the first mate, we do have the Kiku to go ahead and buff other units. So there's a couple different lines that can come into play here. You could play something like the pit rookie, go ahead and buff the Fiora, let the Fiora come in, take a area, and then you can go ahead and play the first mate if you want to go ahead and untap it, and then get ganking if you want to. But you might want to save this first mate for later on abilities. So you can go ahead and instead use the pit rookie or the arena boss to go ahead and give your pit rookie a +1 buff and save the Kinku for later on as well. Pretty much just want to try to set up a board here where you can go ahead and utilize something like the Troll Chant and use your buffs without going down too much in value. So it looks like exactly what we're thinking of here, but instead we're going to go ahead and I think just come down with the first mate onto the battlefield that Fiora's on, set the pit rookie to go ahead and gain the second zone and set that up ready to go up to, it looks like 2 points. Use the arena bar to go and give the first mate another buff counter here, or the first buff counter, go up the 4, put a lot of power onto this battlefield to get the hold trigger draw at the start of your next turn. So we're going to pretty much set that up as much as possible here, and now let's see what ends up coming in next. So we're going to go ahead and pass the turn back on over to Victor here. Victor's going to go ahead and set up, and let's see what we have in hand. We do have a 1,000-tail Watcher. It's a little too early for that. We do have a Falling Comet. We can try and deal with something like the Fiora, but Fiora could just be saving them by the set ability. But sometimes you might have to just make them burn it and try and win in the value game. But this is a little bit of a rough position right now. We're not seeing other units in hand to try and utilize something into these trades. What else do we have in hand? Looks like we do have... So we're just going to go ahead and first do the showdown, try and clear out the pit rookie, maybe try and get the set ability spent or something like a Troll Chant spent to try and clear something up ahead of time, which is available. You don't lose the possibility of losing a Fiora, so we can go ahead and use it off of your first mate, spend the buff to pay for Troll Chant for 3, give a +3 over the pit rookie, make pit rookie a 5 might unit, and then you're going to go ahead and see the fallen comet come down to just to go ahead and kill the pit rookie because you need to leave your victor alive. So the fallen comet is going to go ahead and come on down for 6 damage and clear the pit rookie out. As Victor's going ahead and take his first points for the turn. Um, really well played. You don't have to make your victor go ahead and spend something out to deal with a unit that it didn't really want to deal with, just so to keep the victor alive. It really shows in terms of the set player. You have to be thinking, wow, if they had to use this on to my pit rookie, they're really lacking in plays. And this is sort of where you want to go ahead and just push the tempo as much as possible because there's not really a lot of other reactions happening in the on your opponent's side of the field. So what's going to happen now? Fiora and first we're going to go ahead and untap. We go ahead and go up the point. We get our hold trigger. Hold trigger is going to affect where we get to draw a card for hold. Okay, now we get to go ahead, make sure everything's awakened, get to go channel your 2 runes, and then draw for the turn as well. So let's go ahead and get that prepped here. We're going to go ahead and channel our 2 runes. And let's see, where do we draw off the top? I mean, we still have the set available if you want to play a set down. We do have a challenge out, though. Challenge can go ahead and trade into the victor, getting this victor off the field, and then your opponent's stuck with only a recruit. Now, this is a tempting play. This is something you have to think about. Your opponent is tapped out, though, but you don't know what hidden card is underneath there. But I don't think it matters too much because hidden cards can only affect the battlefield they're at. So if it's something like a hidden blade, it can only affect the battlefield it's at. Hidden blade cannot go ahead and kill the Fiora on the other side of the field. So you can go ahead and challenge here with the Fiora, go ahead and clear up this victor. You do have the +5 might, and you get to go ahead and then gank over afterwards if you really want to. So let's see what happens. They're going to sit there and debate this out a little bit. We're going to sit there. You're going to see 4. You're going to see the set come on down here. So that's going to be buffed up a little bit because it does have its own buff. Gets another buff from the Fiora. So it's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8 might onto this set with tank. We're going to see the hidden blade coming out as well. So we're going to go ahead and, oh, sorry. So we did the challenge coming out. We do have set challenging Victor here with the 8 might. It's going to clip this Victor if possible. If there's any type of response that Victor has, no, Victor's going to go ahead and die. Don't get the ability on itself. We can channel that room back. And then we have 2 available. I think hidden blade costs 3, if I'm not mistaken. And we cannot showstopper because showstopper is from base, but we can go ahead and cause this gank ability here. If they want to hidden blade it, they can, but they have to pay another rune out. But if you want to clear it up, we might as well activate the channel the runes just to draw 2 cards before your recruit dies. That's going to go ahead and clear up the recruit. All battlefields are now held by set at this point. Setting up a really demanding position at this point. Going to put Victor on the back foot as to really think of what they're going to be able to do. There's also a set ability still online to go ahead and save one of the units if they die to some form of spell. No, we're going to go ahead and set up here. What do we draw off the top? Doing our count, there could be a stratagem that comes up. Nope, we're going to go ahead and set up with 1,000-tail watcher is going to come on in to give -3 to everyone. I imagine probably clearing up the Fiora, maybe? So that doesn't have anything. So right now that is a 6, 7. Counts itself, -4. So nothing else. So it can clear up both those units if it wants to. And it can use it to save with set's buff if you want to as well. Because right now it does not have a buff on the first mate. So you can try and clear it up, get rid of that battlefield, prevent the hold and drawing an extra card. That's pretty much all you can do right now is just clear up that battlefield. I don't think we have another troll chant in hand, do we? Oh no, but we do have we do have the hidden blade. So the hidden blade is going to go ahead and come on out here, kill the 1,000-tail watcher. He's going to let your opponent draw 2 cards, but you're just in a position where your opponent's tapped out, no more resources available to them, and they're going to be stuck with a empty battlefield on their side. And yeah, let's go ahead and scoop that up. They're like, yeah, I had no comeback for that one, and let's go ahead and go to the next one. So it looks like we are going to go to a game 3, if I'm not mistaken. We did lose the power right before the end of game number 1, but if I'm understanding correctly, this will be game number 3 going forward. So we're going to go ahead and set this up and get the shuffling ready to go. Get our last battlefields available ready to them. Because for those who don't know who are just new to Riftbound or learning the game, you cannot use the same battlefield more than once in a match. So that's why you have 3 unique battlefields. So we're going to go out into our next ones here. And looking at our next battlefields that is available to us, Set is going to go ahead and let's see, what one did Set put out? I'm trying to remember looking at the image. Too busy other knowledge. So we have the Monastery of Hirana, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. This is the one that lets you go ahead and spend a buff to draw 1 card. And then on the side of Victor, Victor's going to go ahead out with the Triferian War Camp, if I'm looking at that image correctly. But that one is units here have +1 might. This also includes attackers. So we do have a couple of different ways to buff your units that's going to hold these different battlefields. So you're going to have to be a little bit careful on what's going to trade into your little ahead of time. But I mean, Set's happy both these, buffing his own units and then being able to also spend his buff to draw a card with his own battlefield. It's a lot of different ways to go about it, but I imagine Victor's going to go ahead and go on the play here, go up to 2 runes, try and get out something a little bit early to try and pretty much establish the battlefield so Set doesn't just run out of control again. But if I don't think either of our players re-changed their sideboard at all for this matchup, so no special gimmicks for, oh, this is only if I'm going first, this is only if I'm going second. We're going to keep the sideboards exactly where they are, and we're going to go ahead and shuffle on up here and go into the game, the final game of round number 2. So players go ahead off the decks to cut. We're going to get the cut here. So what do we end up drawing? We end up drawing, I think, a singularity on the form of Victor, and then on Set's side, we draw Kiana, we draw First Mate, we draw, I think, a Typhurian Challenger, if I'm not mistaken, and we do have a Shen, and we have Shadram. Ooh, this might be a rough hand looking for Set. I mean, Victor. Victor is probably going to end up having to do a simple create a token pass. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a token here and pass the turn on over back to Set. Set has 3. We can do something like the challenger if we really want to. We don't want to do a first mate here, I imagine. Oh no, it's actually an arena bar. Sorry, that is not a challenger. So the arena bar is going to come down, set up for different units going to come on in and get that buff counter going forward. So let's go ahead and channel our 2 runes. Ooh, no. Sorry, no mind runes, if I'm not mistaken. So none of those runes are going to come on down now at this point, and we're going to be a little bit behind. It's going to be nothing, only body runes. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and just send a recruit over, give it a +1 attack, take the first point of the game, try and hold that going forward. But we're in a little bit awkward situation. We're going to go ahead with the scout as well. So we're going to have a representative of 4 power here sitting at this battlefield, make it a little bit harder to take back early on. Now there is the possibility we want to put a hidden blade, but I don't think so. Let's pay the 1, activate the recruit. We can make it 6. We're going to make it, no, we're not going to make it 6. We're just going to put the recruit back in base if we need to. And then possibly pass turn. Like I said, we do have that hidden blade. We are actually going to hide the hidden blade. Okay, so hidden blade is going to go ahead and be hidden onto this battlefield here. So we're going to go up to 5 runes for Set. And then looking at, we have a Cynthia in hand. We do have, I think, a Kiana in hand and the first mate. So we could do something like the Cynthia comes down, the first mate comes down and readies her, giving her the buff to take the other battlefield. Then you can spend the buff to draw a card if you want over into the monastery. If you need to refill your hand, if you're not liking how it looks, because I mean, you're not be able to take this war camp easily, especially because this war camp already has 4 power sitting on it, and Cynthia will only come in with 3. So let's go ahead and see what sets up here. But looks like we are thinking about the Cynthia to come on down. So we are debating. We also could do Cynthia into Challenger if we wanted to as well, because it does have the Legion ability. But no, we are just going to go ahead and play the Challenger down on its own. Or sorry, the Glory Seeker, not Challenger. We're going to give it the buff. And then we're going to first mate ready it. Come on in for 4 to try and take the trade. Just initiate the trade if possible. I mean, you could go ahead and hidden blade this, give your opponent 2 more cards, but I'm not sure how much you're willing to do that. But you also don't want to take the option where you're not getting the trade as a whole, because you don't want to hidden blade your own scout, because you don't get the trade off at that point. So we're going to go ahead and just kill it to just draw 2 cards and channel a rune. We want to see a Cold Week off the top here, and then just imagine let the recruit die possibly. I don't know what else. We have a Stupefy to give it a -3, but it's not going to change anything. And then we're going to go ahead, yeah, and just lose the recruit, give the battlefield up over to Set, not initiate the trade, and then go into the next turn here. So it's going to go up to 1 point, pass it on over, and let's see what Victor has available to him. Like I said, right now, all we have available is the Call of the Week right now. So let's see, what do we draw off the top here? We end up seeing, I can't see what that card is. I think that was a Vanguard Captain, which you get to go ahead and get 2 tokens, but you need to activate Legion for it. So I'm not sure. You could stupefy something just to get the Legion ability, get a couple more recruits on the field if you really want to. You could try and set up one of these other zones, or maybe you can either call the week and then play it afterwards. But even if you call the week, Set can set up with a buff spend to then save it. So we're going to go ahead and first move to the other battlefield. Go ahead and get that point. Go on up to 2 points as we hold and try and think about what else we want to do in this situation here. Because you might also want to have the situation where you save up Shen for something if you really need to. So let's see what ends up being the play here. I mean, there's a couple different options. One of them's probably definitely the optimal line, so you have to be a little bit careful. But we might, oh, we just want to hard cast Shen. We are. We're just going to go ahead and hard cash in on over here with the shield and the tank ability. So we don't want to save it up. Probably just to activate the captain to then get the Legion ability to come out to get a couple different tokens coming down. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. Gonna play Shen to that base, put a little more might in this battlefield here, and then captain's going to come on the base, make 2 recruits, and try this out for a future turn. So pass the turn back over. Set's going to go up to 2 points here. Going to be tied at 2-2. Pass turn. What do we end up drawing off the top? I think it's another Kiana. So Kiana is in hand. Looks like we're doing some math. Maybe to do some math, maybe a Kiana challenge. Maybe try and clear up a board unit that way. Trying to do a couple of the math, see what we're able to do in this situation here. Because you could play Kiana, you could buff Kiana, you give her up to 5. You can clear up the Shen with a challenge because challenge is shield is only for defending. Challenge would not create a combat. Say it isn't. I think challenge is a unit, and we're going to go ahead and play the set down here. We're going to give it a buff up to 5, just try and hold this battlefield as much as possible. This battlefield is huge at this point. You have to set at 5, 6, 7, 8 power, I think, right now. And then the challenge is going to go ahead and come down. Maybe try to clear up the Shen. You can go ahead and take this first mate onto back the monastery, just to clear that up if you're able to. So we're going to see the challenge come down, and Shen is going to go ahead and hit the grave. So Shen is going to go ahead and die here. They're talking about channeling runes to see if there's anything that they're missing here. It does not look like it. All right, so it looks like he might have missed a rune. So he's going to go ahead and make sure we get it paid properly. Yep, always make sure your opponents are playing fairly. You always want to make sure. But first mate is going to go ahead and go to this monastery, just clear up this recruit token to go up in another point, go up to 3, take the point lead at this point, and now all Set's do is just hold these battlefields down. I mean, you can come in with the captain and clear up the monastery, but Set's going to have that point lead where all I have to do is just hold this one position, and they'll just end up winning the game off of holds. So we're going to go ahead and pass on it back over here to Austin at this point. Austin's face in his hands, trying to think, what can I do here? What can get me out of this? I mean, you have the singularity. The singularity would end up dealing 6, but does not kill Set. So you have to be a little bit careful because singularity does not cause reactive triggers. Singularity alone is this instantly deal 6 to 2, not a do twice ability. So you cannot kill something and Set at the same time. So you have to be very careful on how you're utilizing that. But now we have to think, okay, what else is there able to do for me? I mean, I could try and take this battlefield out from the first mate, try and get the hole, but it doesn't really satisfy. We can call the weak and can lose maybe the Glory Seeker and lower Set down a little bit, but Set does count himself. So it'll still be at 7, 8 alone. So Set will still be too big for Singularity unless he ends up sacrificing it to end up using with the Set ability. But you're in a rough spot at this point for Victor. You have to think about how you're able to get out of this hole that you're sort of in at this point. This is what Set does. Set plays big units and just wants to hold these battlefields as much as possible. So we're going to go ahead and we're in the tank now at this point. We are going to go ahead and think as much as possible. What we could do, we can maybe stupefy to lower the power of 1 to -1, maybe just filter it, see what we have on the top of the deck, and maybe something else can help us in this situation here. But there is some hard thinking happening, but we might just cause this trade first to happen for assisting personal time in the think tank. So we're going to go ahead and effect to try and draw this 3 and 3. Nope, we're going to go ahead and stupefy to make it 3 to 2. Spend the 1 and then draw a card. So I'm going to draw a card off that, get that zone to go ahead and go up to 3. And this is where the decision making has to happen at this point. Ooh, we do have a stratagem actually, but I think we don't have enough runes yet for the stratagem. So we have to try and survive another turn before it comes on down. But then the grand stratagem could give everything +5 and then come in for technically 7 attack per unit at that point. That is a possibility of that could happen because yeah, we need 6. So we're going to go ahead and set up a little bit more. We're going to go ahead and play the machine. Evangel. I always mispronounce this word. I apologize ahead of time. But try and set that up with a 4, and then you can stratagem next turn and just try and take that battlefield out that way. So we're going to go ahead and pass on over here back to Set. And Set's going to go ahead and draw. The question is, do they see this play coming? Do they think they have a way out of it and have to retreat? By this point, they're going to go ahead and hold. I mean, you have the Kiana. You could try and get your units buffed up as much as possible and just play big units onto this board. And we're going to go ahead and possibly see that Kiana coming down. Or Cynthia. Cynthia is going to come on down for 2. Played into this battlefield. So that will be set up here. We have 5. So we're going to go ahead and play the other. Nope. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and play the other set at this point. Since it gets on played, it gets to go ahead and get a buff counter up to 1. And then that Cynthia should also have a buff counter because Set was played this turn. So Cynthia should end up having 1 more buff counter on it. Let's see if the player does end up seeing that play on how it should have happened. But we are going to go ahead and untap and ready here. It looks like Cynthia does not get her buff counter. Oh, yep. Looks like they caught it now because of the playability. We are going to go ahead and have that buff counter come on in here. So buff counter is going to come on over the Cynthia here. So it looks like we have pretty much a big battlefield. We have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 might on set. So it's going to take a lot of damage. This is what the math is happening right now. Can we stratagem into this battlefield and end up clearing this out? Is exactly what's happening here. Do we have enough? We have to clear this battlefield out as much as possible because we have 4. So we have to do this math. So set's gonna be huge. If we stratagem, give everything +5 here. So let's do the math in real time. All right, so free stratagem here. Stratagem gives friendly units +5 might. So 9, 6, 6, so 12, 21, which I think is more than enough to clear this battlefield because 21 versus 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 17. But instead, we are just going to go ahead with the watch and give everything -3. Not accelerated, doesn't come in and give -3. And then we're going to try and attempt to attack here. So we have, looks like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 versus 1. So this is math time. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 7 -3 on set. 1 for Glory Seeker, so 8. And that's sort of where that was staying because Cynthia negates out because Cynthia gets 1 +1 for the buff up to 2 minus plus another one for holding the war camp, so 3, but then watch -3, so Cynthia would negate herself out. The only thing counting the buff counter 4 at this point is for Set's ability. That makes him bigger. But Set does have to have damage dealt to it first because Set does have tank. So you do have to be careful of that. And now the question is there something like a Glory Seeker or something or Troll Chant or something in hand to maybe buff up the battlefield a little bit more? But Set does have to have all the damage done to him first because of that tank ability. So it looks like they're just discussing right now the math and such that's going to go ahead and happen here and what that final number is going to be agreed upon. So I'm not sure why Cynthia dies. Oh, okay. Tank's dying first. Okay, that's what I was about to say. All right, so yeah, Seth did die first because of the tank ability, and then he can deal damage out back everywhere else afterwards. I'm going to use the set ability here on the legend ability to go ahead and spend that buff channel rune to go ahead and save your set. And let's see anything else, and we might end up just passing the turn on over here. So we have a situation where this set could come in. So we have 2 different sets here. We have the set Kingpin that's going to go ahead and get +1 for buffs. But then we have the orange set. And the way the orange set works, if I'm not mistaken, this one is, yeah, set Brawler. So this one will be able to spend a buff, get +4 to go up to 8, take a battlefield to get another buff on Conquer. Then when you Conquer, you spend the Monastery to go ahead and draw. And you give the buff counter back after cycling with the Arena bar if you want to. If you need to filter out your hand, it's a very complicated line of attacking here. But that might be, no, we don't actually spend the buff at all. We're just going to go straight 4 and the 4 here. Take that, take up to 5. We're going to go ahead and spend the buff because you can stack these any way you want, technically, because they're both on Conquer abilities. So yeah, exactly what he did. He spent the buff to draw a card, and then he put the buff back on, basically, because both of them are conquer abilities. You get to go ahead and put those on the chain any order you like to resolve them, and which one you want to have resolved first. And then looks like we're counting up runes here, seeing what they have. So we are going to go up to 6 points over here on Xander's side at this point. Was that 5? It might be 5, sorry. 5 points on Xander's side. And then let's figure out what we have. So Set's going to come in here, take that one up to 6 now. And just to try and hold versus the Watcher going forward, you can now go ahead and buff up your own set if you want to, depending on what you have in hand. Looks like we do have a Fiora and a Kiana in hand. So you can play something like the Fiora in the hand if you want, and then buff the Fiora. This is not Shrek, ladies and gentlemen. This is not Fiona. We are not in Shrek. So we could buff the Fiora if we want to. No point playing the Kiana's here because Kiana does have a Conquer ability, and since you already conquered, you don't get the abilities off the counters. You don't get to channel the one. You don't get to go ahead and draw a card, so you're not going to get the value out of it. Looks like we're going to go ahead though and see this set Kingpin going to be buffed up here, back up to 7 might. Dream of Shine trade into that Watcher if you want to later on. We're going to see Cynthia come down, and then I imagine maybe something played in the base here. You could probably play the Fiora or the Kiana in the base at this point, just to get the buff on the Cynthia to buff up that battlefield. Or you could play it right to base because right to the battlefield because you already have it controlled at this point. And technically, actually, technically speaking, Fiora is already is mighty because of the way War Camp works. You just get +1 might, so it does make Fiora 5 might, which does put mighty online ready to go. So she does have all the abilities activated to her. And now they're back to doing math. Back to doing all the fun math of how big are units at this point. So let's see, because I think he's asking mostly because he has that singularity in hand, and then he still has the stratagem in hand as well. So there's a couple of ways he has to deal with this if he wants to deal with it, and then try and clear up this board. So let's see, we do have enough for stratagem. We have enough for singularity. I think stratagem might be the play here though, because you can sit there and stratagem, give your watcher a pretty big like body at this point, and then try and clear up into this. Or you could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is an instability where you could call the weak here just to see if you want to trigger something like the set ability to happen. If he wants to waste his buff early and not save a unit to try and bait it out. I doubt it will be baited because ideally, because you wouldn't want to save something like the Cynthia. Instead, we are just going to go ahead and trigger the combat here. The shutdown is sent on the monastery. We have 7 in the 5. Clear that up, take the point, going up to 6 ourselves tied into the area. And then if you sit there and use a stratagem is going to sit and make everything 6 in terms of recruits. So recruits are going to come in for 18 damage onto this battlefield and clear this up if you want and go up to 7 points and try and force Set to clear it up with a hold. Because you already made Set waste his buff to go ahead and save it on the brawler. So this might come down. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see the Grand Stratagem coming on down here. You're going to buff everything on the board. You're going to have 6 might recruits coming on in, crash on in here for 18 to try and clear up this board state and take point number 7 and just try and hold into the next turn if possible. Because all the Set will have to clear up both boards at that point in terms of the Watcher and the War Camp. So that's going to come on crashing. There's actually more than that because it's going to be 6, 12, 18 plus 1 in each. So 7, 14, 21 damage is going to come on down here at this point. And so, yeah, 21 damage is going to come on down here. It looks like Xander can't believe it. That was probably the best outline we have. Really well played here from Austin, all that as much as possible. So, yeah, 714, doing the math here of how much damage was on. I think 2 recruits are going to go ahead and die in response at this point. And he can't use the ability to save them anymore because you can't conquer, so Set's not untapped. And we're going to go into Xander's turn having to take back a battlefield. But wait, hold on. We still have Cold the Week, I think. We could force Cold the Week here, kill that Set, and then exactly what's going to happen. So Cold Week's going to come on down here, kill that other Set, leaving Xander with an empty board state, trying to kill both. Or he has to at least kill the Watcher off the board here with nothing on the field. So we do know we have Kiana's. Kiana comes in for 5, though. Kiana isn't available. Kiana isn't tapped. I mean, we could Showstopper up to 5 coming in for the attack. But again, it's still not enough. We need a challenge. A challenge doesn't even get us there. I don't know what we're drawing off the top here to get us out of this. That is a first mate. So we can conquer, draw with the first mate. 4, 7. But you're still wondering short to even do a challenge at this point. I'm not sure what we're able to do because I mean that's gonna be the best line available. I mean, you could Channel Rune, but again, Channel Rune doesn't get either because Channel Rune comes in exhausted. I think this might be it for Austin. Austin might have this game number 3. Xander's in the tank. I mean, maybe unless I'm missing a card in the hand here, but the biggest Kiana can get up to is a 6. Doing the math, yeah, you could do 4, 7. You could play as Kiana, you could play a first mate, but again, that's only if you put it into the War Camp. Again, that's only going to be 6 might in form of Kiana, and then you don't even get to draw off it. Yeah, you're going to play Kiana down, pay 3, first mate on tap. You're going to come in ready here. Ooh, actually, slight misplay, possibly. Yeah, and not about the Kiana, and that's all we had. So that's going to be it, and that is going to be game number 3 over on the Austin. Victor is going to take game number 3 versus Set here, as we have a couple minutes left in that round, but really well played out from Austin at that point. Really holding on to those key cards when it was needed. And congratulations on your round number 2 victory. I think moving up to 2-0. But with that being said, folks, as our players are shuffling, we're going to finish round. I would like to thank again our sponsors for the day. Our first sponsor of the day is going to be Very Good Embroidery. Makes great custom playmats, apparel, and esports jerseys and more. So if you're looking at anything to help elevate your esports team or some TCG merch or just overall merch for your store, make sure to go ahead and check them out and upgrade your gear. And FCBC, our secondary sponsor at this point, is going to go ahead and be, FCBC will be a secondary sponsor with a line of great sleeves, binders, competitive accessories for your TCG needs at a very competitive price. So make sure to go ahead and check them out. In the meantime, as well, their QR codes will be popping up on the screen as you see here today. So make sure you go ahead and check them out at some point, and spend a look of money. I'm not sure. I think one of them has a Black Friday sale, if I'm not mistaken. It could not be because this is Black Friday itself. So if you're not shopping for your significant other TCG friends, make sure to go ahead and check them out and get a little bit of extra merch. But with that being said, everyone, we will be back here shortly. I'll catch you back for round number 3. Alrighty. We are back. Thank you everyone for joining us back at the Banish Zone Black Friday 1K. And on our future match for round number 3, we have Tiny Chad on Ari and Victor playing Kaisa. So this is an interesting matchup. People are really starting to play Ari more, thinking it's really favored into Kaisa. Ari has a couple good. Ari itself has a good ability where if someone attacks near the defender, all attacks get -1 might. So you really set up some really strong hold position as a whole. So you have to be there's a little heads up about how you attack into them. Looks like they're going to go ahead and have their battlefield set up here and prepped and ready to go. So let's see the dice roll. We have Tiny Chad rolling a 6. I don't know. I think that was an odd or evens call, and I'm not sure who got what. So we'll find out. We are going to have the Dreaming Tree and the Dreaming Tree as our first battlefields happening here. So not shocking. Both these sort of legends like to use a lot of different spells and abilities to either target opponents or target themselves. And activate a couple different things. Ari has things like Charm, has Green in their kit, so they used Discipline or Disciple, sorry, to go ahead and activate if they want to as well. So there's going to be a couple different cards that's going to be used here in this matchup as a whole. And then you have supervised and such, of course, as well. So let's go ahead and drop our 4. Let's see. We have looks like a Cleave, a Ray, a Pouty Poro, and a Noxious Rearguard in the forms of Kaisa. Not a bad opener. Ari did end up mulliganing 1. I think see what else. I think I see a Retreat and a couple of other cards of Ravenbloom Student, another 4 cost Ari, and an On Guard. So not bad. I think Kaisa's still debating. I think this isn't a bad keep. I mean, if anything, you could send back the Ray, but I think Ari's kit is low enough to maybe justify keeping this. But and then it looks like Tiny Chat is going to go ahead and be on the play, drawing first, drawing into a watch. So we're really set up into a little bit of a curve here, and we're going to have that Rainbow soon come down for the first play of the game. So setting up those Mind and Fury runes, we did end up drawing into another. I think it was another Cleave. No, that's a Void Seeker, but Pouty Poison coming down. So pretty much very straight and generic openings in this case situation. We do have the Watchful Sentry come down as well. But let's go ahead and trigger. Let's get a Ravenloom Student down. Let's go ahead and get the Conquer coming down. Let's get that 1. Let's see if we can bait out anything from the form of Kaisa player at this point. But let's see what happens. But I think we're just going to go to 1 and 1 each. Yep, exactly what's happened. So we go down the 1. And then Watchful Sentry is going to come on down in the back line here and passing on turn over, keeping that retreat in hand to go ahead and target back your Ravenbloom Sentry if you need to, and get the draw trigger if you want. Kaiser's going to get their draw 2 channel. Let's see. We did end up drawing a Lecturing Yordle, which isn't a horrible play to set up for later on. But you could end up just trying to bait out a couple things. You could do the Ray onto the student here, maybe, if you really want to. But first, I guess let's go ahead and initiate the trade that happens. Just note, because of the fact of the way this works, so On Guard is going to be a reaction. We have the first trigger happening. It's going to go ahead and get the draw ability off of this, going up to a 5 because it gets a +1 for the spell resolving. So it's 3 +2 for On Guard. And you get the draw card as well because the first time you targeted a friendly unit this turn. Now, do note, because of the fact that On Guard is reaction speed, so this has to resolve first. On Guard will have to resolve, draw will have to resolve first. Unless he has another reaction ability. Because the reaction is passed, so you get to go ahead and say, okay, I want to go ahead, allow that resolves, which is possible. So if he has no reaction, technically the target is happening, get the draw card. Okay, guard is drawn. Now there's a couple of options in form. If you want to initiate the trade, you could do the Ray. You can also want to initiate trade. You could do something like the Cleave here onto your Poro and do a 5, initiate another trade. Interesting part here is that you don't have to retreat the Ravenbloom student if you don't want to. So it looks like we are going to go ahead and pay 1. Nope, never mind. Pay 3. Void Seeker is going to come in down here, deal 4. So Void Seeker is going to go ahead and come on down here to deal 4 over to the Rainbow student to initiate the trade afterwards if they want it. So the 4 damage would come on. So technically it's a total damage of 6 happening. And even if you have a retreat, the Rainbow student will still die if you don't target the Rainbow student. Rainbow student, the retreat would have to be targeted on Ravenbloom. And looks like still holding action priority? No. Passed, I guess opponent passed on a reaction as well, allowing the trade. And then trying to come in for the death right now for 3. And we're going to go ahead and nope, there is no Rainbow trigger happening. We do get the retreat coming on in here to save the Ravenblue student coming in. So 2 spells wasted on Kaisa trying to kill the Ravenblue student. Really good temple play in this case with the Ari player, because wasted a lot of different resources trying to deal with 1 unit. I mean, sure, Pouty Poro gets to go ahead and get the hold, but that is 2 runes recycled and about 4 different runes tapped, and that's all they're gonna do for the turn. They don't even get to put out their Kai'Sa early on. So this is a pretty good situation for Ari to be in at this point. As you go ahead and on tap 2, you could just replay this Raybloom student and set up for another turn. But we do end up having the Mighty Poro coming down, or sorry, the a little bit of a tank shieldy Poro coming on down here to go ahead and get the +1 on shield. But we are going to go ahead and watch us and go to the other groove tree here or dreaming tree here to go ahead and get one more might. Now we're going to set up, probably play that Raven soon right back down the base. Why not? It's safe. It's easy to go. But no, we're going to actually play at the base right now, rebuff that up a little bit, go up to 3 now in that Dreaming Tree. And what else do we have? We have 1, 2, trying to play that Poro down. And we're going to go ahead and play the tanky Poro down there, our little good boy Poro with a shield. And then we're going to have a charm to move that Pouty Poro on over this battlefield, attempt to trade pretty much with the Poro, or attempt to move into that battlefield, but the Poro has to be attacked first because it does have is it tank or shield? I think it's tank actually or shield actually. So it does not have to be attacked first. But it's pretty much the only thing it can trade with if it wants to make a trade is going to go ahead and be the Watchful Sentry. And it's not even a trade. The Pouty Poro will kill it and stay alive, but the Poro does die anyway. So let's see what happens at this point. But I don't think yeah, so we can go ahead and do this though. So because of the fact that the move happens, and you move the Poro into the other battlefield, you can it now becomes an attacker at this point. So the attacker does happen. Powder Poro can now be used with a cleave. Cleave happens, triggering the Poro, which allows you to draw off of the Dreaming Tree. And now the Poro does end up having 5, -1 though because of Ari. Ari's ability is when an attacker attacks here, you have to give -1 might. And in this case, that does happen. So it does go down to 4, but you can trade into one of those units still if you want to, because Poro is going to go down to 4 versus 5. So do keep that in mind. The question is, what do we end up wanting to clear up here? We can clear the Raven Boom student. We can go ahead and clear something else, but let's see what ends up being used here. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to go ahead and deal damage to the Raven Bloom student. Looks like that's just reading the champion ability. So that's just -1 might. Like I said, if enemies attack your battlefield you control, get -1. So -1 to the Poro, knocking it down to that 4. Already talked about. So we can go ahead and kill either the Poro or the Rainbow Student as well as the Sentry. So let's see what happens here. So do note, because that will go up to 3 because the fact that it's shield. So we're going to go ahead and kill the Poro and we're going to go ahead and kill the Sentry. The Sentry will go ahead and trigger to draw a card, and the card's going to go back in hand. Granted, we saw the point happening here, but you'll be able to get a pretty good trade to holding on to that cleave from the last turn. That ends up turning a really bad situation into a good one in terms of our Kai'Sa, aka Victor. So we're going to go ahead and untap here. Now, what do we have in hand? We have our own Raven student. We do actually have a rear guards. We can try and repopulate our board a little bit, and we have a lecturing Yordle. So we might play the lecturing Yordle just to draw a card, and then you can go ahead and pay 2 more to get both the rear guards back out if you want to. Ari doesn't have anything really onboarding on the deal with the bigger might units. I mean, granted, there's an on guard, but I think that was actually already used earlier. So all I have is Disciple. So we're going to go ahead and see the nice little promo night Raven Blue soon coming down, and that's exactly what I'm doing. We're going to do the Raven Blue soon coming on down for the 2 costs, and then both rear guards are now discounted because of Legion, dropping 2 more 4-drop units onto the board to get ready to fight over any other battlefield they want to going forward. So we're going to go ahead and pass it back on over to Ari here, and we drew another charm. Okay, so a couple different things. So charm, Charm can happen, but I don't think it's going to benefit. You can maybe move the student up just to get the trade with the student. Then it's going to come in for 8 might next turn with the 2 rear guards, which won't be the worst thing in the world, but you at least be able to cause the trade into it. You have the Disciple if you want to move something else into that battlefield, but I don't know how much you really want to worry about that. Now you can set up your Ori, play the Ori into that same battlefield, so you have that trigger later on to minus might more when he tries to come back and fight over this, and then maybe move charm something back over. Granted, you might give up a point because you charm him between the battlefield base or something like that, but we're actually going to go ahead and trigger the charm first. Okay, so charm first will be triggered, giving 1 might over to Raven Balloon student. Don't worry, the 3s are showing how much total power it's at and how many extra buffs it has. So we're going to go ahead and charm the Raven Balloon student up into the battlefield to then cause the trade, killing that Raven Balloon student. That happens. And now we can play Ari onto this battlefield to make these. They'll go the 3/3 each off a regular Ari. If you play the blue Ari onto it, give -1s. You make one a 1 might, so it comes in for a total of 4. And then you would have to do something like disciple if you wanted to then initiate a bigger trade as a whole. And that's exactly what it looks like we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and pay Ari here. Ari's going to come in, and this Ari has the ability of when I attack or defend, give an enemy unit here -2 might this turn to a minimum of 1. So pretty much with the Legend Ari and this Ari, you can go ahead and give something -3 might. Now, interesting play. We didn't want to play the one from the champion zone. We decided to play the one from the hand, giving up a little bit of information here. Well, I think that's okay. Ooh, and a Thousand Tail Watcher is going to come on down here. So a Thousand Tail Watcher has been drawn. Sorry, not come down, but it has been drawn off top. So you get -3 to both these units here. Then you can go ahead and trade in with your hopefuls without too much of worry. I mean, you'll lose one still because of the Ari abilities, but you can at least knock them down a peg. You can at least only get one trade. Take over this battlefield if you want. I mean, granted, Disciple is still in place, so we're going to go ahead and see that come on down here, accelerated. So we're going to sit there with one rune left open, and Watch is going to come on down, and it's going to be accelerated. So it's going to come in, give everything on your opponent's field -3 attack. And let's see, we're going to send the squad. We send the whole squad on up there. So we have 7, so 6, 9, 12 damage coming through. Or you can still give -2 to something if they want, which they might give it to Watcher. So to make everything here go down to 6, 4, so 7, 13 damage. I mean, you still have a discipline in hand to give something +3 to initiate a trade afterwards if you want. So this one's going to come on down, targeting the Ari. So that's going to happen. You have two different instances of drawing here. You have the draw from the target with the groove tree, which we're going to resolve first, which is going to remove student, and you have a draw again from the disciple, a discipline. So this one's going to come on down. I don't think we do anything. We have a tasty faithful game, but nothing that really gets us out of it. So Ari's going to be up to a 4 now, and Raven's going to be up to a 2. I don't know how much you can maybe trade with the Watcher. Yeah, that's all you can do at this point is trade with the Watcher, get the Watcher out the field. But you have both these national hovels are going to stay alive here. Now we're back up to full might when you attack into them. No, sorry, when you attack him, going -3, but it's still going to be sit there at full might. So it's going to be roughly 6 might on the field of that Dreaming Tree. I mean, granted, we have a tasty Flayfolk if we want to play it at accelerated cost and then end up trading into it some because it does come in at 6, and you get the channel to runes off of whatever you're paying back, basically. Which Tasty Flayfolk is 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, the 7 actually. We don't have 8 runes. I thought we had 8 runes on. We have 7. So we're going to come in with the Tasty Flayfolk, not accelerate. He's going to sit in the back here. As Kai's going to go ahead and bump on up. So what we're at now, we're going to sit there and have 3 to 2. I think 3 to 3 now because Victor just got the hold, or Kaisa got the hold to go on up to 3. So we're tied back up in terms of points. So what do we have in the hand of Kaisa? They only have 2 body runes, right, or 2 mind runes ready and available to them. We do have a retreat in hand. I think we have a watchful sentry in hand, and I think we have one other ability. I'm not 100% sure what it is. We'll check that in a second. So we are going to go ahead and play the Kaisa, get the conquer here, get the conquer, get the draw, go up to 4 conquer points, draw another Kaisa. So we can play another one if we really want to in the back line. Actually, no, we cannot. We only have 3 runes available to us. And then we can play a lecturing Yordle if we want. Pull back or sentry there. And then we still have 1 left up for the retreat to retreat Kaisa to get the draw ability to then retreat it back to hand and get the Dreaming Tree draw as well. So that is an option to them. Yeah, either lecturing or the sentry will be fine if you want to play it. There's to try and get the hold and get the trade after with the draw ability off the Death Nail. And I think that's exactly what we're debating right now. Do we want to pay it back into our base, or do we want to play it up onto a battlefield we control? And that looks like exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and moving up to the other Dreaming Tree, save back our Noxious Hopefuls back to 4 might each. So to try and reconquer later on versus this tasty, looks like this tasty Fayfolk. And we're going to go ahead and pass the turn back on over. So we're going to ready our runes. What did we do? Another Raven Moose. We're just seeing Raven Moose for days. So, I mean, we can come on into one of these trees. You don't get to trade, I guess. But what do you want to do? You want to try and force the retreat from the Kaisa player? I mean, I imagine you just try and take the trade, try and get the Kaisa off the board and force them to say your opponent, do you have something to save your Kaisa? And let's see if you have it. And they do. They have the retreat. So they get to go ahead and draw off the Dreaming Tree, and they get to go ahead and channel card as well. And they get to, make sure they draw their card. And we do have a Stupefy coming in as well. But we did to go back on up to 4 runes each. And did we just pass the turn? No, we didn't pass the turn. Okay. We could play the Raven Bloom students to come on down from our hand at this point because we have to hold something. So both Raven Bloom students are going to come on down. We have an Ingard in hand as well if we need to. I think we're counting how many runes and such we have if we need to go ahead and want to play maybe this Ari, or if we want to keep up everything else we have. It looks like we're paying 3. I think the Ari is going to go ahead and come on down here from the champion zone over to the back line just to have it ready to maybe attack into some next turn wherever those Noxus hopefuls probably go. And then that will pretty much pass the turn back on over. And we're going to go ahead and set up 2 5 points for Kaisa, aka Victor, at this point. Draw 2, it's 2 in hand, and a Ray in hand as well. So we could see, ooh, what do we, and we have double Kaisa. So you can trade these hopefuls into the Tasty Faithful, or -1 with a Stupefy, and cause one of your Noxus Hopeful dies, but lose it. But no, it doesn't even matter. You would want to trade if you want to get the Kaisa draw trigger. So I'm not sure how much you want to worry about that. We don't have anything to save this Kaisa on the back foot later on. And your opponents get the Channel Runes if you go ahead and get the Death Kneel off the Tasty Faithful. This is a little bit of a rough situation here. And then it makes it awkward because the Ray only targets a battlefield. So you deal 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield. And since none of your opponent's cards outside of Taste Faithful is out of battlefield, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, or if you want to deal 3, maybe the Taste Faithful can only send one of your rear guards up and force to trade something there. But if your opponent has any form of combat check, which the Ari is full of, it makes that trade a lot worse. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and go in the think tank here for Kaiser, trying to figure out how they want to go ahead and navigate this turn. So anything they want to do here, anything they can do outside of just maybe getting this trade into the Taste of Faithful at this point. But we're going to go ahead, get this set up, debate, go in the think tank some, and figure out the best line to go about it. I mean, like I said, guys, Ori does have 2 open, and one of them is an on guard. So this Taste of Faithful can go up to 8. So it's going to require more action coming out. So you don't want to tap out too much before you're able to fully commit into this battlefield. And yeah, this is us debating exactly what I want to go about it. So we are going to, I think, doing all the math, doing the Superfly math, doing the Ray math, thinking what else does my opponent have and what do I have to pay around here? And it looks like we might go into double Kaisa. Nope. So we're going to have Lecturing Yordle come down first. Lecturing Yordle is going to come on down. We did draw a retreat though. Interesting. So there could be a line you want to try and take control of it. And then Kaiser's coming down. So it depends if they want to fight over it this turn. I mean, granted, right now they do have the point lead, so they might be able to set up for a longer term play here if they really wanted to. So yeah, it looks like we're still debating exactly how we want to navigate the rest of this turn here. Granted, we only have 3 resources left available to us. Now there is the math here that you have to think about. Is that you could also just pass the turn, your opponent will go up to 5, you still have the point lead, and then swing back in later with a bigger board. You have the Kaiso, you have the Lecturing Yordle, which has tank, you have 2 Noxious rear guards. I mean, granted, your opponent can set up in the RE and something like their students themselves, but it might be something you'd be able to just try and force out, especially because you already have the point lead going into it. But granted, if you lose that Watchful Sentry land battlefield, that you'll be back behind on the point lead. And it looks like that's exactly what happened. We're going to go ahead and pass the turn here, give it on up, and then see what your opponent's able to deal on their turn. So we're going to go ahead and channel our 2 runes, get those ready. We'll go ahead and draw. And we got a charm. Okay, so charm can be used here to call something into a showdown and attempt to try and trade with this Tasty Faithful here. Probably moving this Kaisa up and try and force some form of reaction or some form of this response out of the Kaisa player at this point. So we're going to head and 7. Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. Do we have? We do. I forgot. We had the Thousand Tail Watcher. The Thousand Tail Watcher is going to come on down, give everything -3 at that point, and then you could just try and move something back up to initiate the trade later on if you want as well. So it looks like we might go ahead and see that Thousand Watcher coming down. That Watchful Sentry is going to go ahead and possibly die to give that draw trigger. Looks like we are debating now. Maybe think if we wanted to stupefy it itself or draw. No, we're going to draw into our own Thousand Eye Watcher, a Thousand Eye Watcher. So we have to maybe, hopefully, if nothing else dies here, we might be able to come back into this game and just retake these battlefields right back from, depending if your opponent overcommits into them. So we're going to have to see what exactly happens next. I mean, it looks like you're looking at a charm. You're looking at And on guard still, and we're gonna go probably use the charm to probably move the Kaisa up. So charm is gonna come out, I think, targeting the Kaisa to move it into the battlefield with a tasty Fey Folk. Which I mean, you can't allow this to happen. Technically, then in response to the showdown, just retreat your Kaisa. I mean, that would be the optimal play here, just so you can get the trigger off the Dreaming Tree. So charm will move it. That is the question. You allow them move. I mean, like I said, ideally you wouldn't want to. I think you allow this move to happen, and then you retreat back your Kaisa, and then you get the extra draw because you're using it with the Dreaming Tree. So now that Kaisa is technically the attacker, I think it has priority. And this is where you're going to want to debate around seeing what can happen next. And this is where I think you're going to want to just retreat your Kaisa. I mean, it might not be the most wildest play, especially this Kaisa right now is only at one might at this moment. So you have to be careful. So let's go ahead and we're gonna go back and do some math here. We do have this attack still happening. I think we're still thinking about reactions if we want to maybe stupefy. I don't think stupefy is going to get us out of this. You could bring that friendly Fey Folk down to 5 and then shoot it for 3, bringing it down to 2 damage, but it's still not enough on Kaisa because Kaisa's -3 right now. So Kaisa's only at 1 damage. So you have to be very careful what lines you're thinking about here at this point and how you want to try and initiate this trade. I said I think the most optimal line is just going to be retreat this Kaisa. Get the draw, get the channel the rune, save your Kaisa for another battle, and then you just retake it back on the next turn because you have your hopefuls and lecturing yordle on the field. I mean, granted, you could stupefy if you want to draw an extra card. So stupefy to draw 1, draw 2, and I'm going to use that 1 to then. I don't think Cleave gets us there. Kaisa goes back to 4, but Fey Folk's out of 6. Am I missing something here? Kaisa's at 4. Hold up. I might have missed something here. I don't I don't see how Tasty Fey Folk died. Stupefy gets it -1 to 5. But RE trigger happens because it's an attack, so Kaisa's I mean, it's still -3, so one goes up to 4. I'm not alrighty. I'm not sadly can't let our judge know because the action only moved past at this point. But I don't think that Tasty Fey Folk should have died there. I think Tasty Fey Folk should still be alive because it was at 6. If I'm not misremembering. Like, oh, did we? All right, sorry. Did we ray it? Did I miss the ray? I might have missed the ray. Okay, that's why. I missed the ray. So that explains why it died. Okay, we're all good here. We are all good. So we're going to go ahead and 1,000 watch him come on down from the side of Kaisa to get -3 everything across the board here and try and swing back in, trying to use these battlefields to go up to 7 and just try and get the hold on the clapback. I mean, granted, give everything -3, or he's going to give something everything -1 and then -2. Granted, we now have Falling Star, so you could just Falling Star something. So first thing first, you have to hold. Falling Star does have its own spell resolve. So Falling Star have to resolve first as a spell. And they said yes, each one will create a reactive trigger. So you have to be careful on how you order which ones you want to kill first, once you go out, if it mattered. But no, it looks like we are just going ahead and allow them that die. They're going to go down to pretty much dead. And then imagine swinging in here to try and take the battlefields. I mean, Watcher can go into Watcher at this point because that Watcher is only a 5. Yeah, so we're going to send full send here. So we have 3, 6, 7 into 5. 7 and the 5 is happening. You can clear up 2 of these units, but the 1,000 Watcher will end up dying. You lose that battlefield, Victor's going Kaiser's go up to 6 points, and then Thousand Watch is gonna go ahead and attack the Sentry, I think. But we do have an Endguard coming out. Endguard is gonna come on out here, give an extra +2 back to this Watcher, so it's gonna go up to 6. So Watcher is now gonna be at 6 might versus it looks like 3, 6, 7 as a whole in terms of Lectionary. So you can go ahead and clear these rear guards. Granted, Lectionary, I mean, Lectionary still has to live. So actually, one of the rear guards will live here because Lectionary does have tank. So you cannot fully get the board clear as you want it, but you can clear 2 of them. Nope, he does have tank pointed out, so tank does have the trigger first. So tank does die. Last of damage does go onto that rear guard, and that does die. Rear guard is going to live onto that battlefield, getting us up to point number 6 here at this point. And then the Watcher is going to come into the secondary battlefield to kill the Raven Blood student and put us up to 7. Now it has to hold one of these battlefields and end up getting victory. Now what we need here is probably a charm or something to get us through this. So let's see what we end up drawing off the top. I mean, even a Ride the Wind in the Thousand Watch, I think we have enough rooms to do that. I think what we need is 10. I think we have 10. So that'd be another way to get both points here to get the victory, but it's pretty much a move back or victory type situation here at this point. So I think that's what we're doing math for. We have a Thousand Watcher in hand at this point and trying to debate maybe we can -3, maybe draw a charm and then move it over and get up to 7 points yourself and then just clear the board that way and have your opponent have to deal with it. So let's do the math. We have, it looks like we have enough runes here. Thousand Watcher is going to come on down and give -3 everything to the board. And then it's time for the fun math. It's time for, okay, how do we get through this? So it looks like we are going to initiate a showdown first over there, which is the more optimal play at this point because you want to initiate the showdown here and then try and kill that Nexus hopeful because you don't want the retreat happening just yet on the Thousand Tail Watcher. So I'll go up to point number 6. And you go up to 7. And then if you have something else that allows you, oh, sorry, you can't ride it when we're not purple. Sorry about that. So we do have 3. What do we have available? Because just hold and we win here, no? Yeah, exactly what happened. Just held, got to point number 8 is what it is. So that will be game number 1 over for Kaisa at that point, and we are going to go on over to game number 2. We're going to go look at the Cyber 2 in a second, see what we have to do. Yeah, it looks like all we had was a Time Warp. Didn't have enough mana or runes to go ahead and use it at that point, because ideally you wanted to hold 1, go up to 7, then just Time Warp for the victory. Which, it's how it be at times. So we are going to go ahead into game number 2 in a second. Opponents are going to shuffle up the runes and go into the sideboard. During that little bit of brief pause. So, as our opponents get ready here, we are going to go ahead and figure out what exactly we want to take out at this point. I mean, our list of running a couple of things. Time Warp is used sort of helpful in this matchup. It's probably one of the matchups you sort of want to use it against. Same thing with the Kaisa. I mean, it's just a good value card at this point. So do have to keep in mind how those are going to end up coming in. But let's see what we have for sideboard. I mean, we have more Void Seekers in the point of Kaisa sideboard usually. So you could see some more Void Seekers coming just to deal with the units because you want to keep units off the battlefield as much as possible. It's almost like dealing with a Teemo deck where you want to try and keep the units off the battlefields as much as possible. So you can just sit there and deal. So don't have any real response or tempo plays. Now, smoke screens are interesting that could come in, give -4 to anything. Singularity, I don't think we want. Mecha, we might bring in the Mecha unit. It is a 7-drop 8 might, which does deal with most of the decks that Ari wants to do. But the question is, what do you take out in this matchup? I think you take out the Rays. I think Rays are going to be a little bit slow in this matchup. Personally, I mean, granted, did a little bit of work there, but most of the time it's sort of dead outside of dealing with that. Rain could almost come out possibly. You leave Falling Star in. What else do we have in this guy's list? Darius stays in. Yeah, that's a rough situation at that point. What do you want to cut? I mean, Darius could be cut if you don't want, but I don't think you want to cut Darius. I mean, I think Kaiser might just be saying, I like this as it is. I'm just going to go and run it and see what happens. I'm already up a game, so I can see what feels worse going forward, maybe, and then decide to cut. I mean, Spoke Greens feel good, give -4 to something. It's going to make some major differences into this game, especially giving -4 as the Ari ability is already minusing your ability, minusing your mights of your units. So giving -4 to your opponent's units will hopefully re-put those trades back into your favor. So now we're going to go through. I said Rain is a possibility cut. I mean, a lot of the units are big. The only really small units is the Poro and the Ravenblood student. So you could end up cutting those if you want. So we have to keep very mindful. I don't know how much you want to use it for, like the clocks or the clockworks, or even like watchful sentries on a whole. I mean, this gains them value. I think you're going to leave your Pouty Poros in. Superfy could possibly come on. I mean, Superfy is also just a really good net neutral card, where by net neutral we mean it spends itself and also draws a card. So it's recycling itself to get a rune back, which could be very useful for itself. So, but it looks like we are debating cutting out those stupefies, though. Maybe throwing the smoke screens, which isn't horrible. I mean, granted, there's no more dreaming trees back, so you don't get the dreaming tree trigger. We get to stupefy your own unit and then draw 2 cards. So it's not the worst thing in the world to come out. So it looks like that is going to be the cut. Although we have a lot of cards being cut here in the form of Ari. It looks like I'm seeing 6 cards being cut. Are we doing this like a full 8 for 8 swap almost? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a 6-card sideboard swap from Ari at this point. They said, yeah, my sideboard is pretty much built up for this matchup of Kaisa, and that's exactly all this sideboard is going to be used for. So let's see exactly what gets brought in here. I don't think we get to see exactly what was cut, sadly. Wasn't pointing towards the camera, so we'll see what happens and what was cut and what was changed going into the little bit of the next round here. So we're going to get that shuffled up and ready to go. In the meantime, I hope everyone's enjoying the stream. Hope we're all enjoying this Black Friday 1K Riftbound event hosted by the Banish Zone. If you haven't already, I'm going to do the shilling for them because they allow me to cast this event for them. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button here on the YouTube channel. Help us out, help out everything else. We're going to have probably some future live streams for our Summoner Skirmish coming forward up in December. So if you want to see that, make sure you get notified. We're going to go live for that as well. So like I said, in the meantime, hit those like and subscribe buttons. Subscribe to the Banish Zone. So keep on putting on more content like this, more casting events, and help out pretty much a local store. We can get them ready. Let's get it going here, and let's get this popping off. And then, like I said, for those who don't know, my name is Jarvin, otherwise known as Rav, and let's get game 2 on the way. So coming out over here from Kaiser, we have Reaver's Row, the one that lets you, if you have a defender unit here, you get to go ahead and retreat a unit back to base if you're a defender. And then I think that is Tefillian War Camp. That's the one that gives +1 might to units here on the battlefield, pretty much net negating Ari's ability, pretty much for your opponent. So do keep that in mind. If they are attacking you, do it, they get the +1 might. Same if they're defending. It pretty much makes Ari offline. So Ari's going to go ahead and recycle 2 and draw 2 more. We have a retreat in hand. We have a watch percent. We have a Ray Bloom student in hand, and I didn't see what the third card is. In the form of Kaiser, we have a watch percent. We have Pouty Poro, our rear guard, and a retreat. So it looks like we might see a mirror turn 1 coming down here, where both of us going to play a watchful sentry, and that's how it's just going to be, and pass the turn on over. But let's get started. Ari's going to be on the play because they lost game number 1, and I think we're going to see actually a Ray Bloom student going to come down first. Maybe I didn't see a watchful sentry in the hand. And we're going to go ahead and pass turn over and set up. And we have another rear guard. So I imagine this might be a watchful sentry pass at this point, just to set up the death kneel effect to draw a card later on, because you have to go ahead and maybe trade something into the war camp possibly, or go into the Reaver's Row if your opponent takes the war camp to cause a retreat later. So let's go ahead and draw 2. And we're going to go on up to 4 runes here, draw our second card for the turn. We do have a Stupefy coming in, a recall and on guard. And I can't see what that top card is, but we're going to go ahead into the war camp, give it +1 might, go up to 3 might. Here, take this conquer point up to number 1. The first point scored of the turn. No, we do have a watch sentry. Okay, so watch sentry is going to come down. Like, hey, you got one, I got one too, but I think mine's foil, so it's better. And then we're going to go ahead and pass the turn back on over at that point to our to Kaisa. Kaisa's going to draw Kaisa off the top here. Now, this might be a situation where you just play the Kaisa out for 4. I don't think you have to accelerate it. Depends on what you want to ramp up into this turn. Because the way this turn will work, you could play Pouty Poro into a rear guard and then still leave 1 up for the retreat, possibly, if you want it. So we're going to go ahead into the Reaver's Row here, take the conquer point. If we're, as long as we're able to, we could probably play the Pouty Poro back to it as well to retreat it later on if we want. But Pouty Poro is going to go ahead and come down. The next roll is going to come down as well. We're going to go ahead and prep up our board for the following turns. We set the retreat up if we want it later on if something gets targeted by a spell, and then say, go ahead and pass the turn back on over. So we're going to go ahead and ready up inside Ari, get our whole point, go up to 2, and then channel our 2 runes and draw a card for the turn. And we draw a Tasty Faithful here. I mean, can't play yet. No need to have it come in yet. Not really other better plays. The question is, do we want to just force the trade on Reaver's Row here? Do you want to be, hey, do you both want to activate Death Knell triggers? Do you both want to draw a card, or are you going to activate Reaver's Row and run away? But let's see what happens. So we're going to go ahead and I think possibly move this up in the Reaver's Row. Yep. We're going to start a showdown at Reaver's Row here, saying, hey, do you want to trade? Do you want to draw? So we do have an action ability come out, going to on guard, make our Watchful Sentry go ahead and trigger here. And I'm not going to go ahead and retreat because the fact the showdown was started and the player battleground ability is going to stack. The opponent probably chose not to retreat. So the question is here: do we want to retreat our own Watchful Sentry? Just want to die? I feel like this might be a situation where we just go ahead and let it die, get the Death Knell trigger to go ahead and draw one, and then we get to draw one card, have the retreat available if we need it for something else, and then we can just crash back in this own Watchful Sentry with a Bounty Poro or something later on. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead, take the death, draw a card, drew into a time warp. Not helpful yet, but might be a little bit later on into the game. So we're gonna keep it on that time warp as we go along here. But it looks like we do have 5 runes available. We can't play Tasty Fey Folk. We do have, I think, a Stupefy in hand and a retreat. Not much else in the form of Ori, unless you want to go ahead and play the Ori from your champion zone at this point. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to go ahead and do. We're going to go ahead and put a card or put a rune back at the bottom of our deck. And we're going to play Ori back to the battlefield with the War Camp, give that an extra might. And then anything that attacks in here will get the -2 might going forward from the Ori ability. So they have to be careful exactly what they're going to go ahead and crash into this battleground. So we are going to go ahead and pass the turn back on over. We're going to go ahead and draw our channel R2 runes, and then we get to draw from Kaisa. So we get another retreat. Not really what we're looking for. Looking for more of our spells, but we're not really hitting the tempo plays that we want. The Kaisa wants to be very spell action and dealing with this board state, not really being unit flooded. But right now, it's sort of what we're stuck with. We're stuck with units and retreats. So what we can do, we can end up throwing these units into one of these battlegrounds. If not, you could force them all into the Teferian War Camp and just take the trade possibly as we go. But let's see what happens here. I mean, it could get the trade. So we're going to send everything over here to Reaver's Row, send it all at him, and go, okay, do you want to Reaver's Row ability yourself, or do you want to draw a card off your Death Knell? And I think we're debating that here. We might see the Death Trigger. I mean, we do have a Stupefy to -1 something if we want to take the trade into maybe the Poro, but I think we're just going to go ahead and take the trade or take the death and then draw a card. We just draw another retreat ourselves? Are we just this is the retreat the game at this point? I think it might be 1, 2, 3, 4. What is that top card? Or is that a discipline? It might be a discipline. Nope, it is a retreat. This is retreat the game, ladies and gentlemen. This is nothing but retreats. So we're going to go ahead and hold this Reaver's Row here, go up to our point here to score, and we're going to go ahead and pay one, maybe to do a retreat ourselves or something. We don't have to, though. You do have a Reaver's Row. And Reaver's Row, you can technically push back your Kaisa when the defendability happens. When he attacks, you can go into defense. And then when you're defending, you go ahead and retreat your Kaisa back to base, and then retreat something else if you want to. So do keep that in mind. We do have the right in hand as well if you want to go ahead and shoot something. With the Ray here, which might be what happened. Maybe trying to clear up this Ari, possibly. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and attempt to clear up this Ari with the Ray. But we do have the discipline coming on down here to give that Ari plus we might get to go ahead and draw a card, keeping it alive and making that Ray pretty much lose its overall value. I mean, it's good to get the card baited out at this point, but I think that's going to be a pass the turn at this point. Kaisa doesn't want to go ahead and use one back if he needs to go ahead and use it for drawing a card, or I mean, using that retreat, go ahead and draw a card. So we are going to go ahead and then pass the turn here at that point. And yeah, we just say pass, and go back to Ari's turn. We're going to go up to 3 points at this point that is held, and go ahead and channel 2 runes and start our turn. So it looks like we do a smoke screen off the top from Ari. So smoke screen could work if we want to go ahead and take a battlefield out ourselves, but we don't really have any other units to take into it. Unless you want to go ahead. I mean, all we have is a Tasty Faithful. If you can Tasty Faithful here and then just pass the turn over, but I don't know how much you want to lose that retreat card out of your own hand in this case. Or you can accept these Poros, which might also be the factor that's coming in, and you can just try and own the base. At this point, you are also ahead in points. You're at 4 points to your opponent's 2, and trying to build up one big base that's harder for your opponent to deal with might be the best line of action. Because unless your opponent has ways to deal with it, it might not really look like they're behind the curve. They have no way to really fight you over this war camp at the moment. Well, we are going to go and play Poro, and I imagine we're just going to pass it. Otherwise, all we have in hand is retreats, a smoke screen, and a stupefy, and the Feyfolk, and we can't pay the Feyfolk, so all we could really do is just say pass. Imagine so, we're probably just going to tank a little bit, make sure nothing else we want to do, nothing else we can do, and so yeah, pass back over the kites at this point. Let them take their turn. They're going to go up to 3 points themselves at the start of their turn. So we're going to go ahead and pass. Looks like we have 8 runes available. We do have a Darius coming in though. Oh, okay. Okay, this could change things a little bit. Do we have anything that'll activate Darius though? Do you have anything that's cheap? So all right. So here's the play. We can play Darius for 5, comes in, and then you can Noxus Hopeful because with Legion, be your second spell, on top your Darius, come in for 7 into that Ari battlefield. Ari will give a -2 back down to 5, but because of the fact that you have 5 Might Darius, so it's going to be technically a trade already as it is, which will be a problem. So I'm going to move back to Kaisa for now. We're going to go ahead and see second Kaisa coming in. All right. So we're going to do the longer way. We're going to go ahead and take the longer way of setting up this battlefield to fight more later on, keep up both retreats, and then take it into it later on and just swing and go, hey, we have tons of might. Deal with our gigantic board at this point and see what your opponent can do. I say, oh, I have 2 runes up, 2 might, and then we're just going to go ahead and pass the turn over. The problem is with this game plan, you can see this, something like the Tasty Faithful come on down and then just try and hold this battlefield as much as possible and just be a big body. But granted, we can also see Kaisa top deck a Thousand Tail Watcher at any point and is -3 everything. Ooh, and then we do have a Rune Prison come up for a stun as well. So stun does not allow combat damage to be done by a unit. So looks like we're debating using this Tasty Faithful here to go ahead and just maybe buff up one of your own battlefields or battlegrounds and just hope we able to get to that point where we get to just try and win off a point holding. I mean, Ari needs his victory. Kaisa is up 1-0, so there is a chance where Kaisa could just run away with it if we're not careful in our plays. So looks like we're going to go ahead and do the math a little bit, see how we want to deal with everything, and start calculating because we don't have many other options in our hand. So looks like how many runes do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you could play Taste of Faithful for 7. Still leaves 2 open to retreat something and stupefy something if you need to later on, as well as possibly Smokescreen. So there's a couple different lines of action that can happen here. So let's see exactly what the play is going to be. And we are going to go ahead and move the Poro on over to the War Camp to give it an extra +1 might. So then especially it has shield. So it's going to be end up 4 might whenever it gets attacked into. And the question is, do we just pass or do we leave everything open here? Are we fearful of the Thousand Tail Watcher and you need to just minus might off of everything else this turn? And that's what we're going to be debating. I think we're doing the math in our head, trying to figure out how much might we have. And I think we're doing math for how many points are on the board. But it is right now 5-3 in favor of Ari. And I think that's also what the point math's trying to figure out to be like, can I just hold this? Can I just win by the whole game and not have to worry about fighting over this Reaver's Row at this point? And just trying to math that out. I mean, granted, it's going to be 3 more turns to get through it. So it's going to be a little bit delayed a little bit. And you have to be a little bit careful as you go through those turns. All right, so it does look like we do have a judge call at the table right now. They are talking about, I think, a situation of maybe holding. I'm not exactly sure the situation's happening, but we do have a judge call that has occurred. We'll get information on that if we're able to. But I think right now they're trying to figure out if moving conquers, which I don't think is the case. Moving to a battlefield does not initiate a showdown because you already own that battlefield. So moving to a battlefield you control does not initiate a showdown either. Again, I'm not 100% sure what the judge call was, so we're going to be mindful. But it looks like the judge call was resolved and the turn was passed over. That is a falling star off the rip, though. So there is a situation where falling star can come down. Just try and deal with one of these units, and then just try and clear him with the rest. I mean, you're going to force your opponent to have any form of reaction and deal with it as possible. I mean, Kaisa doesn't. I'm not making this falling star a little bit cheaper. You can also falling star into Darius. There's a couple of different lines that's available to us right now. I mean, even something as simple as a time warp that will pretty much even out the point spread as well, or put you back into a 1-point deficit versus a 2-point deficit. So we'll try to get that figured out for you as possible. So let's go ahead. Let's get this figured out here. And what play does Kaisa want to do? They do have for a 12 might on the board because that's roughly on the board. Ari does give it -1, but if you go into the war camp, it pretty much negates legendary or legend Ari's effect. But you do have that champion Ari effect to give -2 to something. So we are paying 2 runes. There is the debate of Falling Star. I think we might just Falling Star here. This might be something you just rip it and hope your opponent doesn't have it. Or maybe we're reading Darius. So Darius is being read. Yes, Darius can be the second, possibly the timing. Darius can be the second spell of the turn and come in ready. So Falling Star goes on the stack here. Note, because I know this has been questioned before, these are reactivary triggers on falling stars. So first spells to resolve, then the deal 3 does get chosen. Each version of the deal 3 to a unit can be responded to. We're going to see response number 1 is going to be a retreat. Okay, so by retreating one of the targets that did occur, drawing one, second one, make Room Bloom Student up to 3. Sorry, up to 4, technically. Soon will be up to 4 because of the might. And Darius is going to come down as the second spell of the turn. So Darius does come in with a +2 counter. Does end up being a 7-cost unit. And we might just see us slam the board here and just send it all into this battlefield and try and take this conquer and then just try and sit up with a really strong position of just holding both these battlefields with really strong units. But it looks like we are doing the math here. There is math that has to occur because there is a smoke screen in the hand. There is stun in the hand. So what's going to happen? So this is going to come on in. Raven Bloom Student is going to be technically a 4 might unit with Poro is also 4 might. So 8 might on the board versus your opponent's 8, 5, 5, 10, 15, 23 might. So this is a big board. This is a very big board. I don't know how much smoke screen such. You might have to stun a unit, try and get out of it, and make that Darius force a recall out of it. So first, I'm going to go ahead and smoke screen. Smoke screen is going to come out for the first action. Give -4 to something. Give it to the Darius. Darius is going to go to a 4 might unit right now. Pump up that Raven Bloom Student. So then we have 5, 10, 15, 19 still on the board versus your 5, 9 right now. So you do have to keep, sorry, 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, sorry. I was too busy counting in the war camp. I was thinking about the Ari. Forgot those are net neutral. So 4, 8, 12. Minusing 1 to something else. Once again, targeting Darius to give it -1. Drawing a card. Putting another spell counter onto Ravenbloom. Try and get it as big as possible. So it looks like we want to kill the Darius. Is the major thing here. So Darius is now -5, which it was at 7. So it's a 2 might unit. So 4, 8, 12, 14 might on the form of Kaisa. Versus 6, 10 on your side. So it is enough to 4, 8, 12, 15. So you are getting close. You're going to have to stun something here with the Rune Prison. Negate the combat. So we're going to go ahead and deal with a stun. We're going to stun one of the Kaisas here. So it cannot deal combat damage. Instead, so that is an action, I think. So we are going to go ahead and retreat that Kaisa. The Kaisa is going to go ahead and be retreated here. So we're back to 4, 8, 4, 8, 12. No, no less than that. 10. 4, 8, -4, -5, 7, 2. So 4, 8. Yeah, 10. So right now we're in a situation where it's 7 versus 10 versus 11 at this point. And Kaisa is in, I mean, Ari's in the spot where this becomes beneficial for him. I mean, the question is, do you have to save your Darius or your Kaisa here? Do you just try and retake this zone after? You made your opponent spend a lot of resources, but they're still also at 5 points, which does hurt us a little bit in the long term. And you want to have a response open to something. But this might be the case where you just have to retreat and then rebuild pretty much for the following turn. I mean, this was just a brutal turn. Kaisa did not have too much they can handle, versus outside having double retreat, channel the rune, get back your Darius, and just so much reactionary and actions coming out of Ari that Raven soon just got huge and was able to deal with this combat situation. So right now we are dealing with, yeah, going kill 1, I think. I mean, it's just big. And then passing the turn back on over to Ari. But the downside is you're still down that 2-point deficit. Ari still has a lead at this point on top of you. We are going to move that rear Noxious Hopeful back to try and fight over this battlefield again later. But we're going to go ahead and pass turn over. Ari's going to go up to 6 points and see what we're able to stop. Like I said, we still have a Tasty Faithful that can come down here. There's could be something like you have a 1,000 Watcher. It's a couple of plays that came down. We do have a Discipline Jew off the top, and you can reset back up with your Ari. Ari and Pearl can come back down and just rebuild this entire battlefield at this point, or battleground at this point, and just set yourself back up where your opponent has to spend so many more resources to refight over it again. But instead, looks like we are going to go down with the Tasty Faithful line that have 6 might on the field with a death kneel, or we're going to go for the accelerated. We're going to go actually instead for the accelerated and fight over Oro maybe to go up to 7 points and then make your opponent have to knock out one of them. So we're going to go ahead and knock out one. We're going to retreat with the Reaver's Row here and then pass the turn back over. And you're in a pretty strong position at this point. Your opponent has to deal with both battlefields in order to prevent the winning for next turn. And I mean, I don't know what we're top decking here. We're fully tapped out on runes. We have all runes available. We do have a rain though. If rain does come on down, we can go ahead and clear the board state, deal with that Tasty Feyfolk, and then deal with a Raven Bloom student, and then be able to go ahead and retake these zones ourselves, go back up to 6 points. So imagine that's what we're doing math right now. We're trying to see how much math is available to us, or even just ready the Darius. But rain does deal 2 in multiple instances. The only thing that could really mess you up is a disciple, but discipline. But discipline we want to be up to +3 to give 9. So we're going to go ahead and do the math here, put 1 rune back over for the Darius. And so let's see, if we do the Feyfolk up to 9, we have 6 instances. No, we would just clear the board, I think. Yeah, Rain's Itachian Rain or yeah, Cathian Rain, sorry, is going to come on down at this point. It has 6 instances that deal 2, so each one is a reactive trigger, so they can respond to any number one of them if they want. First thing, the first spell has to resolve, which I seem like the spell is going to resolve, I think. Or that's what we're doing math on. So there is an on guard in the grave, so we're going to go ahead. So this is where it matters. You want to stack up and overkill one of these. So for oh, we're actually just going to go ahead and let him die here. Okay, am I misunderstanding? So 4 would be 8. I thought we could have saved. Did we channel 2 also for Death Kneel effect? I don't know if we. I don't know if we ended up channeling 2 for Tasty Faithful's Death Kneel, but we did end up swinging this back into our favor. Now up to 6 points on Kaisa's side. So 6-2-7 at this point. And let's see what happens. We end up drawing an R. We have a counterspell. The counterspell came a little too late in this case, but not much else we can do. We could try to play down an Ari, play down the Poro, and just try and take a battlefield next turn. But actually, no, your opponent will end up winning the game this turn because they end up going to 8 points with the hold. Did I? Oh. Yeah, end up is discipline 2 costs? Is that what I'm missing? Is discipline a 2 cost card? It might be, and this might be what I'm thinking of. Yeah, discipline is a 2 cost card, not a 1 cost. That's why nothing was used off of that. But I think that might be game. I don't know what else we're getting through at this point. We can play a unit, discipline something, give that +3 just to draw a card. It is give a unit. And that is going to be game number 2 going with the Kaisa. And Kaisa is going to go ahead and win round number 3. So it looks like that is going to end up, your winner is going to be Kaisa, and that is going to go ahead and finish up round number 3 for us here at the Banish Zone. Congratulations to Victor, aka Kaisa. So that being said, round number 3 is going to be finished here. We have a couple of tables, I think, finishing up as well as people going to overtime. I would like to take this time again to be thankful to our sponsors for today's stream of Very Good Embroidery. If you have any custom playmats needs, apparel, esports jerseys, and many more of your embroidery needs, make sure to check out Very Good Embroidery to level up your gear. Embroidery, sorry. And then our final sponsor today is FCBC with the tagline of Shuffle Easy with FCBC. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a short break here real quick, and we'll catch you all back here in a minute. Catch you soon. I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, I was muted the entire time. I do apologize for that. I've been talking the entire time. I was muted. Well, welcome back to the Banner Zone 1K. I am very sorry. That being said, we do have Darius versus Ari coming in first, and we do have 5 power might on Darius' side versus Ari's now going to drop 2. Now, as I was saying to myself, apparently, Darius is an interesting legend. He does have a ramping ability, or a little bit. So he has a reaction with Legion, add 1. The 1 can be used to pay for costs at any time. So mostly costs, but not can't pay for the recycling rune costs. So it can help cheat in some cards if you need to. We are going to go ahead and move 5 up into the tree here of the God Warden. Go up to 5, get our first point, and we're going to try and hold that ability down as much as possible, get the hold, draw 1. So we do have 2 coming in. It looks like recycling 1. Vi is going to come down here nice and early into the same battlefield, and Vi is going to come down as well. And we're going to see, it looks like maybe a Legion Rearguard coming down here. And it looks like a Reader coming out, really trying to hold this battlefield to get that hold, draw 1 multiple times. We're going to go ahead and just keep on trying to draw cards as much as possible, make it really hard to deal with. Do note, though, for those who are new to Legendary Terror, not Legendary Terror, sorry, Riftbound, wrong game. Vi has an ability that allows you to recycle a card from your graveyard, add 1 might. This can only be used during your turn when there's nothing else happening. Cannot be used during showdowns, cannot be used as a reaction. So you have to be careful when your Vi gets played and where it gets played as a whole, because it can die pretty quickly in response to things. So do keep that in mind. But going back over to our Ari player, what do we have? We have a Foxfire in hand, which can help deal 2 of these units if you really want to. You have a Stupefy. You have a Faefolk, but Faefolk can't come down yet because it's a little bit low. We are just going to go ahead and swing on in. And we have, looks like, a pass. No actions. So hold on, that is Foxfire a reaction? I cannot remember, honestly. I think Foxfire is an action, so I think it's fine. Yeah, it is an action card, so we are good. Can clear up 2 of these units, which will clear up both the rear guards. Now we only have 5 damage represented on the field at this point. Best opponent, if there's any other actions they want to do, yes, no, maybe, and we'll end up seeing that out. I think they're just going to go ahead and do some math here at this point. And try and figure out exactly how they want this board state to be represented, because you do have the automaton going to come down. We're going to Superfy 1 and give -1 to something else. So then it looks like we're going to go down to a 2, 3. So we saw 5 might on the form. That's already a 4. It goes up to 6 now for the discipline. It's going to end up taking the trade, and when it conquers, you may kill a gear. Up to them if they want to go ahead and use the match trigger. If they use the match trigger, they can go ahead and get +1. We're going to choose not to because they already get the +1 anyway from the match trigger when they attack or defend. So, passing the turn back over, Darius is going to sit there. They only have 2 Fury runes, so they can't Fallen Star. Oh, now they can. So now they can use Falling Star if they want. They can play Darius if they want. Double Darius in the hand. So a little bit in a rough situation here at this point. Do you just have to Falling Star to deal with this 1 unit? I mean, it feels really bad if you're not getting the true value out of it. But also your opponent is already tapped out. So you might want to. I mean, you also have the Darius champion in your champion zone, which does have Legion and when you play Ready Me. But again, that costs 6, so you don't really have it. So it really stuck with his really Falling Star passing here at 5, and they both feel pretty bad. I just want to set up a Darius for the future turn. Which is something you have to be mindful of, because if you set up a Darius past future turn, there's a case where they can bring in something like a charm to move that Darius up, and when that Darius moves up, could end up getting punished by something else as a whole. So you have to be a little bit careful. And yeah, it looks like we're just going to open pass, which feels really good in the side of Ari at this point, because no big units on the other side. You get the whole point, go up to 2, get to draw a card for your hold, and you just have a couple different triggers that come on 3 as you get to draw, generate 2, and you're in a pretty strong position. And then we get to go ahead and draw for a turn. Let's see, what do we draw? What do we draw? Hard for me to fully tell what we have in hand. I think we drew a counter spell. No, is that a reflect? That might be a reflect, actually. That might be a reflect in hand if I'm seeing that card properly. So we do have the, sorry, it's a block. So give unit either shield 3 and tank for this turn if you want to as an action. We do have the Faefolk as well. You can play the Faefolk if you want. Fae will come in to help defend or just accelerate the hold on Warrens, and then discard draw if you need to go ahead and ramp up something a little bit easier. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and the think tank a little bit and try and set this up and see how we want to do it because it looks like we have 4 being tapped, 5, 6, 8 being tapped. So we might accelerate this Tasty Faithful here. So we're going to go ahead and pay 1. Tasty Faithful going to come down accelerated with 6 might. Come on, take the Zon Warrens. Attempt to start a showdown here. Darius has no responses, so we're going to go up to 3 now, and then we have the Conquer Trigger to discard and draw. So we are going to go ahead and discard the Charm. Interesting. So we're going to discard the Charm and then draw a card, drawing into a Stupefy, and then I think we're just going to go ahead and pass turn up with 3. Not in a bad position to be with right now. I mean, we do have a scout, so we could end up seeing the Darius come through if we really want to, or we're going to see this Falling Star coming in and try and clear up something like the Tasty Faithful. So it's going to do 3 and 3. So 3 and 3 is going to clear up the Automaton. That's going to go ahead, Adaptatron, sorry, die. 3 damage is now on Tasty Faithful. Damage does not go away until after a combat showdown or end of turn. So at this point, you can now pay your Darius up for 5, recycle that, come in for 7, kill the Tasty Faithful. Your opponent is tapped out. Unless they have something they can do, they do not. That dies. Then we do have a Death Kneel trigger that happens here to channel 2. Yep, channel 2 does happen here. And then Darius is going to. Darius is. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I forgot about the mask. The mask is what threw me off. So Darius does end up dying, sadly. So does not get to conquer. A mask is so above the rune deck, I totally forgot it was there. So does end up getting the trade with the Darius here, with the scout coming on the field just to try and set back up your board space. And now I think we're up to 11 runes on the side of Ari at this point. Really set up for any strong play they want to play at that point. Yeah, it looks like we have 11 runes set up, ready to go. We can have, is that a Blitzcrank? No. Is that a Blitzcrank? Oh, please don't make it see Blitzcrank this game. We do have a Ravenbloom student coming down. We do have a couple different counter spells. We got blocks in hand. So a couple different things that we can do this turn if we really need to. But we are going to go ahead and play out our Ari as well. So Ari's going to come out onto the field and ready to go. So with that being said, it looks like we are going to go ahead and pass the turn. We have On Guard up. We have a couple of reactions up if we need to. Darius is really behind on runes at this point. I imagine probably digging for something like their baited hook now. And it's another Falling Star. Ooh. A Falling Star is going to come on down here. Attempt to trigger both. Now, you have to counterspell this before the spell resolves. You cannot counterspell after targets are chosen. So if you're going to counterspell it, you have to do it now. And that's the question. Do we want to counterspell it? I don't see the harm in it directly. Or you have to wait for the reaction triggers before you On Guard. That will be probably the most optimal way to play this, because if you On Guard something in response to the spell, they can just double up with the triggers on it. So it's either counter now or wait for targets to be chosen and then On Guard. So let's see what happens here. Looks like we're debating still on what phase we are in. I mean, I don't see the problem in counterspelling it. Your opponent's on pure body runes at this point. And it looks like, ooh, we are going to On Guard something in response to give Ari +2. Okay, is this in response to... Okay, so it looks like this was in response to the reactive triggers. So let's get the spell already resolved. And then this is in response to the reactive triggers that were activated. I was like, I don't have fully audio on my side. So I'm not exactly sure the timing of when things are coming out. I'm mostly going off of speculation of what we see on the screen here. I'm pretty sure that's how that was played. But Darius is going to come on down. We're going to come on down with the scout. Then they're going to go ahead and take that battlefield to go up to 2 points now and try and get that hole for next one, get the extra draw. And now Ari's going to sit there at full runes available to their capacity at this point. The problem is Darius is a big boy. Darius is, in fact, big. And with that being, I think Darius is 5 might, if I'm not mistaken, off the top of my head. So Darius would be 5. They need the bird for 6. So you have to be a little bit careful. Sorry, Darius is 6 might. So it comes in for 7. But then the other fighting it's a +1. So it'll be 8 because Darius is going to go ahead and buff the scout as well. So you have to find 8 damage to deal with this Darius and scout. If you attack in, you could technically do -3 to something. You could bring it down to about 5 might. Ari itself will be 4, which doesn't really get you the trade you want, though. So you have to be a little bit careful. Unless you just want to do a pure trade for Ari and Darius. But nope, instead we're going to go for the Zon Warrens, take the free point while we can get it, activate the trigger to go ahead and discard and draw, depending on what we have. And now here's the situation too. You can Blitzcrank move something. Blitzcrank can move that Darius or the scout over to lessen it, and then you can get the triggers because it does initiate a showdown. So you can do that if you want to. The question is, what else is in your hand? And I was like, we are tapping. We are trying to figure out our play here. We are getting rid of one, and that's going to be the boy Blitzcrank, the summoner skirmish playmat and promo of the season. So we're going to go ahead and yank, or I should say, this Darius over here. RA effect is going to go in the stack, going to give -3 to this Darius. So Darius is going into a 3 might unit. Blitzcrank is also at a 5, and Blitzcrank has tank, so he can't kill the other RA, and that Darius is going to go ahead and hit the graveyard. Oh man, what a turnaround play. Darius is looking pretty big and pretty mighty over there, but I totally forgot about that Blitzcrank that came on in. That was in the hand that we saw earlier, and Blitzcrank has really helped turn it around. And your opponent is only on 4 runes, and all of them are body, so they'll be behind. And we're going to go ahead and charm over the bird, and the bird's going to die. We're going to get the channel, and it's another body rune. Oh, that's just devastating. That's brutal. I mean, you're going to go ahead and go up to your 4 points at this point, but this is not looking good. You're down. The one card in the hand is Darius. The only card in your hand is Darius, is another Darius, but it does cost a Chaos Rune at this point because it is the red one. And that's just going to, that's just a brutal spot to be in at this point. I mean, we can go ahead now, I guess, past the turn if you want, if you're Ari. If you want to set up more, you can. But at this point, you have a counter spell, you have a block in hand. You're pretty well set up to hold this battlefield down for yourself and then just keep it, just sort of keep the points rolling at this point. You're the aggressor. You're the aggro deck now. So let's see what Caitlin decides to do here. If they're just going to pass or try and develop their board a little bit more. I mean, we do end up having, I think that is a portal in hand, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is a portal rescue, which you mean you could play it back to base if you want, but I don't see the need for it just yet. It's also an action, so you can save something later with it. I'm not sure what the second card in hand is. But at least at this upside, you're probably going to start seeing, oh, oh man, that's the third Darius. That is the third Darius off the top of the deck. That's just brutal to see. That's never fun. And we're going to go ahead and start doing some math. Figure out, is there a way we're coming back out of this? Your opponent's going to go up to 5 next turn, possibly going to maybe go up to 6 if they would play another unit. So, like, do we have a comeback play in mind? Because we're going to have to deal with it in the form of that Blitzcrank with tank is going to be a issue to deal with at this point. But we're going to go in the tank, think about it, think about our outs, think about our plays, see if something we can do to get us out of this, or if we're just going to be forced to go into game number 2. And we're just going to pass. We are just going to open pass with all of our runes available to us. So we are going to go ahead and pass the turn, see what we have available to us now. Looks like all of our runes are back again, available to us to be used. And with that, let's see what we have in hand. Blitzcrank did end up getting recalled back to hand with the when I hold ability, may put me back into your hand. That Blitzcrank has on it, so you can reuse his ability to grab something over. We have, it looks like, channel the runes available to us if we want to draw some more cards or put it underneath. We could float. I'm still trying to figure out what that second card in hand is. I've yet to get a good look at it. I think it's a purple card. I could be wrong. The question is, what purple card is it? I am not sure. But we are going to go ahead and channel the runes to draw 2 cards back in our hand, see if we have any other plays that we want to use here. And what comes up, we're going to go ahead and play our Poro back the base. Going to try and hold it up and try and hold down the fort a little bit as long as it can. Is that a rebuke in hand? No, that's not a rebuke. Why? I can't tell what that card is. Oh, we'll figure it out sooner or later. We did end up top decking a charm. A charm is in hand to move something back to the battlefield if we want to go ahead and initiate a combat with it. Darius is going to go ahead and pay 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are 1 rune short for double Darius in this turn. So the best we could do here, we could play a Poro and then Darius if we want. I guess that's sort of all we're stuck with. This one, Darius is going to come on in, pay 1, be rested, put 1 back. Did I miscount? I guess Legion ability. Hold on. Am I missing that? Hold up. Doesn't Darius have Legion? Oh, mind. That'll be the second time. We're good. Action Legion, yeah. He has Legion, so it'll be the second card. Okay. Sorry. Got really thrown off there for a second. It does come in for 7. We do have a card hidden underneath. Right now, that's -1 to all Darius's. So right now, they're all 6s. -2 can make one a 4 if we really wanted it to. But what do we have in hand? In hand, we are going to go ahead and play this card from hidden here. I know the old name for it. I don't know the new name for this card. I think it's a card I haven't seen much, honestly. But if I'm not mistaken, that card is Blast Cone Fey, which when you play me, give a unit -2 this turn to a minimum of 1. So we get a -2 something, have a 2 up, and then we get to use our block that's in to give something shield 2 as well as tank, which you can give it over to the blast right board if you want. So all the damage has to be assigned to that and then clean it up afterwards. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and just go straight into game number 2 with Ari cleaning it up, with having a lot of reactions and spells in hand to get this game all cleaned up. And we're going to go into game number 2 here. So while our players are sideboarding, I'd like to give a shout out again to everyone who's helped made this event possible. We have the fellas at the Banish Zone for hosting this Black Friday 1K. You know, when everyone's all stuffed their face full of turkey and everything the day before, they said, why don't you come out? Come play some cards. Come play some Riftbound so others can enjoy it. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hosting and enjoying this Riftbound event. And then to our other sponsors that you've seen on the screen a couple times, we have Very Good Embroidery. We have them for making custom playmats, apparels, esports jerseys, beanies. I mean, I've looked at the website. They have a ton of things you can do. So if you ever want to level up your gear, make sure you check them out for all your embroidery needs. And then finally, we have FCBC, Shuffle Easy with FCBC. They have a great selection of sleeves, playmats, binders, all of it for a competitive price. So you're going to see their QR codes pop up on the screen during the stream at some point. Make sure you scan those QR codes and head on over there. Shout out to them again for sponsoring this event. So as you go to the sideboard here, looks like Darius is taking out, looks like 4 cards and looking through, figuring out what they want to remove. I don't think I saw Ari sideboard at all. I could be wrong. So we'll see how this ends up going. But that was a very dominant showing from Ari in game 1. Let's see if they keep it up for game number 2, though. I mean, Darius did end up drawing a pretty bricked hand. So there could be a possibility where Darius could end up popping off. I mean, they are this far in the event at this point. They're making it far up there. So we'll see if they're able to continue chugging along at this point. And whatever happens, happens. But we are going to go ahead and let them all shuffle up, get themselves all ready and figured out here. I will say, looking at the standings though, I want to make sure I'm not misquoting anyone here. Make sure I'm looking at everyone. Brandon is looks like 2-1. And it does look like Zilly or otherwise Caitlin is also 2-1. So these are both 2-1s. We have about 4 3-0s left. We'll have 2 left after this round. But let's see what shuffle up. We do have Vile Maw Lair and the Dreaming Tree or Dreaming Tree, sorry, available. Now do know with Vile Maw's Lair, this rule will come up a couple times. For those who don't know, are learning Riftbound or might not run into this yet. You cannot fight or flight from Vile Maw Lair. Vile Maw Lair does not allow you to move back from base for anything. Vile Maw's Lair overwrites those. But do note you can move the base to base, so you can ride the winds from Vile Maw Lair to another base and then retreat it back with something. So do keep that in mind. But to start off the rip, we are going to go ahead and have Ari come down with a Raven Blue student for 2 and then pass the turn on over. And let's see, we have a double Fury rune this time and a body rune. So we're set up. We have all the runes we need. We have everything we need at this point to set up into some good turns. We do have a Hidden Blade. We have a Darius in hand. We have a Salvage in hand. We have, I think, the Poro in hand. And yep, we are going to go ahead and go with our Poro. That Poro is the one with Assault. So when attacked, it does get +1 might on attacking. Let's ramp on over. Ari's going ahead, have 3 body runes available to him and 1 calm rune. So do keep that in mind. I'm not sure what that was, so we're just going to ignore that. um, but we are going to go ahead and go up to 4. We're going to draw for our turn. Now, what do we have? We have a Channel of Runes. We have an On Guard in hand. We have a Double Charm in hand. And once again, I can't see what that purple card is. I can't see what the second card is every time. So I'm not sure what the second card is. We're going to just go ahead and take this battlefield here. We're going to go ahead and get our first point. And especially because you have something like Charm, we have something like Read the Runes. So do note, we do have to be careful here. because we have to waste double charm. So we charm the portal up, and it's going to be a trade. So 3 in the 3. Oh, that's right. Number 3 in the 3 minus 1 because of Ari, and we're going to end up using our action to cleave. So it's going to end up coming in now 4/5 into the 3 here on the Raven Bluestone. We can on guard this up to 6. So we're going to on guard, give it +2. It has a spell already activated. It had 2 spell activated. It goes 4 +6. So that will end up getting the Poro. And we do get to draw a card off of the Dreaming Tree. Both players get to draw a card. Technically, yep, they're just reacting that, finishing that as it is. So they're going to resolve that and draw their cards, and that's going to go ahead and I think end the turn on over. Unless you want to go ahead and put Channel the Runes underneath the Raven Bloom Student as a hidden card, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and get rid of the Exhaust Rune, put it back under, so the Raven Bloom Student can go ahead and get a little bit bigger if there's an attack that comes on there, because channeling, playing the card from hidden does count as a played spell. Now we do have double. Oof. We do have, once again, a rough hand. We have a Hidden Blade 2, a Darius. We have a Captain, which the Captain only has a Legion ability, so doesn't fully help us. Then we have a Cleave. So neither one is not really a proper, I shouldn't say proper. It's not really the best way to synergize this hand. It might just be a pass. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a pass situation because you don't want to play the Captain, because the Captain itself has a Legion ability where Legion, you get 2 recruits. So you don't want to use it. And then you have Blades. You don't want to let your opponent draw cards yet. So there's nothing you can fully do just yet. So passing over, and we end up drawing a block. So Raven Soon can get bigger. So we do have a block in hand. We have 4 runes open inside of Ari. Ari can end up playing their own Ari back to base if they want to. Trying to think of different ways to do it. Because I said you do have the challenge in hand. So we are going to go ahead and pay 3, channel 1 back, play the Ari, play it back to base. So the only legal target still for this Hidden Blade is going to be the Raven Bloom Student at this point, and then pass the turn over. And we're going to have Ari sitting up here at 2 points now for the hold this turn. So we're going to go on back. We have Darius. We have to do math. We can play Darius and cleave the Darius if we want to let him on top. It's going to be a big swing. It feels a little overkill. By this point, you're sort of stuck in the back foot. You need to deal something to get the units off the board. So right now, you're going to go ahead and channel your 1. You're going to go ahead and play your Darius. Darius is going to come on in. And we're going to use Darius' ability to pay 1 to go ahead and cleave, untap Darius, give him that +3, plus the 2. So you're swinging for 10. But then he also has a -1 from Ari's Legend ability, so he's going to come in for 9. So we're going to see that Channel of Runes come out. And Channel Runes is going to draw you 2. And Raven Moon is just going to go ahead and die. We didn't draw a retreat. We didn't draw anything off that we can utilize fully off it. And then we're going to go and hide and put that Hidden Blade under the Darius to try and protect that battlefield as much as possible. The downside, so for those who might have also been watching and didn't catch it, the cleave did not get the draw because the cleave had to be used before Darius moved. In order to give Darius that second spell ability to untap, cleave had to be used, so we did not target him when he went into the Dreaming Tree to get the attack trigger. So do note that. So we haven't missed anything on that situation. In terms of Ari did end up drawing a 1,000-tail Watcher. Not much can happen, but we are going to go ahead and see a Vile Maul layer come on down and set that up. And we're going to pay 5 after, getting up a point up to 3. And we're going to see the Bludgeon come down. We're going to go ahead and yank. We're going to yank this over, and we can't Hidden Blade. Hidden Blade only affects battlefields it is at. So we have 2 in hand. Do we have? I think we have the second Hidden Blade, right? We have 2 Hidden Blades. So we're going to pay 2, and we are going to Hidden Blade that Blitzcrank in response. Do get to draw 2 though. So we draw 2 over. So hold up. Yep, Darius will still move because that is an action, not a reaction. So he's saying he did that, imagine, in response to after the move. Nope, Darius will be moving. All right, so never mind, we're good. All right, they figured it out. All right, they fixed it. Never mind. Sorry, Judge. I made a judge call, and they fixed it beforehand. So we are good. It's a problem not having ears on the table, but Falling Sword does come down and ends up clearing that board, and we're good to go going forward. That Vi could come on down, Darius could come on down. Darius think we still have the second Darius available in our hand here. Or second Darius. No, maybe that was last game. I think we just have Vi available. So we use 2, recycle 2. We have 5 up for one Darius, but we don't have to use Darius here just yet because of the fact that we don't have a battlefield to contest. So we can go ahead and use this captain and play the captain down for the Legion ability and then get a recruit token to come on down and then recycle one of those body runes. Yep. And we get recruits for the Legion ability. So we get to go ahead and have some 1/1 recruits come on down. And we're going to use Darius ability for 1 and tap, recycle. That should be a body rune, fury rune, no? I think a fury rune should have been recycled here. I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna get that resolved because I think a body rune was recycled for Vi versus a fury rune, or that shouldn't be the case. So we do have to be careful. I called the judge. We'll see if it does get reverted afterwards, but we'll see what happens. But we're going to end up playing, looks like Obnoxious Saboteur is going to come on down here for 2. We're going to go ahead and take the battlefield up there for 3. It's going to come on down. Take that battlefield. We're going to go ahead and gain up to our second point for the turn. And then we're going to move 2 recruits on over. And the Vi is going to move on over as well, but not take the base. We're going to take 2 points. We're going to go up to 3 points for Brandon at this point, and we're going to have Ari try and recoup the situation as it occurs. So when we go ahead and draw, we end up drawing a counter. We have a defy. There we go. Fix the board state situation. So we got that board state situation fixed, and they are also ready to go at this point. So thank you for our judges for being attentive and getting that fixed on the board state here. So we end up past turn. We have a lot of counter spells. We have a lot of actions in Ari's hand right now, though. We have looks like a discipline. We could try and fight over a couple of these battlefields right now. So we're gonna go ahead and try and move up to Dreaming Tree, because then we can also get the draw effect trigger, because you can target for the swift spell of the turn and draw as well. So we're going to go ahead and I think holding our action, going to go ahead and use Discipline to bump it up and then get the trigger to Dreaming Tree to go ahead and draw a card. And Discipline itself should draw a card as well. Right? No, Discipline doesn't draw a card. Discipline doesn't draw a card. That's fine. That's off the Dreaming Tree. But we'll get that situated out of the way. Yeah. Actually, Discipline should have drawn too. So it looks like she missed one of her draws. Unless I missed it, but we're gonna have a depth Trump come back down at this point. And we're going to set up, try and retake these battlefields as a whole, because we're going to go up to 4 now versus the 3. We're going to hold into a 4 and put a hidden card underneath. We still have a block up in hand as well as a charm if we want to try and pull something over. I mean, we could attempt right now to pull this Vi, if we want this Vi off the battlefield, just pull Vi over and just clear Vi. Vi can get the cleave, though, to go up to 6. So have to be a little bit careful, but we already have them up to 5 on the tree. I mean, on the Raven Bloom student. So you have to be a little careful. The charm's going to come on down. And like I said, we're going to go ahead and move the Vi up. So Vi's going to come down. We're going to attempt to cleave. Do we have a 1-drop counterspell? I think those cost 2, if I'm not mistaken. So we don't have the counterspell up for this. We can't even block it either, because block. Actually, no, we do have. We have a defy. Defy can come on down and block this cleave. So defy can block cleave, and we should get a card draw off of that. So you move the card. Moving Vi up does make Vi an attacker. So it looks like 3, 5, 6. The Vi should be Salt 6. I feel like I missed another card. 3, 4, 5, 6. Should have not been a trade. Vi's 3 might. I feel like there should have been a trade. I might have missed something else here. I mean, it happened before. I missed the right last turn, last game. So sometimes it happens. But we're going to go ahead and attempt to attack into this Raven student. Priority is being played here. Priority is being passed. Where it does look like you have the Saboteur command in, and your opponent's hidden cards cannot be revealed here. So no hidden card is revealed, so cannot give the spell. So Channel of Runes is going to go ahead and go away. So we do end up getting the trade here as a whole. Units are going to trade back and forth, and you're going to see the Poro coming down back into the volatile zone, try and get the holds here because they're the only one with a battlefield, and just try and win the game off of this holding as much as possible. Because you do have another Darius in hand if you're Darius to try and swing back in next turn to then clear the whatever's played in the tree. So we're going to go pay 2 or channel 2, draw for turn. We do have the Blast Fight in here. So you might move it. So she might be moving the Death Times up to Dreaming Tree at this point to get that free point and then put the Fae back underneath. There is the option though. You could go ahead and do the 1,000 watches to clear that board. You can't move out of it afterwards, but you can just move there while you can clear that board state and then pretty much make your opponent back on the back foot again. And then we're gonna have to Darius or something else to deal with your board. And that looks like exactly what's going to happen. Go ahead and pay 2 or pay 7, channel 2, thousand tile watch is going to come on down, -3 to the entire board at this point. And let's see where the move is going to go ahead and happen. Everything going to get to -1 though, can't go less than that. So exactly what we're going to do. We're going to move the 1,000 watcher into Volvism all layer, clear the board, go up to point number 5, and then you have the Depthatron left here if you want, and you can move up to the Dreaming Tree, and you do that and go up to point number 6. Now your opponent's in a situation they have to clear at least one of them, otherwise you win the game off your next turn. Which in this case, Darius is lucky enough to have a Darius in hand to hopefully try and clear off one of these battlefields and then recover from it. So what do we have? We have a Shen and we have a Darius. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can Shen and then Darius on tap Darius to come back in. Not the ideal situation, but it's the only way you can clear up a board, and you can only clear one of these, and you can't clear the 1,000. I mean, you can clear the 1,000 tail watcher, but on the 7, but the problem is your opponent has another 1,000 watcher that's accelerate into victory at this point. So this is a rough situation. You just have to sort of maybe you just rip it and pray your opponent doesn't have it. And just go, all right, if you have it, you have it, and you have to get me out of here. But this might be a situation where you're sort of stuck on just doing Shen and Darius as a whole, because the other Darius costs 6. That's also a Legion ability. So there's not much you can do. You have to have a way to trigger the second spell. So we are going to go ahead and tap 3, play Shen. Shen goes to base. First spell number 1. Tap 5. Cycle 1. Darius number 6. Number 2. Come on down. Clear one of those bases. I'm going to try and clear that one and hope your opponent doesn't have a 1,000 tail watcher again on the backswing. So that's going to go ahead in 7 to 3. Clear that up. Take that conquer. Go up to 5. Your opponent's going to go now up to 6 with 1,000 watcher. And then hope there's not. I mean, I don't know. Some already are running time walk. There could be a time warp in deck for all we know to seal the game. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to go ahead and we don't have the runes for it fully. 1, 2. We do have enough mine room. So now we're going to do math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we are short actually. So we can't even do that. So we have 8. We can 1,000 tail watcher actually to take the victory. We have a 1,000 tail watcher. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We do have 8 runes, so we can go ahead and pay 8 here. 1,000 tail watcher for the victory. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to turn them all sideways, recycle 2 of the mine runes, and it's going to come down. 1,000 tail watcher is going to clear that Darius, take it into the battlefield, and that'll be game number 2, sealed, set, and done. And Ari's going to take game number 2 and end up winning the match. Congratulations to Ari running round number 4 versus Darius. Congratulations, moving on to a 3-1 record and still in the running for top. Oh, what a game that was. That was a couple of bad draws on the former Darius players, some good ones on the former Ari players. But you know what? That is the life and pretty much the life as a whole of trading card games. So, but with that being said, we're going to probably take a short break here second. And before we do that, I want to give a shout out again to our sponsors of Very Good Embroidery and FCBC. You're going to see their QR codes pop up a couple times during the stream. Make sure you go ahead and check them out while you can. But like I said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll see you here shortly. Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Banish Zone Riftbound 1K here on Black Friday, and we have Yasuo versus Annie. Now, this Annie is from my own heart. I play Annie. I love Annie. This deck's great. You might hear me talking a lot more about Annie this matchup. I'm gonna try not to be biased. We have Yasuo on the left side with Gage. We saw Gage earlier in round number 1, so they have made it back to the feature match area as we play out round number 5 something around there. So players shuffling up, picking up the battlefield, and we'll go and get this started here in a second. I imagine Annie's going to go ahead and start Zon Warren to the first one, as we're going to see Dreaming Tree coming out from Yasuo. No, double Dreaming Tree. Interesting. Okay, so ironically, for those of you who want to learn to play versus Annie, I could tell you right now, any Annie that does not start with Zon Warrens on the first zone is more than likely not playing Scrap Heap. The reason why that is because Scrap Heap is really good with Zon Warrens because you get discard draw 2, and then you pretty much sideboard it out going forward every time in game 2. So if they're not starting with Zon Warrens game 1, they're probably not running Scrap Heap. The more you know. So we had a couple of mulligans happening here, a couple of recycles happening. We're going ahead and start, and it looks like, ooh, we have the nice runes coming out from the Annie play. We're going to start with the normal turn 2 Pouty Poro, and no, that's not a mistake. He did tap his runes and untap it because Annie's legendary ability states ready to runes at the end of your turn. He also is going to go ahead and start with a stack deck here. What do we have in? We have a Stone in hand. We have an On Guard in hand. Mask is going to be off the top. Looks like we have Find Your Center and something else going back to the bottom here. We're probably not going to see him at all for the rest of the game. So looks like we're going to go ahead and start with that stack deck. Probably play the mask out for turn number 2 unless you have a turn 2 play. Nope, there is going to be a mask that's going to coming out for the play and turn. Pouty Poro is going to untap, get 2 more runes coming on out here. What do we have? We have 2 Flight or Flights. We have a Cleave. We have a Kaisa coming out. So Pouty Poro probably going to go ahead and get that first Conquer point, and then we're probably going to see the Kaisa drop next and set up for the next turn. And that's exactly what we're going to see here. We're going to see that Kaisa come on down, ready 2 runes, and we're going to go ahead and ready 2. Back to the next player over here, Engage. We're going to sit there and have another stack deck coming out. We're going to filter that top or look for something. What do we have here? I see a Zonia's. I see a Find Your Center. And I see I'm moving my head thinking I could peek around the corner of my screen to find the cards, but I cannot. So I'm not sure what that third card is. We're going to look. We have a pretty iffy hand in terms of Gage. Gage just has a slower hand. So you can start with Sona, but you have nothing else to really deal with anything this turn or going forward. You have to set up like for another unit. And I can't tell what that top card is. Is that a Traveling Merchant? No. Nope, that is the River Shaper. That is the green one that does let you ramp, gain a little extra might. That is the Wielder of Water is on top. So we might be picking the Wielder of Water here just so we have a play that isn't Sona. Sona is better when you can come in and already go to a battlefield you already have versus setting up later. So you're probably going to go see that come on up exactly like the card we took. We took the Wheel of Water, so Wheel of Water is probably going to be the play here. This is up on the battlefield, and then you can try and attack afterwards and take over that Pouty Poro. Oh, looks like we want to think a minute, see what we want to set up. And actually, no, instead we're going to set up for another mask. Interesting. The mask is going to be passed over here. We're going to go ahead and looks like untap Kaisa, untap Pouty Poro, get 2 more runes, and draw a card. I imagine Kaisa is pretty much going to instantly go over into this battlefield here to get the Conquer trigger and draw a card possibly. And that's exactly where we're going to start. We're going to go ahead and start with that. We're going to see a Firefly come out to try and prevent that counter trigger from happening. So, interesting reaction. We could have seen, actually, no, it's an action and reaction to mine. So, nothing we could have done there. We could have seen Cleave come out on the initial attack, but we did not there. So, no card drawn off of the Dreaming Tree. Now we're sitting there with a Darius in hand. We could Darius into a Cleave or Pouting Poro. I think we're short though for Pouting Poro. Pouting Poro is going to go ahead and move back. We're at 2 points. We're going to go ahead and set up the Darius for the following turn. Protect our units. Get ready to come in for the big swing next turn. We can cleave it if we want. The problem is, you don't get that draw. And you can always just hold up 3. You could hold up something bluffing a Void Seeker. Granted, even if you use the cleave here on the Darius and then swing in to get that counter, to get the Conquer, you can still untap to at the end of your turn to have Fight or Flight ready. But let's see if you want to bluff the Void Seeker. But no, we're going to go ahead and go for a cleave, untap, and then conquer that other zone, get up to 3. Don't get the draw off a Dreaming Tree because Conquer was played before going to Dreaming Tree, and then pass the turn back over. So we did draw a Traveling Merchant. We're drawing like a slow hand on the side of Yaso here. Nothing to really set up. I mean, you could play Yaso, but we have nothing to move him early either. So we're just going to take our time a little bit, set up the Wielder of Water. It's going to come on down. We're going to go ahead and tap and move Wielder of Water up. It's going to go ahead and get buffed. So the way you get buffed here, you're going to attack on his own, get +2. Both masteries get +1. So we're going to go on up to 6, and we're going to see the fight or flight coming out to target the Darius. Actually, with the Darius trigger, we're going to recall the Darius, get the draw card off, and bounce it back. And we see, ooh, a Tide Watcher end up getting drawn here. Tide Watcher is an interesting card that purple decks are playing. Some are, and he's been on and off this card every now and then. But we'll see what it does when it comes into play. So we're gonna go ahead and untap here, and then we're gonna go ahead and draw a card. We draw a flash at the top, exactly what you want to see when you have this double dreaming tree set up. So now you can go ahead and attack, but the problem is this unit is still big. You want to try and get the Kaiser trigger back. Kaiser's going to go into the empty battlefield, try and get the trigger here, and then go ahead and get the unconquered draw going up to 4 points. Draw a card off of conquering and see what we end up getting off the top here. And it's going to be a Legion Rearguard. Now this could set up a little bit. So just note for Legion, hiding a card does not count as Legion. So if you go ahead and hide a card, it does not give you the triggered ability. So we're going to go ahead and pay 2 here. Imagine you might see a Pouty Pork on, or the Tide. So Tide Turner himself is going to come on down here. And when played, you go ahead and swap those units. So that will go ahead and be swapped as a whole. And then once those are swapped, you can go ahead and now do the Nox Trigger. You're going to come in for the Legion cost of 2 less. So we're going to go ahead and see that come on down here possibly. No, we're not. We're just going to raw swing this in for a 5 and a 2. Spirit Watcher is going to be a 6 might defender right now with an on guard in hand to go up to 8. And it looks like we had actions passed. So let's see. So I think we're thinking about actions currently. So let's see what happens. If actions get passed, we might just take the trade because the actions are passed. You can't really respond if both players do pass their action step. So I wonder if Annie's debating if this want to take this trade or take the bait and hope your opponent has something to try and keep the unit alive. And we're going to go ahead and see the flash coming out, flashing, targeting the Tide Shaper and the Darius. So we are going to see at least one draw trigger. You don't get the draw trigger off the first Tide Turner because of the fact that we already targeted a unit at that battlefield this turn. So the only one that will get a trigger is the Darius off of this. So we're going to think about what we can do. We're going to see the on guard come on out. And we are going to go ahead and target draw for the turn, go up to +2. Then we're going to go ahead and see the move back. Nope, you do not get, actually, no. Oh, I'm sorry, you do. Sorry. That has happened because that was last turn. We're good. We are good. Darius is going to go ahead and get readied here. So move that back. It's going to go up to 7, 8, 9. We're going to go ahead and see the trade coming out. And Piper is going to go ahead and take there into the Conquer. So we're going to go up to 5. So we're going to go ahead and set this up a little bit more. But let's see. We're going to pass the turn back on over and draw on the form of Yaso. So Yaso does have the Trial Merchant and still has Sona hand, can still cast the Yaso from its champion zone if they want to go ahead and trade into, say, the Pouty Poro and get the Yaso ability off to go ahead and kill it. Well, and then we just have another, looks like, Wielder of Water sitting in the hands. Not a lot of reaction spells coming out, not a lot of any form spells at all. So we can, we're one short of doing a Yasuo Sona. So we're just going to go ahead and cast the Sona out, pay 4, recycle 1. We can untap 4 runes. It's pretty much like a secondary Annie. And we're going to move to and go ahead and move it to that battlefield. And when it's moved to that battlefield, you're going to engage in that showdown with the Pouty Poro. And the question is, do we want to do anything? We do have a fight or flight in hand. Do we want to move it back? Do we want to save our Pouty Poro to come back in on the secondary turn? That's always the fun lines of playing Annie. Granted, you can go ahead and get that secondary trigger now with the Dreaming Tree because of the fact this will be the first time this turn Pouty Poro or a unit at this battlefield will be targeted with a spell. So you're going to get the draw if you want to save your Pouty Poro. And I think that looks like that's what it's going to be. We're going to go ahead and fight or flight. The question is, what are we targeting? We are going to target the Sona. We're going to go ahead and try and move the Sona back. We're going to see a Discipline coming back, and I'm going to go ahead and get the draw off of the Discipline, off the Dreaming Tree, draw 2 cards, hold the battlefield going up to 6 points as Annie. And this is exactly where Annie likes to be. Annie is the tempo deck. Annie wants to control the tempo of this game. We're going to go on, up to 6 here. We're going to go ahead and can move Kaiser over to one of the battlefields to draw 1 up to 7, and draw a secondary card off of Kaiser's Conquer ability. So let's see, what did we end up drawing? We drew a Ride to Win. So we are set up for the Wombo combo and another turn here. So we're going to go ahead and get Kaiser. Kaiser's going to go Conquer up to 7. And now here comes the battle. Here comes the point where you have to think about, oh, another Ride to Wins. Okay. So we're in this situation here where there could be a fight where they battle over something and then you ride the winds to over control this battlefield in the future case. But we can also set up the Annie here to get back something like the Fight or Flight or the Flash to hold. And we're going to go ahead and get back the Fight or Flight. And it's going to go ahead and try and set up where if your opponent has to take both of these battlefields, you can at least Fight or Flight one of them back to in order to force it so they're not able to combo off or pretty much try and win the game off that case. But like I said, we do have double ride the wins available to us. Now it's just trying to set up what's our damage points. We want to set up the most battlefields here. I'm going to go ahead, pay 2, pay another Noxus Hopeful off the top, and it's going to go ahead and set up 4, 8, 12, 14 power over at the streaming tree to try and stabilize for a hold and for the next turn to try and get point number 8. Yaso is going to go ahead and untap. What do we got off the top? What do we got off the top here? And we drew another Sona. Ooh. I don't think that gets there, Chief. He also can deal 8, but then you can fight him back after the ability, so he doesn't get to move. And you have to top Yaso to move him anyway. This might be it. I'm not sure what we're going to be able to do here because you take Sona, try and take one of them off, but you can't take both of them off. I mean, you could try and move the Kane back up, but Kane isn't enough damage to get through it, and Kane can only sit there and go to the battlefield and then move over. It might be invulnerable, but it doesn't clear up the entire board as a whole, because no matter what, you have to use Yaso ability here to use the move effect. So I'm not too sure exactly what's going to get up. And yeah, it looks like, yeah, that's a scoop. That's game 1, and he took game 1 very easily at that point. Really out-tempoed Yaso at this point, and we're going to go into game number 2. And this is the power of those anti decks. This is something that likes to go fast, likes to control the tempo, and just try and keep your opponent off of resources, especially in this case, you also didn't really see much in terms of outside maybe a couple of units. Oh, interesting. So we did see the Zomorans come in for game 2. I wonder what the reasoning is, because the fact that you're going to sit there have the scrap heaps going in, it means that it's a card you can't sideboard out in this matchup because you're going to use this scrap heaps to draw. Now, the question is, I can't see the deck fully. I want to see if I see a scrap heap. Even more interesting. I see a seal coming out, but I don't argue with any of these takes out. So you're taking out the Void Seekers and you're taking out inverted timelines. Inverted timelines actually could be a little questionable. Inverted timelines could help refill your opponent's bricked hand, but also refill your hand if it's too slow behind. Void Seeker can only really hit Sona in this matchup and maybe a couple of small 2-drops, but otherwise you're mostly hitting. That's really it. You can't kill the Yaso, you can't kill anything else with it. So you have to be careful with your Void Seekers, and it's going to cost you too much to go ahead and get the resource value out of it. So I don't argue with the fact that it's going to be cut for this game to see where it ends up. But this is why I have the argument for us anti players that if you're running Zone Warren's game 1, you scrap heap and you cut scrap heap and you keep a Void Seekers and fill in your other 3 slots with no problem. In this case, in game 2, you have to leave your scrap heaps in because you haven't gone Zone Warren yet. So we are going to go ahead and get the shuffle. I'm assuming Yaso is going to want to go first. This is also where Annie really shines too. He's going second. Annie has the situation where Annie can go ahead and 3-drop into a sneaky deckhand into a battlefield, untap 2 runes, and have something like Flash of Flight available for him on the follow-up. And it already has a battlefield before your opponent could possibly even set up. So this is where those temple plays come into play. But we'll see what happens. Everyone's going to go ahead and get shuffled up here, going to try and figure out what exactly is happening and what is going on for this matchup. I am going to go ahead and refresh. I think both of these players, though, are 3-1. I think they're still playing to stay alive here in round number 5 to make it to round number 6. If I have my right pairing matchup. So these players, like I said, are both 3-1. So we're going to go ahead and look at the top hand. It looks like we have from Annie. We have a Cleave, we have a Fight or Flight, we have a Ride the Winds, and a Gust, if I'm not mistaken. And then we are going to have, it looks like, a River Spirit and a couple other cards. I didn't get to see everything else that was out of the hand at that point. So what do we have? We have, looks like, is that they're going to be the Water Wielder coming down? Nope, that's a Mask. Nope, we're going to start with the Zon Warrens and going to pass turn. Very good play, especially if like anyone wants to go ahead and control the tempo and deal a lot of spell damage and try and kill units off. It allows you to pretty much keep your opponent cards alive. Oh, is that actually the seal? So there is a Seal of Rage in this list, which is really interesting. Annie is very red, recycle heavy. So to see the Seal of Rage, it can help filter that out a little bit more. I'm really curious to see this list after. Then we're going to go ahead and pass the turn over, and it's going to end up being the Water Wielder, or Wielder of Water, or however you want to pronounce this card, because I keep on butchering it. But we get to go ahead. Past Patty Poro is going to be able to take one of these battlefields. You do the Zomorans, and you do have the Targon's Peak on the side of Yasuo. So Targon's Peak is on when you conquer here. Ready 2 runes at the end of your turn. So you get to ready a lot of runes as Annie. But you get to go ahead and pay 4 now at this point. You get to go ahead and play a Kaisa. You're going to go ahead and play Accelerated because you did float the mana for the seal. We're going to go ahead and go there, get 5, get the Conquer trigger, draw a card, and get to untap 4 runes this turn. 2 for off the Conquer here effect. So you get to draw for the Conquer. You get to untap 2 runes, which which is at the end of the turn, sorry, not early. So we can take 2 up to Zomwards. Zomwards are going to discard. Yeah, this is where you could probably discard the Gust. Gust could have been cut, but we're ahead and get those Gusts out. Untap 4 runes. Now you have a full suite of cards ready to go for whatever happens. You can save this Kaiser, you can save something in the battlefield, and just be in a very strong position at this point. So we're going to keep on seeing what's going to come out here next at this point, and I think we're going to see probably this River Shaper going to move up, maybe with an On Guard or something like that, and see what we're able to do. So let's see, we're going to go ahead and move him in the river. So it's going to go ahead and get +2 for attacking alone to get a 4. Then the Mask going to give it another 5 for an extra +1. So it's going to come into the 5 versus the Kaiser's 4. And the question is, do we fight or flight back or Kaiser or anything else? And we're going to go ahead and fight or flight. What are we moving? I imagine we're going to probably maybe move back our Kaiser because you have the Yaso ability to move this unit back. No, we're going to fight or flight it back into base here. Yaso ability is still available to move. And we're going to go ahead and ride the wind this back up to the base to go ahead and try and fight. And we're going to go ahead and see that be ready because of way Ride the Wind works is that it moves the unit, then readies it. And we're going to go ahead and see pay 2, and a Rebuke is going to come on out to go ahead and bounce it back to Gage's hand. I mean, granted, Annie now is down only now 4 runes going into this next turn, but has kept the tempo, got the hold here, go up to 4 points, and is going to have to make Gage reset up for their next turn. And like I said, we're now in a holding position with an easy 4 points. And it's going to make it harder for a Gage. Going to try and conquer this and maybe get another 2 more points next turn, maybe only 1 point, because if they play a unit, and then they have to move it with something like Yaso. So 4 runes available, no chaos runes, so can't really ride the runes or anything like that. Yep, and the Gust going to go back and go Pouty Pour, and then just pass the turn. Technically tapped the runes, but untapped them because of any ability. They're shortcutting that. Don't worry about what we have here. So we're going to go ahead and get ready on the Yaso side. What do we have left? What do we have to do? I think we have a Cane. Nope, that is the Wielder of Water that we already knew about. So that card is now out of your opponent's hand. You're going to pay 2 more. We're going to go ahead and move it. We're going to move on up to Targon Speak. You're going to go ahead and take, possibly take it. We have a Gust in hand if we want to move it back. The problem is this card now has 4 or 5 might because it already started attacking alone. So there's not much you can do in response with a Gust. Now you can start the action, do stack deck, look at the top 3, refilter your hand. Now there is the Vi. This is the Vi combo. If you're able to go ahead and grab the Vi, and then later on you want to ride the Wind's Vi into both battlefields to go ahead and just sort of seal it up. We're going to put the Vi back though, go with another stack deck and try and filter off the top again, more than likely, because action has passed, back to your opponent's action, see if there's anything else they want to do. If they say pass, you not do anything else. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and both pass action priority at this point, and then we are going to pay 2 or pay 1 for a stack deck of their own. Find a Gust, find a Sona, and go ahead and find a Mask, and go ahead and take the Gust and try and bounce something like this Pouty Pour back to the base, and maybe try and make this fight a little bit easier for the Wielder of Water to kill up the Kaisa and another Pouty Pour as well. So we're going to go ahead, and they're not 4 runes, 5 runes. It's usually about the max. You have a couple more runes for any that somebody's run. And then we top deck another stack deck. I think we have 2 stack decks now, and the Gust hand and Kaiser is going to go ahead and move on to the Zom Warriors. And we're going to go ahead and fight a flight that back to your opponent's base so you not get to draw. And then we're going to go ahead and see probably this Pouty Pour maybe move up into Zone Warrants, probably trigger a discard. Maybe we're looking for something better to draw because you could stack those effects where you get to draw first, then discard draw for those Zone Warrants. But we're going to go ahead and take that battlefield. We're going to go ahead and conquer up to 5, draw on up, and we're going to draw, I think, into an Annie. So we're running multiple Annies in this list. So we're going to go ahead. I think we just passed the turnover with an Annie into stack this hand. Nothing else really want to get. So we have the Annie. Annie's going to go back, cycle that rune back possibly. Yep, so we're going to cycle it back. We can grab that fight or flight if we want. Using the one from the champion zone, not showing off that we have 1 more in deck because most decks only run 1. So keeping that information hidden that we do have a secondary Annie in our list. So we're going to go ahead and look at what we want. Probably going to get either the fight or flight or the rebuke, but probably the fight or flight because we can cast that and not worry about the rebuke where it has to recycle 2 chaos runes. And then we can go ahead and pass the turn over. Okay, and Pouty Pour is going to be there, but up to 5. Gage is going to go up to 2, and then let's see what sets up next. So we're going to untap, and we're going to go ahead and draw for the turn. We do draw Sona off the top. We're going to go have the Pouty Gust available, and looks like, I think that's a Cane in hand. So we do have a cane in hand. Possibly we can go ahead and set up the cane and try and move it with the Yaso ability, or we just play Yaso with a move as well and just go ahead and clear up that Pouty Pour and then discard something like the Gust if we need to. But let's see where this ends up going. Probably thinking a little bit in the tank here somewhat. Or you can just move up something like the Sona and then you get the 4 untap runes into your next turn if you want. And Sona is going to be what's going to come down here. Recycle the runes so we can untap 4 runes into the next turn. As we're going to go ahead and see the Yaso move on up the Sona into the Zon ones and trigger the showdown. Debating if you want to make your opponent go ahead and use that fight or flight for something like a Sona or just lose the Pouty Poro. So we're gonna go ahead and set this up in the next turn. Fight or flight is gonna go ahead and come on down here, and fight or flight is gonna go ahead and make it look determining what we want to deal with for this response. This is an action, so it can be responded to with a reaction. So do keep that in mind. And it looks like we are going to go ahead and use our reaction here to bounce it back with a gust and to open up that battlefield going forward. And they're going to go ahead and recycle one for Pouty Poro, which they already did. So that will go ahead and bounce that back to hand. Pouty Poro is back to hand and sadly no longer a part of this showdown. But we do get to go ahead and go back to Annie's turn and draw 2 Chaos Runes. And we do have a Pouty Poro in hand, a couple of stack decks in hand. We have the Kaisa in hand, and it looks like a Cleave is also available at this point if you want to go ahead and try and fight over one of these abilities. But you do have to remember that the Zanya's Hourglass is on the field. If you clear up this wielder, it is just going to come back with a vengeance. And we're just going to start the turn with a Conquer on Zon Warren. It's going to conquer. You can stack the abilities either way you want. So you're going to go ahead and draw first with the Kaisa ability to draw 1. And then you get to go ahead and discard and draw 1 off of the Zon Warrens. So I'm going to discard one of these Pouty Poros, the one that we already knew about, and draw a new card to refill the hand. And we have double Cleave and a Darius in hand, ready to go to try and take over this battlefield if it's able to. And we're going to go up to 6 and try and maybe see if they want to kick off this wielder of water to go ahead and try and pop that Hourglass and then just trying to hold that battlefield down as much as possible. But this is where it comes down to stacking your priorities properly with played spells. In this case, we do have the stack deck coming out. We're going to go ahead and draw 3. And there's the Ride the Wind and a Flash. Ride the Wind's going to be a snap take at this point. Because the fact you go ahead and try and just conquer that secondary battlefield by clearing it up afterwards. And then you're probably going to see Darius come on down here and try and clear into the Watcher, where the Watcher's only at 5 power, where the Coup de Grace will go up to 7. Just get an easy trade. The question is whether or not we're going to see multiple moves or just a straight one from one trade triggering happen. And looks like we are going to go see that Darius and the Pouty Pour moving it up to trigger for 9. Nope, just going to go ahead and take the 7 because you got to remember that is 4 off of that. That is 5 off of the mask. So we'll be up to a 5 power unit. And then if they have a Code of Grace, which they do, we'll get another +1/+1. So we'll go up to 7 and just initiate a full blown trade. And we are just going to go ahead and move the Pouty Poro and the Darius after no actions pass. Code of Grace is going to come on down. And I'm going to go ahead and see 7 and then probably take the trade. You're going to go ahead and see if there's anything else I want to respond with. Now, there could be a Cleave that comes on down because this is a reaction speed, so that would have to resolve first. But Darius does have the option to go ahead and use a Cleave, and they're not going to. So just going to go let Darius die, let the Pouty Poro go in and take it, move up to 7 at this point because Darius, Yaso's only down to 1 card in hand. And we're going to see what comes of it next. We're going to go ahead and probably untap, get 4 runes ready because of the fact that we do get the target and speed conquer and get on top 2 with that ability and Annie's ability for untapping 2 as well. So let's see what we top decked here. We're probably doing math. You have to get a Yaso. You have to get something else. You have to get both these units off the battlefield, which you're going to have to do with a Yaso and more than likely a Sona. And we drew, oh, sorry. So that is back because of Hourglass. We did just revert that back. So our Hourglass happening up. They're technically just reverting back to the original game state. Honestly, I totally forgot the Hourglass is there because it was underneath the mask. So it's reverted back to a proper game state at this point. It does make it a little bit easier for the Gage to go ahead and try and get back into this game to try and clear up this board state and try and prevent the winning point coming off of the hold. So they're showing they have pretty much a full grip at this point. We're going to go ahead and trigger. It looks like a 5 into a 4. How do we want to do this? There is a Ride the Wind, but you can move on over and you're going to go ahead and first respond with a stack here. See what's on top of the deck. 1, 2. Zone Enforcer. Looks like a rear guard and a Ride the Wind. Not exactly what you want. Oh no, sorry. A Rebuke. But the problem with the Rebuke is that if you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it depends how many more Fury runes you run in this deck. If you run 2 more Fury runes, there is a chance you could break off of this because you did cycle 1 at the bottom and you only have 2 Chaos runes. So your next 2, there is a high possibility your next 2 runes are Chaos runes, which actually will work out in your favor if you do take the Ride the Wind. And then so you have 1 more Chaos rune after. So you can rebuke here if you want. You have to be very mindful of what might be on top of your rune deck. So you can try and maybe get a combo off next turn and ride the wind. So looks like we're going to do some math here. Debating if we want to let the Kaisa die. I mean, Kaisa dies here. That's going to be perfectly fine because all I have to do, because you have to ride the win combo, which is perfectly fine. And yeah, Kaisa's going to go ahead and die. That's going to be up to 5. You're going to go ahead and get the trigger to discard a card and draw a card, it looks like. Looks like still debating here. And yeah, it does die. Going to get to the discard, draw a card. What do we draw off the top is the question. So only downside is we don't have a Darius anymore in this hand. That is the downside. So we can't make a big cleave turn, and we're going to move the Sona on up into this battlefield, and we are just going to go ahead and see the rebuke coming down to bounce the Sona back to your opponent's hand here. You're going to force them to draw a card in a second. So Sono does get bounced. We're going to try and hold this Pouty Poro as much as possible. And then we're going to sit there and maybe see another 4, maybe even a Cane to come down with a Yaso move just to take over the Pouty Poro battlefield, just to clear out the board because you have to prevent this hold. And Yaso will be what comes down to this point, recycling the runes, and then you have 2, you're going to untap, move the Yaso with the base back to Targon's Peak, going to go ahead and trigger, trading off the Pouty Poro at this point, drawing a card. Not drawing, sorry, recycling a rune, and Pouty Poro is going to go ahead and die at this point. Going to put a hidden card underneath the battlefield, maybe trying to, hopefully it's a fight or flight or something like that. You have to work around it at this point. Oh, we did not hit the Chaos Rune. Like I said, that is a possibility that could happen. We hit the double Fury Rune, so we can't ride the win combo this turn. You get to let your opponent go up to another 2. So the question is, how do we get out of this situation? What do we set up for? I mean, you could go ahead and try and clear something up with the Yaso and the with the Cleave, and maybe something with Annie just to bump it with a Cleave, but you don't want that. You want to set up for the combo turn. So a horrible top deck off the 2-channel runes at this point. And then you get to sit there and look see what else is hand, because I don't think I see anything else usable. I think everything else has recycle a Chaos Rune. Yeah, it looks like everything else has a recycle Chaos Rune on it, so you're not going to be able to fully utilize it at this point, and you're a little bit behind. You're gonna have to your opponent's gonna get a chance to reset up some board state and set up some bigger power that makes it harder for you to attack into it. And we're first gonna go move up here with the Annie, but that'll be a trade. That'll be 7 and a 6. That won't even be a trade. You have to double cleave. So cleave 1. Is there a second cleave? There is the second cleave. You cannot. Yep, you can't reaction Hourglass because it's not that battlefield. So it just plays it as a gear. Then he also dies and goes back. We take over that. Again, I guess you're gonna have to just set up the Vi here for another ride for a ride the win combo turn. You're just gonna play Vi, set it back because you don't unless your opponent has a charm, which you're worried about. I mean, yeah, you could just pass the turn to set up Vi next turn, and then just say go, try and get up to because you do your card for conquering because you cannot win off of a solo conquer for your 8th point. So if you're about to that, you get to draw a card instead. And opponents is going to go ahead and move move the Annie Yaso over, fight the Annie. Annie dies, and now you're just hoping to hit a couple more runes at this point. 3, 6, 7, which I think you're about your limit. You usually run 7 Fury runes, so I think everything left in the rune deck of Annie is going to be looks like Chaos runes. He also trying to set up their turn. They're going to come back through. Kane's going to come back down now. Kane's going to try and set up the battlefield, make a big battlefield, make it a little bit harder to come against. But you have to be careful now because there is a possibility where something can be used. What's in the hand? We have a Ride Ring. Ride Ring can be used to move Kane over to make it immortal. So let's see what happens here. We're going to go ahead. Actually, Kane will only move once. He does not move twice off of that. So Vi's going to come on down. Vi's going to be paid. How many cards are in the grave, I wonder? Time to do some math. Activating for Vi. First ability. Vi counts 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. So right now, Vi would be a 10 might. 11. 12, 13. 14. 15. 16. Vi 16, playing around like a rebuke or something to bounce it back in hand. But right now, Vi is at 16 might. The way this works, folks, is that you're going to want to ride the wind. You ride the wind up to a base, you move it, then ready it. So you'll get Vi readied, and then when Vi is readied, you can also use the Genki ability. So ride the wind is going to come on down here. Going to go ahead and move Vi to a battlefield. So you're going to attempt to move it to wherever you want first. Trying to debate where, because it does move before it gets readied. And we're going to move to Zon Warren's first, probably to get the discard draw to pump up Vi bigger if you need to. And yep, that is going to go ahead and sum it up. And he's going to go ahead and take game number 2. And that's going to go ahead and close up that game. So that was a very surgical plays by Annie at that point. Very cutthroat. And that's just sort of how Annie plays, is a very tempo deck. Very, very quick round on our part. This is round number 5 before round number 6. So Annie taking that. Annie's going to go move up, I think, to 5-1 if I'm looking at my brackets properly. Yaso is going to go drop down to 3-2. This is round 5. So do keep that in mind. We might see him a little bit later. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to end it here for round number 5. And before we go to a quick little break, I'm going to do my usual shout outs to our sponsors and everyone running the event here today. Thank you again to the Banish Zone for running this event and running this 1K here on Black Friday when everyone is stuffed full of turkey. And thank you to Very Good Embroidery for sponsoring this, as well as FCBC. Make sure you check out their QR codes. It's going to be shown on the sponsor screen above. But with that being said, I'll catch you all back here shortly. Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to round number 6 at this point of the Banish Zone Riftbound 1K. And it looks like for first round, or should say, for this round, we're gonna have Victor versus Yi. It's the first time we have Yi on the camera here. Now, I'm curious which build they're going. There's two different builds that Yi likes to go. He likes to either go the Aurora build, or he likes to go ahead and go into the sort of lower down to the ground, lower cost units, hold the units with something. So you have like the green pearl that comes with huge drop with shield, gets the hold, gets the E trigger, and gets like to like 5 might on the first turn it hold the battlefield. So that's sort of what the game plan wants to be behind Master Yi. But we're gonna go ahead and get shuffled up here. We're gonna start this, and then after this, we cut to a top 8. So we'll have a top 8 cut after this. We're not done after this round. So be prepared. We have a couple more rounds of action to come. But with that being said, our players are going to go ahead and get shuffled up here. And for those of you who don't know, my name is Rav. Welcome back to the stream, or if you're just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are thankful to have our sponsor here today of Very Good Entertainment. Very Good Embroidery, not Entertainment, and FCBC. So thank you again to them for sponsoring this event. And then, yeah, pretty much thank you for the Banish for hosting and allowing me to cast it for today. So we're going to be in for a couple more hours of Riftbound gameplay. So make sure get yourself a nice little hot chocolate, you eat leftover turkey. If you haven't done any of that yet, make sure you're prepped and ready to go because we have a couple more hours of gameplay to see. So the players going to go ahead and shuffle up here. We're going to more than likely find out who's going to go first and get our battlefields situated and find out what battlefields we're going to go ahead and start with. Looks like we're shuffling up. We had a pause in shuffling. I'm not sure if their players are talking, so we don't have microphones, so I don't know exactly what's going on, but it looks like we were shuffling, presenting the cut, getting that cut done and out of the way, and get this going. So on to round number 6. So we did end up having, it did cost us a little more of a delay. We did have a couple of draws happening. So I'm pretty sure this is a play-in, if I am not mistaken, between TJ and Justin. I'll let my producer team tell me if I'm wrong that afterwards, and I'll inform you all. But starting on first, we have a couple of our battlegrounds. The first battleground that we are going to see here is going to be the Aspin's Climb, which is the one at the very top of your screen here. And that is increase the points needed to win the game by 1. So instead of 8 points, you now need 9 points to win the game. And the bottom one is one we have seen a couple times is a Trifigure. We're failing today, folks. Triferian War Camp. And that gives all units here +1 might, even attackers. So players are shuffling up, getting ready to go, and we'll get them started underway, and we'll get this ball rolling at this point, get our opening hands going. And for those of you who don't know what Yi does, I might as well explain it while we're waiting real quick for everyone. I'll pull that up so everyone can see it. We have a Wuju, a Bladesman, which is the starter. While I defense alone, it gets +2 might. It gets +2 might, and then the champion is usually 7-drop, 1 body rune. And then we get to go ahead and, not body rune, sorry, might rune, if I'm not mistaken. Get to go ahead and it's 6 o'clock ganking, I enter ready. So it looks like players agreed on the hands. We're going to get this going. We're going to go ahead and shuffle up and get this game started. So 2 being dropped, we're going to go ahead and ramp here. We're going to go ahead and get 1 rune and channeled in exhausted. You know, usually how they want to go with body runes, get a little bit of that ramping with mobilize, and then if you can't, you get to draw 1. 3 runes coming down on the side of Victor. And then Victor's going to go ahead with the mind rune, and it's going to go ahead a couple of order runes. And then as we're going to go ahead and see the Raven Lucerne come on down, make a token, nothing new, normal plays out of Victor at this point. I'm going to get that early side of ramping situated and started here, and go ahead, pass the turn back on over to Master Yi. So Master Yi is going to go ahead and get ready, ready to run. Go ahead and do some more ramping. I wonder if this is an Aurora build. With how much ramping this is doing, like, is this just pure Aurora? Could or could not be. We'll find out very shortly. I'm gonna go ahead and pass the turn back over to Victor, and going to go ahead and get our 2 wounds ready. Look, we have, it looks like a Hidden Blade in hand, and not much we can do about that. We have 2 Stupefies in hand. We have a Lecturing Yordle in hand. I didn't get to see what that first card is, so we'll figure it out. But we're going to go ahead and go conquer our first battlefield here, get our first point scored, and then going to go sit there at 3 might as long as it's sitting at the war camp. And then we're going to go ahead and have the recruit take the other one, go up to 2. We now need 7 more points because don't forget, we now need 9. So I'm going to go ahead and plan it out a little bit. We're going to drop down the Lecturing Yordle, going to come in and go ahead and draw a card. maybe try and filter our hand a little bit more, trying to fix some of this repetitiveness, because it looks like that first card in the hand is definitely a Raven Bloom student. So we're trying to break up this little bit of reoccurring issues that we're having here of all the same exact cards coming on down, and we are looks like we're going to go. Oh, sorry, that was a Watcher's Line, not a Raven Bloom student. That is a Sentry, so the Sentry is going to go ahead and come on down here, and I think we are going to pass the turn. I don't see what the very top card in the hand is. So, oh, that is, we've seen that card. I think that's the Faithful Manufacturer. But we're going to go ahead and generate another token, play hidden card, and that's how it's going to be. Now we're going to go ahead and untap all of our runes here. Get ready. Let's see. I don't see an Aurora in hand. There's no Aurora. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 runes. No Aurora in hand, so I still don't know if we're doing an Aurora build just yet. I haven't seen any big units yet either that make me think otherwise. But Yi's going to go ahead and come on down here. Go ability on this does ganking, and it does enter ready. So you have to read it because this card is also only available in the Proving Ground set. So if you don't have a Proving Grounds, it's the only way you can get it, or just buy your singles from something like the Banner Zone if you happen to be around and they have some in stock. So first thing's going to come on through. We're going to go ahead and get the attack over on the Raven Bloom student here. It's going to come in for 7 might. Raven Bloom student is only 3 might. We can pump it up by 2 to make it up to 5. To also put Yi down to 5 if you want to attempt to trade. But something like an On Guard or something of the sort could just blow it out the water and you just wasted a bunch of utility. Otherwise, so we're going to go ahead and give up that battlefield. And then because of the fact that Yi ability does work and it does get the extra +2 might as a whole when it defends alone. So that is now about a 9 unit E, and it's going to forever sit there as much as it can. And then we'll go ahead and trigger the move, get the recruit on over to the next battlefield here, and then it's going to move on over, and then it's going to clear it up. But instead, we're going to go ahead and react, and we're just going to go ahead and Hidden Blade our own E, our own recruit here. Let's see if there is going to be there is a counter spell in hand. Do you want to stop the counter spell? We are going to recycle, pay 1 and recycle 1, and we are going to defy it, counter that spell, cannot use it, and then make sure that recruit does get pulled over by a charm, and then it's going to go ahead and die. So clearing up the board pretty easy for you, and this is where he's going to want to be. It's going to want to just sit there and just hold this battleground now. It's going to be here at 9. He's going to try and force everything else into this battlefield if possible, and just sit there as long as it can. So we're going to go ahead and channel 2 more runes, draw for the turn, and we draw a Pearl. We're not really drawing anything major here to get us out of this hole. I mean, they're have to figure out how we want to deal with this. I mean, you can Hidden Blade this G possibly if you had another Hidden Blade, but at this point we do not. Hidden Blade was already used. So we're going to pay 2 for the Pearl, get the Pearl down on the field, and you have to commit like a big board just to try and get it out of this G if you're able to. You can play down something like the manufacturer, get a recruit token out of it. But again, it's not going to go ahead and solve it this turn. But we can wait a little bit though and just keep on ramping, get a big battlefield as much as possible, and then try and clear it up in the back end. So with that, we are going to go ahead and pass the turn. We got our recruit. And then I imagine this is going to be ready, make another token, and just say go. We don't lose any runes up. We have no runes available to use Superfy if we need to, but we get the whole point onto this. So TJ is going to go ahead and go up to 2 points to Dustin 2, and I'm going to sit there and be tied as a whole. And then we're going to go ahead and see a new spell come down. I have to double check this one because I know the old name for it. I don't know the newer name for it, but I think it is pretty much like a cycle draw card. Very little interaction with we've had at this point. But that exact card is going to be called Meditation. As an additional cost play, you may exhaust a friendly unit. If you do, draw 2, otherwise draw 1. And he's not moving, so you don't have to worry about it. And I'm going to see Focus, Find Your Center is going to come on down here. So Find Your Center will come on down. And since if one of the scores in 3 points, it costs 1 and 2 less, which isn't the case. We get to draw 1 and channel 1 Rune Exhausted. He's not going to set up with almost a full grip here of 3. We do have another meditation hand in front to go ahead and draw 1 more card. I mean, why not? We're filtering through the top of the deck at this point. Our unit's already exhausted. We don't get to draw 2, but we do see the sudden ferocity coming in. If we need to bump that unit to an even bigger power, but the fact that we are tapped out, so we're not going to be able to use it just yet. We're going to be able to use that primal strength to get up +7 on this unit because it does require 4 runes to be ready, and we only have 1 left. So I wonder if we're going to see a big commit come across here, especially because he hasn't played any other units yet, and just try and get in big and just try and deal it out. So right now on the power, we have 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14 power, I think, on board if you want to fully commit into the G. You will have an extra +1, so it'll go up to 9, but you will have to pretty much full send in order to clear the G off this battlefield. We're going to go ahead and top 3. We don't have a call of the week available. We are going to go ahead and play Victor though down. So any unit that dies, or non-recruit unit dies, we're going to be able to use its ability. And I imagine we're just going to send the squad here at this point and just send them all and just hope we can clear the board, or at least clear the E and take a bunch of trades available so we can get the Victor trigger off. And then when the Victor trigger goes off, we're going to be able to then draw a couple cards. Oh, sorry, not draw cards. You get to create a recruit token. Different card I'm thinking of. But you do get the recruiter group for every unit that non-recruit unit that dies. So let's send in the squad. So we gotta make sure we do our math properly here. If we don't do our math properly, it's going to be a little bit of an issue. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 coming in versus Yee's 9. I imagine that's not the case. Imagine we're going to send one more over to it. Yeah, so we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because Poro does have Assault 1, if I'm not mistaken, so Poro does get an extra +1. So it's going to come 10 versus 9 here, attempting the trade. Lecturer will die first. You're going to get a guaranteed trade off of that. Get another recruit body on the field. And I think that's going to be... Lecturer has Tank. So Tank will have to be assigned damage first. So 3 damage there, and then killing the Poro off that. So that's going to die. We're going to get our 3rd point off for Dustin. Dustin's going to take a point up to 3. He's off the board, one of the bigger units I'm going to be dealing with right now, unless there's something like a Dead Blue Predator or something else happening, or White Flame. And then you're going to be able to get 2 recruit tokens because 2 units died at that point, and setting up for getting another recruit to move into another battlefield, or even this century, go up to another point to 4. Still need 5 more to win, but setting up a very good dominant board position as you have to wait for Yi to hopefully try something else off the top here, because I don't think Yi had any other units in hand just yet. So that being said, we're going to leave our ruins more than likely at least one available. So you're going to use Stupefy. We're going to go ahead and play another unit right to the battlefield and get preparation for that unit there. I'm pretty sure that that's the one that says when it moves. Yeah. So we're going to play it in base so we can use the ability later on, because this card has the ability on when I move to a battlefield, play a 1 recruit unit token here. So you don't want to play it directly into a base. So we're going to go ahead and pass the turn on over. We're going to untap all of our runes. We have almost 12 available. I think we're down to 11 now. We're going to draw our top card. It is going to be a channel runes off the top. Like I said, I don't see what else is in hand. I'm only catching very, very quick glimpses. So I've been able to fully utilize. Actually, is that an Aurora? That is an Aurora. Okay, so this is an Aurora Edict. So Aurora is going to come on down here. And for those who do not know how Aurora is a very, very fun and unique card. And I say that with a little bit of sarcasm at the same time. So at the end of your turn, you may reveal the top card deck to reveal a unit, and then you play it, ignoring its cost and recycle. Ignoring its cost as a whole, recycle the rest. So you get to come on first down with a Mountain Drake. So Mountain Drake is going to go hit the board. So those of you who don't know what a Mountain Drake is, because recycle is also random, so you do have to shuffle after the fact. So for Mountain Drake is one of those bigger body units that you're going to see pretty much in the game. And what Mountain Drake does is there's a 9-drop 10 might unit. So you have 10 power just chilling out on this board. And that's sort of why he wants to try and delay the game a little bit, try and make the extra point needed the victory so you can't lose the aggro. Then Aurora can come on the field and settle. But we're going to go ahead and draw 2. The question is there a call of the week? There is not a call of the week. I think that is a stratagem and double stupefy. And one other card, I'm not sure what it is. So stratagem could be used later on if you need to go ahead and try and close this Mountain Drake. But for now, you might be able to just leave this as it is, just get the whole points, and then next turn, come on through and try and clear up the board with a stratagem and just sort of try and clear out as much as possible. I mean, it's also an action if you want, so you could just try and fill up your battlefields and then hope whatever your opponent plays, you could just sit there and then stratagem and give you units +5 might and just deal, being able to hold for an extra point for the turn. So we are going to go ahead, get a recruit down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 units that can move up, 5 units that can move up. We're going to stupefy one of our own units here just to get the draw, probably filter off the top, see if anything helps better. Ooh, there is the Call of the Week happening. So Call of the Week can come down, clearing out this Mountain Drake to hold the board for another turn. As opponent has to try and hit something off the top again with the roar. So we have one in recycle, and looks like we're going to also have the Defy coming out now. So Defy is not needed. Sacrifice is not needed in this case. So Defy is countering the Call of the Week, which would have been a huge turning point at that point. But it looks like we were able to hold it off. On the upside of what this means for, actually, no, we're at 1 short now. We can't stratagem. paying that did end up putting us off a stratagem strategy. So this Drake can come in and just clear that stratagem next turn, and we don't walk into another counter spell. But you can, let's see what happens. You're going to pay 2 now. We're going to sit there and have. I think you need 2 more for a Primal Rage. I think we are going to just go ahead and try and clean up this battlefield. We're going to go ahead and clear up this Watchful Sentry, clear it up to 10, maybe hit a hope to Dead Bloom Pen or something off the top. That's going to clear that up, draw a card. We're going to go up to 3 on TJ's side, and then see what we end up hitting next. Off the top, we do have looks like a White Flame in hand as well as an Hourglass, so we could prep with the Hourglass on the field. Next time we die, so this gets recalled instead. Let's see, we're going to pay 2. Hourglass is going to go ahead and come on down to prevent the next death that happens on TJ's side of the field to initiate the recall. And then let's see what comes off the top here. So Aurora is still needing to be triggered, ending the turn. Aurora trigger, and we're going to come down with a White Flame. White Flame is going to come down off the top. Nothing to recycle. First card revealed off the rip, and we also still have the White Flame in hand as well. Oh, White Flame is going to go ahead and come onto the field here and prep itself into the next turn. White Flame is when you play me give a unit +8 this turn. Not like it matters at this point because there's nothing to worry about. But we do have a big board coming through on the side of Victor or Dustin, however you want to refer to him as we do have a stratagem in hand. Stratagem can come down and initiate a board clear on this Mountain Drake, but we do have to hold now up to 7 points. We still need 2 more to win though, so you have to play around it. And you might be able to play around it by just waiting 1 more turn. Wait 1 more turn and try and clear the board next time, trying to get up to 9 with a double conquer and just get your way through it. But with that being said, we do have a Sprite Mother in hand. I can give you the 3 cost Sprite if you want it. I think that's a Smokescreen on top as well, a Stratagem, and a Stupefy. So I'm curious to see what's going to be the next play of action here. It might just be play Sprite Mother, pass, maybe Stupefy if you want to draw the card off the top to filter through the deck. But I think the more winning strategy here, yeah, is just recall everything back and just prep. Prep yourself for a stratagem turn and hope you get there. Try and get over something with big like the primal strength and everything of the sort to set up the board as much as possible and then just swing. Just go all out as much as you're able to do so. Which is also, I mean, you hold back the Sprite Mother too, so you can get the 3 might unit. But no, you're gonna go ahead and we're gonna stupefy one of our own cards. We're gonna draw off the top here, and it's gonna be another stratagem. All right, we are setting up to do a double stratagem turn possibly, and just set up as much as possible and just swing in big and say, yeah, I'm gonna give everything +10 might. What can you do about it? And try and get through it and hope there's not a counterspell in TJ's hand. We are in the thinking though. That is a play that could end up backfiring if there is a form of counterspell. It could not work as a whole. What we're going to do, we're going to see what comes off top. We're going to go think a little bit. We have a smoke screen because if you also double stratagem, you cannot smoke screen that turn. You cannot play Sprite Mother that turn. So you have to think about your exact line of action that you want to do. Like one situation, you just play stratagem off the first and see what the response is, and then determine your next play of action for that next turn. Well, he's going to go off the 4. We're going to see, looks like a find your center here. And a channel, catalyst. So then catalyst here will let you draw because you can no longer exhaust any runes. So it will let you go ahead and finish the whole ability as a whole. But Life Game is going to go ahead and go up and take that battlefield to take point number 4. And we're just going to trigger Aurora, keep up everything up. We're going to see a Finder Center. We're going to see an Hourglass. We're going to see a Dead Bloom Premier is going to come on down into a battlefield, adding to that might power as a whole. But we're going to go ahead and buff up the White Flame battlefield, it looks like. And we're going to shuffle the other 2 back or recycle them back at the bottom of the deck. We're going to pass the turn, full grip, full runes ready from TJ's side. I think it's double primal strength at that point, but let's see what happens. Final rune. We now have 12 runes on the side of Victor. The question is, how do we want to see what's in their graveyard? See what they have for counter spells. You've only seen 1 counter spell. You've seen a couple of might. You've seen a couple of defies. You haven't seen really anything else that's pumped. You haven't seen any pump abilities. The question is, do you send it? Do you just full send it? We have 3. We have 6. We are going to go ahead and charge them, putting 3 back. Give everything on your side of the field plus 5 might. Any response? I don't think there's any response from TJ. The closest thing they can do in a response in this case, you can primal strength, but it has to be after it'll be doing a showdown because it is an action speed. Primal strength does only give plus 7 twice, so we get 14. You can buff something up to 24 like the Mountain Drake. The question is, are you just going to go ahead and buff? Yeah, now they're doing math. I'm doing how much damage is this coming across here? Do I get to live? Do they get the double conquer to a certain? And it looks like, anyways, yep, allowing that to resolve. It looks like. Question is, do you just rip it? Do you just rip the second one? So I'll make everything 11-11s at least, at minimum. Everything will be 11-11. No, we're just going to full send. Question is, do you overcommit here? Your opponent has full runes up. So what do we have? We have Victor coming through, I think 9, 7, so 6, 7. So that'll be 13, 9, 21 damage. But double primal strength here would allow the Mountain Drake to live, at least to initiate the start. It does require, though, double primal strength coming down to keep it alive. So here comes the first one. First one's going to come on down here. We're going to go up 7, up to 17. The problem is we get through it with a second. Let's see the second one come down now. They won. Second primal strength going to come down. So now we have 6. The question is, do we go commit with the action? Do you commit with the action here to stratagem? If you stratagem here for a second one, if I'm not mistaken, it is nothing that prevents you from using a second one. I have to relook up stratagem, then make sure I'm looking at the card directly. It'll give plus 5, it'll give everything plus 10. Which make Victor a 14, Mechanic a 12, put it up to 26, then 37. Yep, here it comes. Tapping 4, tapping 5, tapping 6, and the second shot is going to come on down and give everything else another plus 5. Everything's going to have plus 10, and that's going to summarize game number 1, going in favor of Dustin. And we're going to go into game number 2. Oh, man. And this is the power of these Victor decks. Victor wants to build a big board, play stratagem, give it all a bunch of might, and just swing in for a ton of damage. And that, I mean, there's nothing you can do in that situation. You played it well. You had both counter spells up. You're trying to do your best to work around it. And in the end, we just topped at the second stratagem and just got us through the double primal strength. So that being said, it is time to go to sideboards. Now imagine you're going to want to bring in sabotage. You're going to see those challenges come in. You want to try and sabotage something out of the hand of Victor in this case. So you're going to bring those in and have no issues with that at all. I don't know what Victor sideboarded. I didn't get to catch all of it. But in this case, we're going to see what happens. We're going to sideboard, take out a couple other cards, and it's exactly what we took out. Looks like we took out Confronts. We took out, I keep on turning my head like I can actually see the cards around the camera. And yeah, that's sort of where we're going to be from what I could tell 100% off the list. I don't have the list in front of me, but that's going to be going into game number 2. So we have the first battlefield selected, the second battlefield selected. It looks like we are going to have, let's see, we know one of them. What's the second one here? The first one that we have is going to go ahead and be Sigil of the Storm, I think. So Sigil of the Storm is going to come on down. I'm pretty sure. No, is that Obelisk of Power? No, sorry, it's Obelisk of Power. So at the beginning of each, at the start of each beginning play phase of each player, they each channel 1 additional rune. So if you're going first, you get 3. If you're going second, you have 4 total runes by the end. And you're going to go ahead and get that cut here. And then we're going to go ahead and see what the second battlefield is in a second. Put that on over. And it is going to be Reckoner. No, not Reckoner's. The Arena's Greatest. So we're going to make this game go a little bit faster. We're going to make you need 1 less point to win, basically. Because the fact that each player will start with 1 point already score at the beginning phases. So each of these battlefields have an at the beginning phase trigger, and then they're nothing for the rest of the game. So we're going to start one extra rune and 1 point to start off our turns. And I imagine we're going to have the TJ going first in this case, or Master Yi going first, and then Victor's going to be going second. Where our players are going to go ahead and get shuffled up and get ready to go here. So as our players are getting ready, getting a good shuffling, chatting it up a little bit, we are a little bit early into round number 6. Like I said, I'd like to thank you again for the Banish Zone for hosting this event. Stick around after this round. We will have a top 8. So keep that in mind. And according to our production team, Victor basically had plus 100 power on the board. That's just monstrosity numbers. That is horrendous. It is a scary situation to be in. And then it looks like we have Yi going first. We do have the Aurora in the hand to start. So Aurora is in the hand. Get our first point for the Reckoner's Arena. No, sorry, the Arena's Greatest, not that one. And we're going to go ahead to find your center to channel 1 rune and draw a card. Get that ramp going to get that Aurora online as quickly as possible and pass the turn over to Victor. So Victor, go ahead and get their first point because of the arena and get the channel. This rune will be up to 4 at this point, which does end up changing your starting hands a little bit, being at 4 versus 3. You could probably keep something a little more greedy than you thought, but it does look like it is all order runes off the top, not a single mind rune in place. But I don't think it matters. And I don't think anything, the only thing you can put back is the Sprite Mother, which you don't have. So we could just end up going double Poro here and get ready to pretty much accelerate as fast as possible and just keep coming in with these Assault 1s. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to have the Poro coming on down, double Poro coming out here, both Assault 1, swinging in for 3 damage. So we're going to go ahead and ready 2 runes, and we're going to end up tapping get ready. We're going to end up doing Catalyst the Eons. We're going to end up channeling 2 runes here, try and get that ramp as much as possible. We can now do a Meditate to go ahead and draw a card. Try to filter some more ramp off the top, filter out some of the dead cards, and we're going to draw into a second Aurora. So we have 2 Auroras that can come down this game. But let's see what happens as we're going to sit there and have the order runes come on down. And the upside of having double Aurora, you can play around Cold Week, but the problem is you take 2 different turns in order to fully utilize these Auroras. So we'll go ahead. We're going to go get this Poro up, draw a card for turn. We did get a Sprite Mother. We do actually have the Mind Rune now in place. We can go ahead and use it if we want to. We're going to imagine moving these Poros up to get these battlefield points up. We're going to go up to 2, and then we're going to go up to 3. Get those done and out of the way. See if there's any action opponent side. In this case, there is none, which is usually a pretty good heads-up play. But in this case, we do have 3. We can go ahead and use the Sprite Mother if we want to. I'm not sure how much we're going to, and we're not going to. We're going to go ahead and display Victor in case one of our units dies here, and then we can go ahead and get more recruit tokens off that way. But maybe it's a situation we're just going to pay 1, use the Victor's ability to get another recruit on the field, and then just say pass. Yep, looks like we're going to go ahead and play a Raven Blue student at this point, pass the turn back over, and I think we have enough runes. 1, 2. Yeah, we have more than enough runes. We're going to go ahead and play Aurora. Aurora's going to come down here, recycling 2 of our runes, putting them back to the bomb, or hopefully get them back, or we have enough to cast the other one next turn. And I'm going to end the turn, use Aurora ability here. Let's go gambling. And right at the top, it's going to be Volibear. Not probably the best one we want to see just yet. I mean, Volibear isn't a bad champion, but in this case, your opponent's also already owning both these battlefields, so you don't get the Volibear ability off. And then on top of it, it does have Shield 3 and Tank, but it's not what you want to see right now. You want to see him like a Deadpool Prowler. You want to see something major off the top, and it's just a little turn behind. Especially as your opponent is already about to be on 5 points to try and get this victory, and then you're going to see something come down here in a second and probably this Call of the Week, or at least maybe try and rip a Call of the Week, and then attempt to kill this Volibear right off the rip and make your opponent have to ramp even more. So, and we have a Hidden Blade coming out. So let's see what the play of action. I imagine it's going to be probably a pay 1, make a recruit token, then sacrifice it to Call of the Week. And that's exactly what's going to happen here, I think. There's the recruit token. Here it pays 2. We're going to recycle one of the runes, and we're going to go ahead and Call the Week here, try and kill the recruit, and then let's see if we kill a little bit, see if there's a counterspell in hand. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it dies. We have no counterspell in hand. We have, actually, we do have a counterspell, but it is sadly the one that costs a little bit more than that. So that is going to deal the Volibear. We're going to sit there and try and build up our board a little bit more. I imagine we do have enough now for a Hidden Blade if something comes down and initiates a showdown. But for now, we can go ahead and use one of these. Looks like we're paying 1, paying 2, 3 for. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and play the rear guard here. So then when it moves after, we can go ahead and get another recruit on the move ability. And then we're gonna pass the turn back over. And we do have, I think, double. Okay, we do have double a body rune. So if we need to go ahead and play the second aura, we can. The problem is, or do we want to? Are we stuck to? We may have to. We have their units in hand. We're gonna have to just trigger off the top here. I mean, we have cards like challenge us up to cause things, but unless there's a deadly prime or something, we go ahead and just get 2 more points up to 7 on the form of Dustin at this point. You're gonna have to just sort of commit to it at this point and just hope you rip off good. And there goes the way. We're gonna go ahead and play Master Yi. Yes, Master Yi is gonna go ahead and come in ready, and we're gonna go ahead and start the challenge here. And the challenge is gonna go ahead and come on down. So we do. It does cost 3 for a hidden blade. I can't use that just yet. And opponent is gonna card is gonna go ahead and die, and then we get to go ahead and maybe if we want to challenge fight something and then knock out the other Poro possibly. I mean, if you hit a Deadly Predator off the top, you can go ahead and fight it anyway. So that's a question: do we just want to leave something up for another action going forward? But we're gonna go ahead and think about it. We do have a challenge, like I said, in hand. We have another Aurora in hand. We are going to Victor trigger there because Poro die. We do get the recruit, and thank goodness. Good call on TJ to go ahead and get that call out at that point with the victor. Heads up play by TJ being a good opponent. And we are going to go ahead and trigger the challenge, and then we're going to have another fight, and he's going to go ahead and fight the victor at this point to initiate a little bit of a combat there, and then it's going to kill the victor. Victor does not get to see himself die, so he does not get a unit off of that, and we're going to go ahead and just have him fall off the battlefield at that point, and then we're going to have Aurora come on and trigger. The fight. Dead Blue Perimeter is going to go ahead and come on down and more than likely clear up that other battlefield. The question is, where do we want to buff it? And yes, we are going to go ahead and start a showdown now. It's going to go ahead. Dead Blue Perimeter is going to trigger and play an occupied enemy battlefield, and then it's going to go ahead and kill the daring Poro. What a turn of events for TJ at that point. Poro is going to go ahead and die. And now you're looking at the top like, oh, how do I come back? I need a stratagem. I need something to come back off of here and go through it. I mean, we have a call of the week. You let your opponent draw 2 cards, but how much we want to do at that point. And also with these also get an extra +2 might when defending alone. So he's about a 8 might unit, and Devil Power is 10 might, just chilling there on defense. So it's channeling these 2 runes here. We draw legendary, and not exactly what we want to see at this point. We can go ahead and commit to try and kill a year. We have 3, 6, 9. If you play the Sprite Mother, you could go 9, try and clear that battlefield up, and then fight into the Yi and have something left over. But imagine you lead the temporary because I can't get the hold, but we're going to play Legendary Order down first. We have just the Call of Week Hidden Blade in hand, and then we have a Scout. The question is, how are we going to work around this at this point? Because we can try and commit to it and overcommit and try and get to those extra 2 points here to get ourselves up to 7 if we want to overcommit. But I'm not sure much you want to do that because you have another war on the field. Or could just sit there and try to flip more cards off the top and just reshift the game back into Yi's favor. So we're going to pay 2. We are going to Hidden Blade. The question is, what are we Hidden Blading is the question. We're going to Hidden Blade Yi. Okay, so Yi is going to get hit. Our opponent is going to allow card draw twice. So let's see what happens. We're going to pay 2, 3. We're going to go ahead and Sprite Mother. Sprite Mother has been activated. We're going to go ahead and get a 3-drop Sprite that's going to have temporary. The problem is now we do have a charm on TJ's side. So you can try and initiate this trade here. I don't think it's going to work because, yeah, 3, 6, 9. So if we're going to try and attempt to move here, get the shot and go up to 6 points. And it looks like that's how we're going to go ahead and pass it. So I guess also the downside, you had to work around Dead Blue Imperator does have a deflect. So you have to pay an extra and you might not want to deramp that much. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and go up to 4 on TJ side with Dead Blue Imperator sitting on the battlefield at this point, sitting at that glorious 10 power as we pass the turn over. The only downside is that Dustin did commit the temporary, so he does not get the whole point for next turn. We are going to go ahead and, I think, tap our. We're going to drop down a second Aurora here. So leaving 1 open, tapping the rest, 1, 2. Yep, because we want to have 9. So we're going to play secondary Aurora at this point. It's going to come on down, and let's go gambling is pretty much how this is going to work. It's rereading temporary, realizing he's not going to have a point, but he can't Dead Blue Penalty there if he hits the secondary one. So we're going to go gambling. And we're going to go hit the first one. So viewing off the top, number 1. Dead Blue Perimeter is off the top. You're going to clear up that Sprite, taking over the occupied battlefield. You're going to go up to 5 conquer points. And I don't know how you backtrack at this point. Anything that comes off the secondary war could just go to a battlefield, and you're just playing on the back foot. You don't have any more hidden blades or anything else, and it's just going to be a. It wasn't a roar off the top. It could have been the third, but we're going to go ahead and filter through the deck a little bit. Hit a white flame. White flame's going to come on down. Choose much battlefield. It's going to buff a unit, but it's not like it's going to matter too much. We're going to have a ton of power on this side of the field. But also, you can also play this back to base if you want to try and keep something alive and get the +2 might on the defense trigger because of Master Yi. Because when defend alone, it gets +2 might. But I don't see how. I think you're just going to want to play it to a battlefield, buff it no matter what. Recycle those cards to the bottom here. And I think Dustin's shaking his head going, okay, how do I deal with double Dead Bloom Pounder and a White Flame Protector on the field at this point? What do I have that answers this outside of maybe just a stratagem and try and get through it and play around counterspells? So we're going to roll off the top here. 1, 2. Does he top deck the second in? Top decks, not one. He does have a little bit of time. You can get up to 7 points here, but not up to 8. And you have to work around it a little bit because this is leaves up counterspells. TJ won't have to do anything in response outside of this pass the turn, leave enough runes open to counterspell or primal strength or anything that they need to going forward. The best you can do in the side of Dustin is just try and ramp your board up as much as possible and get ready to hopefully see if you could stick a stratagem and see if you can get through at that point. Otherwise, we're probably going to be going into a game 3. It looks like we are going to go ahead and do what we said, and just going to try and set up our board state a little bit, try and set up a bunch of units, try and hopefully top deck a stratagem next turn, and try and get our way through it. Pay 2, pay the scout, pay the open hand, and go, yeah, I'm going to top deck and pray and say, yeah, go ahead, make another token, pass the turn, and go show me what you got. So at this point, we're going to have TJ going up to 7 points as on his side of the field. On tap, almost everything. Going to come back down here. I think he has 10 runes left. Lots of power on the board. Double roar on the board. And see if he can get through it. I mean, we do have the charm also to try and move some stuff around after. Do we commit the Mountain Drake somewhere? Do we just play off the top? We have a primal strength. We have a counter spell. Like, do we have to commit anything? We want to commit the charm though. Charm's going to be committed to trying to initiate a showdown and try and get some of the trade. Probably get some of one of the bigger powers off the board. So in case the stratagem does come down on the top deck, it's not going to hurt as much. But we're going to go ahead and move that unit over there. Probably generate a recruit. It's going to die no matter what. Trade them off. They die. You know, oops, there they go. So we have enough for a primal strength. We have enough for the counter spell in hand. And like I said, this is looking in a pretty demanding position right now for TJ. And we're probably going to go into round number game number 3. But before that, let's go ahead and find our center. Down, roar trigger number 1. Sabotage is gone. Fi is gone. Rune Prison is gone. Challenge is gone. Dead Bloom Permanent number 2 is going to go ahead and come on down here, taking over that battlefield, pumping up. Let's deal the second one. Mountain Drake is going to come down. I think that's all she wrote, folks. I think that's going to be it for game number 2, and we're probably going to move on to game number 3, especially depending wherever this stops like this is going to go next. So we're going to untap here, see where we hit. Untap, Channeler 2, and rip off top. Is a defy. I mean, you could counter it and draw it, but I don't think it matters too much. I mean, you just have to show a counter spell once. Any form of counter spell just ends it there. Won't allow him to draw. So we're going to go ahead and attempt to use Stupefy. Actually, do this counter and prevent the card draw. So he said before he draws, wait up. I'm looking at this card, double checking, doing math here. Do I fear a stratagem? Is there anything else I could fear? I mean, at this point, I think you just counter it because there's nothing else he can draw off the top, and you just win off a whole thing. I think you just pull the counter spell, and yep, there it is. Will-o-wisp. He's going to go ahead and counter a spell, counter that, and we're going to go into game number 3. During this little sideboarding break here, though, I will like to thank you all again for joining us here on the Banish Zone. My name is Rav, otherwise known as Rarvin, Rarvain. So if you want to catch me out anywhere, I'm also in chat. Make sure you go ahead and check me out there. But I like to also give a big shout out to our sponsors for making this event happen. We have very good embroidery, very good makes custom playmats, apparels, esports jerseys, and more. Contact them to level up your gear. And our second sponsor tonight is FCBC. Shuffle easy with FCBC. They have a great line of sleeves, accessories, binders, anything that you need for a competitive format at competitive prices. You're going to see their QR codes a couple times on the stream today, so make sure you check them out if you get the moment. As well as, of course, our major sponsor is the Banish Zone themselves. Thank you for the Banish Zone for hosting this event on Black Friday. You know, all of us are full of turkey. All of us had a nice relaxing day before, and now we're here ready to grind some games out on the Rift and try and compete for that 1K prize. But with that being said, our players are going to go ahead and get reshuffled up here for game number 3. I imagine we're going to see probably Victor on the play going to number 1. We don't have any early runes. We do going to have, looks like Targon's Peak coming in, as well as Grove of the God Willow coming on in as well. So nothing major here that's going to determine it off these battlefields. Grove of the God Willow will be good if you're holding, which is what he wants to do. So it's going to want to try to utilize that as much as possible. And then you have Targon's Peak coming in is when you conquer ready 2 runes, which could be beneficial to both players. So overall, good for both. Looks like we have a double check on the sideboard here. Make sure anything else you want to sideboard out on the side of Victor. Anything that they didn't like afterwards in that game. Anything they want to change out. So yeah, something like those Poros. Though I think Poros would be better since you're on the play. I could be wrong. He could say I'm going second, but what do we want to throw in here? What do we have? Ooh, spicy. We're gonna throw in the Leona, so a little bit extra big body damage to hold down these battlefields, especially go for the Godwell. Though I would be careful. I don't think you're allowed to sideboard after seeing the battlefields. I would have to double check on that, but yeah. So I'm not sure if something's already done and they just revealed because it's going to be picked no matter what, or what happened in that situation. But with that being said, our players are going to go ahead and shuffle on up here and get ready for the next round. Or next game, I should say. The next round. And then don't forget, after round number 6, we will end up having a top cut. So stick around after round number 6. We'll have a top cut to top 8, in which we'll have 4 more rounds of gameplay. I think so. Semi-final. No. Yeah. 4 more rounds? Semis. Quarter. I think 4 more rounds. I don't know. My mind is shot at this point. Of extra gameplay coming in on Riftbound. So make sure you go to stick around after this as we get a couple more games in of Riftbound to try and figure out who our 1K winner is. Oh, almost forgot. Master Yi. Yeah, definitely don't want to forget your champion in your deck because you can do that. You can start the game with no champion. So be careful whenever you shuffle up. Make sure you always pull them out on the secondary going afterwards so you don't have to worry about it. But we're going to get this shuffling, get going. We have about 15 minutes or so left in the round at this point, and before we could go to overtime rules. There is always a chance for a draw, possibly. I don't actually know. There is no chance for a draw technically because there is overtime tiebreakers if you go into time and turns on game number 3. Or thankfully, this game, this event, we haven't seen too many on stream, so we've had some pretty good, well-paced matches here today. So players are going to finish their shuffling real quick. Get ready, get the cuts done, and then go into our 3rd game and final game around of our Swiss before we move into top 8. So we're going to go ahead and draw up 4 cards each. Let's get these drawn. Let's see, we do have a Volibear. Looks like a Primal Strength. And I think a Mobilize and a Meditation. And then we have, looks like a Sprite Mother, a Call a Week, a Scout, and a Sentry on the side of Victor. So not a bad opening as a whole. And we're going to say, go ahead, good luck in the game number 3 for the possible winning in to make it into top 8 here. We're going to head and channel our 2 runes. And imagine we're going to see probably the Watchful Sentry coming down here just to take an early, this is an early position. This is set up later on. But no, we're going to do the Scout instead, just channel action to prioritize getting the runes over the card draw. So 3 runes are coming down from SG. Imagine we're going to see probably something even probably the Mobilize here at this point. We have the Aurora and Deadboom Predator already in the hand, ready to go. The combo is ready. The body is willing. Let's see if we can get there quick enough. And we're going to go ahead and, like I said, drop this Mobilize down. And we're going to go ahead and channel some runes. So get that 1 rune channelized. Pass the turn back on over to the Scout. And go ahead and flip our 2 runes over. 1, 2. We do have a body rune available to us if we need to. go up to 8. We do have a Hidden Blade in hand, ready to kill anything that comes off of Aurora or anything else on your opponent's side of the field. And we'll go ahead and pay for you for a Sprite Mother, get that double conquer down. So I imagine the scout's going to want to move into the Grove because temporary will not count for a hold. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to move this Sprite on over to Targon's Peak. So end of turn, we get to untap 2 runes. We're going to go up to our first point. The first game we've had where there's not a point change modifier happening. And then we're going to go ahead and move the Scout one over to go over the Widow. So we're going to get the whole draw one for the next turn. And then this is probably just going to be a pass, untap 2 runes. As any player, I like to hear those words. Oh, we're going to put one back and we're going to Hidden Blade under 1. Interesting. Interesting, because that card will go away at the beginning of the phase. So I'm not sure, a little slight misplay there, but we'll see what they might have a different game plan in mind if something else comes down that could prevent it. Maybe thinking something's going to move something off the battlefield. You could also use the Sprite to move Charm over into the other battlefield at that point. And we are just going to get the hold here. So we're going to go up to only 3 points. So temporary ability is there. So we're going to have a judge call for temporary, I think, to determine what happens if it does go away at the beginning of the hold. So there might be a judge call happening to Hidden Blade his own Sprite. So we have to double check what temporary ruling is. Temporary ruling does go away at the beginning of the beginning phase, but it does make Hidden Blade a reaction. Yep, it looks like we're going to have a judge call here to see if we are allowed to do that. If I'm not mistaken, no, let me reread Sprite. Kill me at the start of beginning phase before scoring. I do not think temporary makes an ability on the stack. I think temporary just dies, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong in this, but I'm pretty sure temporary does just die. Before, and there's no reactive ability that happens. There's no secondary ability that happens. And we are going to go ahead and just kill the Sprite here, and it looks like we do get to draw 2. All right, so it looks like the judge had ruled that there is an ability that goes in the stack here to allow it to happen. So we're going to go ahead and channel 2 more runes. We don't get the hold point there, so we're going to go up to 3. Scout does hold, so we get the draw for the hold. And then we get the draw for turn. Wow, we just drawn like 4 cards in that one set of actions with Smokescreen in hand, setting yourself up for a very strong position if able to. Now, because Targon's Peak, because the unit does die before hold, you can't score on Targon's Peak this turn. Exactly what's happening. We'll get the Conquer trigger, go up to 4 with Targon's Peak available. Now, the question is, what do we want to set up here? We have 5 runes available and a full grip of cards available to us. Now it's the question: we have smoke screens available. We have a couple different. We have the Fey card available to us. Call the weeks in hands. We don't have to worry about that going forward, at least for next turn. We can make a token this turn if we want to. So let's see what happens. We're going to pay 3. We're going to go ahead and get down the mechanist to go ahead and get 1 recruit ready. And then I imagine we're probably just going to go ahead and pass the turn here, leaving up the smoke screen for any reaction. Yep, we're going to pass the turn here. Good, couple runes down. We do have the Aurora in hand. We do have a channel, find your center in hand as well. We're going to go ahead and tap everything out here. We're going to get down the Master Yi. It's going to come in ready, and it's going to come in swinging. So Master Yi is going to go ahead and try and fight over this scout, allow him to channel a rune. It is going to come in only for 6, though. The question is, you can knock it down to -4 to give it 2, but it doesn't matter. The scout's only a 1 mic unit, and we're going to go ahead and channel 1 rune. Your opponent's going to get the hold there. Possibly next turn, depending on what you have. And then we do have a charm available if you want to clear out the Sprite Mother as well. And that looks like exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to go ahead and pay 1, use the move to charm to move the Sprite Mother over to the Grove of the God Willow to then trigger a showdown with the Sprite being an attacker. Yi gets an extra +2 because of Master Yi Legend ability. So now Yi is an 8 might unit. Now, not much else we can do. Allow it to die. We have a recruit. Call the week at next turn. No Aurora on the field. So we can set up and just kill this Yi if we want to. By imagine first things first, we might score first with the recruit, depending. We'll see how this set up here. Pay 2. Draw. Hidden Blades drawn off the top. I don't know if you want to give your opponent more cards, but we can end up moving a recruit over, pay one, and make the recruit token as well to then just call the week. And exactly, we're going to go ahead and make this recruit token here. We're going to come on down. We're going to go ahead and pay our 3, and then we're going to go ahead and call the week, killing that recruit token we just made, and then make he sacrifice himself, and they're going to go bye-bye at this point. We're going to get our 2 zones here to go up to 6 points more than likely with a hidden blade in hand for something, for some other form of shenanigans that could pop out. But this is looking like a pretty strong spot right now for Dustin. But last time we knew, TJ did come back from a worse position than this last time. So let's see if we can do it again. So first coming in, we're gonna have the hold over and got conquer over on the Willow, then conquer over on Targon's Peak. We're gonna go up to 6 points here, get the untap 2 runes at the end of this turn. If we want, we might put the Hidden Blade back down. I don't know if I think we might be off just holding it, especially because the fact that we're going to be able to play it in response to something like that to deal with it. So pay 3, get the Legendary. We do have a Singularity coming off the top as well. But I think we're in a pretty demanding position is to end the turn here, untap 2, have 4 runes available, and have a Hidden Blade ready as well as a smoke screen if we need it for anything that come down off of Aurora. Because I imagine that's all TJ's turn next turn is going to be is this an Aurora, unless we have a unit in hand that I missed. Actually, no, we do have a Deadboot Predator in hand. I did forget about that. And Martial Sentry is going to go ahead and come on down here, pass the turn, and untap our 2 runes for the Targon's Peak. So 2's going to come down. We're going to draw. What did we draw? We drew a Mountain Drake. I think Dead Blue Parents have to come down here and try to take a battlefield or at least attempt to, so we can try and fight this off. We have to fully tap out, though, for Dead Blue Predator. So Hidden Blade can do it here. It is going to come on down, attempt a showdown here. And I think Hidden Blade is an action. Does Hidden Blade cost 2 or 3? I believe it costs 2. I could be wrong on this. I will double check, though. Hidden Blade does cost 2 because I'm going to pay the 2, pay the 1, pay 1 extra for the deflect cost, I'm pretty sure. But we're going to Hidden Blade it. Targeting, yep, Dead Blue Predator. 2, put 2 back. Going to draw 2 cards, and that's going to end it, ladies and gentlemen. And Dustin is going to go ahead and get game number 3 and more, and possibly a chance to be in top 8. Congratulations to Dustin on playing that. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to end the round Swiss here in a minute as we're going to cut on over to top 8 shortly. But before that, we're going to go ahead and take a break, take a quick break. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Barry Good Embroidery and FCBC. With that being said, we're going to take a break here and I'll catch you all shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. So looks like that is the end of the event. We just got confirmation that top 8 decided to split their pricing, and that will end it here for us at the Banish Zone Black Friday 1K. With that being said, I would like to thank everyone around today. I'd like to thank our original host, the Banish Zone, allowing me to also cast. My name is Rav, or Raravin. You see me in chat there. Make sure to check me out on YouTube and then X, whatever. And then I'll also like to give one final shout out to our sponsors of Very Good Embroidery. Once again, you have custom playmatch, apparel, esports jerseys, anything you could think of. Contact them, upgrade your gear with Very Good Embroidery. And then finally, our final sponsor tonight is FCBC with the tagline of Shuffle Easy with FCBC. They have a great selection of sleeves, they have a great selection of binders, competitive accessories, and all at a competitive price. But like I said, top 8 has decided to split, so I'd like to give everyone a big final shout out. Thank you all for hosting. Thank you all for joining us, and I hope we catch you all later. We have a Summoner Skirmish coming up in December, so hopefully we'll see you all then. But in the meantime, I'll catch you all later.